All right, go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is the City Council meeting for Thursday, July 16th, 2026. And can we all please stand for the invocation brought by Father Derek Saldana from the St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic Church and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Good and gracious God, we come here today with grateful hearts for a beautiful city we get to call home. We ask today for your wisdom, guidance, and discernment upon our mayor, the city council, and all city officials and staff. Grant them the insight to make decisions that promote justice, prosperity, and the well-being of every citizen. We pray that they will work together in harmony and lead with integrity, compassion, and a spirit of collaboration. We ask your special blessings upon our first responders, essential workers, and all those who work tirelessly to keep our city safe, strong, and prosperous. We ask all this in your most precious name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Robertson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Here.
Councilmember Paul.
Here.
Councilmember Urban.
Here.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Here. All right, thank you. And first up, agenda update. City Manager, do you have any updates?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask that we move Council Action Number 3, Resolution 2026-096R, the Boys and Girls Club Agreement, directly after the proclamation section and before the consent agenda. Additionally, I'd like to move consent item number 12, Resolution number 2026-101R, to be the final item under Council Action. And public hearing number 12, ordinance 2026-32, needs to be before public hearing number 7. So we will read it with public hearing number 7. We'll read them together, but we will need ordinance 2026-32 action taken on that first. And that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And first up, we have a presentation. We have a proclamation and recognition of Parks and Recreation Month presented by Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. This proclamation is for Parks and Recs. A little background. There's 23,000 people at 4th of July this year. Now, if you talk about community engagement, that was community engagement. You talk about the city, that's the city. If you talk about small town city, I know we're getting bigger, but there's a lot of love going on this week. The 4th of July was great event. If you were not there, come next year. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that my daughter works for Parks and Rec. She worked there well before I got elected. And so there's no conspiracy theory here, but we love Parks and Rec. I was a camp counselor in the 80s when I played football in college. I'd come home in the summer and counsel kids, and I became a social worker by degree. But that's where it starts, Parks and Rec. That's where it all belongs. So we'll be talking a lot about that today, but I'd really like to recognize the proclamation of Parks and Rec and the Parks and Rec Proclamation Month. So this is in King James, and I know a little bit about King James, so if I mess it up, please bear with me. I don't know if I can, but it's that distance thing. Do I need my glasses? Do I don't? 63 is getting tough. Here we go. We'll do it this way. Whereas Parks and Recs programs are an integral part of the communities throughout this country, including St. Cloud, and where Parks and Recs promotes health, wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live nearby parks and participate in parks. Whereas Parks and Recreation encourage physical activity for providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming, and many other activities designated to promote activity lifestyles, and whereas Parks and Recreation programs and education activities such as out-of-school programs, youth sports, environmental education, and critical to child development. And whereas Parks and Rec increase communities' economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of local tax base, increased tourism, and the attraction and retention of business, and it also has crime reduction. Whereas the United States House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the City of St. Cloud recognizes the benefits and derives from the Parks and Recreation resources, and I, Ken Gilbert, Deputy Mayor, along with the City Council, all my friends out here, recognize the benefits derived from Parks and Recreation. I, Ken Gilbert, proclamize July 2026 as Parks and Recreation Month. In our city, I urge all citizens to enjoy the future time and leisure with friends and families and communities in our parks and recreation facilities. Thank you very much, Parks and Recreation. You're an integral part of our city, and thank you very much. Do I need to
And
turn?
Parks and Rec, y'all want to come up and take a picture with Deputy Mayor?
See that, Jay? I got you covered.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead. You want to get a picture with Parks and Rec?
Thank you, guys. Thank you all very much. I'll have this signed in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Parks and Rec. If y'all didn't join us out there at the 4th of July, they did an amazing job out there. Everybody was happy. Fireworks were amazing. So even though we had a little bit of rain, I think it cleared up just in time for everybody to have a great time out there. So thank you for everything y'all did out there. There you go. Take your time. We're here all night. All right, first up, we have, would the clerk please read resolution number 2026-087R. Is that correct? Is that the one we're doing first?
The Boys and Girls Club.
City manager, is that the correct one? Item number 3?
Looking quickly.
Or no, we're doing council action number 3.
2026-096R.
Give me 1 second, sorry. I was on consent. Both of them are.
The one from council action.
Let me get my page on there, right? All right. Yes, item number 3, 2026-096R.
Resolution number 2026-096R, a resolution of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, approving a facility use and license agreement between the City of St. Cloud and Boys and Girls Club of Central Florida, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Scott Davidoff, Deputy City Manager. This evening, you have before you here the facility use and license agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Central Florida. Just a little bit of background. The City Council has approved a major expansion and renovation of Hopkins Park that includes a community center. City staff and the Boys and Girls Club staff have developed a proposed agreement that will provide enhanced services for participants. And this agreement will reduce the city's annual general fund operating costs by approximately $300,000 per year. Just to remind everybody on the upcoming expansion and renovation that the City Council has approved for Hopkins Park, that includes a 17,000 square foot community center, basketball court, baseball field, multipurpose field, community garden, playground, and parking lot. Additionally, the city has partnered with Toho Water Authority to build a new lift station, and that will be able to connect residents to sanitary sewer that are in that general area. That portion of the project was funded through a grant. When we talk about the project and the cost of the project, so the city council has budgeted approximately $13 million for the total cost of the project. All the funds from the project come from debt that the city has secured. The only grant that the city received is for the sanitary sewer portion of the project. That's separate from the park itself. That's the program that we're partnering with Toho Water Authority on. So this is solely funded through city dollars without grants. And the city has additional funding. The city has had additional funding for the project that we had applied for and our legislators had been working towards, but unfortunately that's been vetoed by the Florida State Legislature. When we talk about the community center, and again, we're focusing solely on the community center here, the estimated annual operating cost of that new community center, again, the new building that's part of this project, is approximately $300,000 per year. That includes all the utilities, staffing, program expenses, and the general operating expenses for that new facility. And the estimated operating cost for the remainder of the park, so everything on the exterior of the building, all the grounds, the playgrounds, everything else that's out there is approximately $100,000 per year. And forgive me for reading some of this. This was, thank you to the Boys and Girls Club who provided some excellent points on what they do. The Boys and Girls Club of Central Florida serves more than 15,500 youth and teens ages 6 through 18 across 39 clubs in Orange, Seminole, Osceola, Lake, and Brevard counties. They focus on 6 key areas that are proven to help young people succeed, and those are education and career development, character and leadership development, sports, fitness and recreation, health and life skills, the arts, and mental health. You can see here, certainly not going to read this, all of the academic successes and the health and wellness successes they've had here. These numbers are from the local Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida. You can see everything with 100% of their high school seniors graduated with plans for the future. 80% are earning A's and B's. 95 of the youth surveyed are certain they will attend college. You can see the health and wellness numbers there as well. And then the Boys and Girls Club of Central Florida is already serving 1,000 children and teens across Osceola County and has served the St. Cloud community for years through its existing club that's been here in the city. Sports and recreation are among the most popular offerings at the existing club, and there are other programs that they focus on to help them develop positive skills. When we talk about the agreement, some of the proposed agreement highlights that we talk about is that the Boys and Girls Club shall be responsible for the day-to-day operation of the community center and the programs conducted within. Cities shall maintain all the operations of the outdoor facilities and amenities of Hopkins Park. I want to make sure that everybody understands that. There have been some questions on that. This agreement is only for the building itself, nothing on the exterior. All staff, just like all of our programs and all of our contractors, were required to undergo background screenings. Boys and Girls Club will be responsible for all the utilities and maintenance of the community center. The city retains the right to utilize the building subject to availability at no charge. One of the things that was very important to the city was to honor Hopkins Park and the Hopkins Park community. So the city will be installing and maintaining a historic display honoring Hopkins Park. And any naming of the building must include Hopkins Park to recognize the city's historic and cultural significance. One of the things that this council and the community had wanted with the new facility was for there to be outdoor restrooms. The current park has not had that. So there are restrooms that are accessible from the exterior of the building, and those will remain open and available to the public during park operating hours. You don't have to go inside the building to access those. Those are solely from the exterior. The city shall be able to utilize the facility outside of the Boys and Girls Club operational hours for public rentals and programs. So what that means is that if the Boys and Girls Club closes at a specific time and someone wishes to have a rental in there, or there's some additional programs that the city may be interested in, the city will be able to provide those programs, again, assuming that there's availability, and that would be done by the city. And then it's a 50-year lease with a 180-day termination clause for any reason. Some additional information is that the Boys and Girls Club has met with Hopkins Heroes and has offered to meet with any other community groups that are out there. They continue to reiterate their commitment to working with a variety of community groups. Every conversation we have had with the Boys and Girls Club, they have been very, very adamant that this is a community program, this is a community resource, and that's what they specialize in. And they want to continue working with community groups within Hopkins Park and within the city. Some questions have been raised about any city staff who would be impacted by this. Those individuals have been notified that if this were to happen, we do have maintain them as Parks and Recreation staff, just in other areas of the city, so no one will be losing their jobs as part of this agreement. However, the Boys and Girls Club has indicated that they would guarantee any member of the staff an interview if they would like to consider employment with the Boys and Girls Club. They certainly recognize that if there's anyone who is interested in moving over to the Boys and Girls Club, that they would love to have them in there. And with that, I will turn it over to the Boys and Girls Club. They're here. I did want to mention one other thing, please forgive me, to make sure that we get it on the record, is that last night during the Recreation Advisory Committee, they did pass a unanimous motion requesting that there be additional time prior to the City Council making any decisions. So I just wanted to make sure that we did get that on the record. And with that, I will turn it over to the Boys and Girls Club.
Additionally, there were some changes made to the
Yes.
proposed agreement that have been distributed to the city council, so that you have that here.
Thank you, City Manager.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council and our wonderful community members. My name is Jamie Merrill, and I have the pleasure of serving as the president and CEO for this wonderful organization at Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida. And I'm going to introduce my trusted colleague here in just a moment. You heard a lot of stats earlier. You heard a lot of information about our great organization and how many youth we serve across Central Florida and even here in Osceola. But I think what's important to know is that our incredible club directors and staff, even though we have that big of a reach, they know every single child's name, family's name, and their story. It's actually how we get the results that we get to get 100% of our high school seniors graduating and 99% of our kids across all of our organization having a trusted relationship with an adult. That matters incredibly. And we've got our club director here in the audience with us, Mr. Durrell, and I spent the afternoon at our St. Club just a couple blocks down the road earlier today with the kids, busting at the seams because we need opportunities to be able to expand. What's beautiful about the Boys and Girls Club is that we lead with legacy in every single community. It's one of the things that we're known for. We know this great legacy of Hopkins Park and Reverend Hopkins and all the great faith-based and community leaders that helped to fight for the youth to have a place to go. And we're honored to be considered as an opportunity to really consider all of the generations to come and develop them in all the ways that they need to. We are going to work with all of our community groups, and there's really great statistics that show in every single neighborhood that we place a Boys and Girls Club, crime reduces by 13 to 16%. Because our community protects us and we protect the youth. And we'd love that opportunity to continue leading this legacy as a partner in this great St. Cloud area. But I'd like for you to not take it from me. I'd like to introduce to you Adalise, who's currently a staff member, but grew up in our St. Cloud Club just a couple blocks down the road and was our Youth of the Year. In fact, our chief here was actually one of the judges when she served as Youth of the Year in that contest. Elise?
Hi, everybody. Hope you're doing well. My name is Adalise Marcano, or Miss Adalise, as the kids like to call me. If you just give me a moment. So, my journey uniquely starts with my father and my brother, my older brother. They attended the Boys and Girls Club in New York, back when it was called Boys Club. And when my family moved here to Florida, my mom knew that she wanted to put my younger brother and I into the Boys and Girls Club. So when we moved here, my mom looked into the Boys and Girls Club, and unfortunately, there wasn't a location around. But I don't know what came over my mom. One day, she just decided to see if there was one in St. Cloud, and luckily there was. And at the time, Mr. Lindsay was the former service director. We met up with him that day, and we toured the Boys and Girls Club, and we absolutely fell in love with it. And my mom asked Mr. Lindsay if there was any youth, if there was any career, if there was any, I apologize.
You're fine. You're doing great.
If there was any opportunity for teens, because she wanted me to be a part of the community, and Mr. Lindsay said that he would love to onboard me as an LIT, which is a leader in training. So at the time, I was homeschooled and I was working at McDonald's. So when I wasn't working or when I was done with my schoolwork, I would dedicate my time at the Boys and Girls Club religiously. That was my second home. And so when I was there, I loved it, to be honest with you. I was either helping Mr. Lindsay with administrative work, or I was helping the staff with the kids, and I grew a really strong bond with a lot of them, and that's what made me want to become on board at the Boys and Girls Club. And so the two requirements that Mr. Lindsay personally made with me to be hired as a staff was to become 18 and to start college. And at the time, I did not want to start college. I did not want to go to college, but I did, and I'm currently studying. I'm currently studying my bachelor's, and I want to get it in business administration. So as you know, I'm a staff now, so I'm in school, and I onboarded as a youth development specialist, and I work with the youth, and I really loved it. And I recently got a promotion to be a social emotional specialist. So I think that my work as an SEL YDS is super important. I teach the kids about self-awareness, I teach the kids about self-management, and I teach the kids about relationship skills. And I feel like those are really important things for the kids to know, because, I mean, those are really important life skills and whatnot. So it's safe to say that my experience at the Boys and Girls Club was great, and it's still going great. And I'm excited to expand, and I'm excited to continue doing what I love, but also serving the kids, and most importantly, like, having fun. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Amazing story. What was the acronym that you used? What's your position?
Social Emotional Learning Youth Development Specialist. It's a mouthful. SEL YDS for short.
That's it. Very cool.
Thank you.
very much.
She also told me earlier today that she's coming for your job, Darrell, and she is the future club director of St. Cloud, is what she wants to be. Born and raised here, and that is her dream, to continue leading the future generations of all the years to come. Thank you.
Very cool. Thank you. All right, we have some members of the audience who'd like to speak on this item. First up, we have Miss Teresa Melhot. I assume this is the one you wanted to speak on, even though it had public hearing circled. Yeah, you can come on up. And I just assumed this was the one you meant. You had public hearing number 3 circled, but
Sorry.
I figured it was
Sorry.
council action 3.
Teresa Melhot, 2924 Cool Breeze Circle, St. Cloud, Florida, 34769. I did want to comment a couple things. I do think the Boys and Girls Club is a valuable, good organization. My daughter went to one in California, so I kind of know how they work and, you know, after their after-school program. But what I want to say, there's a big difference between children's after-school care, and a community center. I have attended many, many events out at Hopkins Park, and not all of them were for children. Some were for adults, and that's what a community center does. So they take kids up to the age 18, but what about 18 plus? You're not leaving no options for these people to have a place to go or still continue to have events out there. I do see on the thing it said you could have events afterwards, but if the city's not maintaining anybody out there anymore, if this goes through. I also, I want to look at the timer.
No, you're fine. Teresa, go ahead. We love hearing you talk.
I also want to say is, I don't understand this big rush. We don't even know if the homestead thing is going to pass. And I realize you're all caught between a rock and a hard place in trying to figure out, all the cities in Florida are doing the same thing right now. All the cities, all the counties, everybody's saying, we're not going to have money for this or that. And Parks and Rec, but I also notice when I'm looking at the agenda tonight, the next one down under this one, you all want to pay $7,000 in Parks and Recreation impact fees to buy a 3,640 square foot building located at 1401 New York Avenue, which I'm believing that's right next to Veterans Park. So on one hand, you have here that you're all saying we have to give it away for $1 a year, a brand new building that the city is, taxpayers, not city, the taxpayers are paying for. The taxpayers. It is not really the city council's building or the city's building, it's the taxpayers. So I just wish you all weren't in such a hurry, and there's a lot more questions to be had or to go through. And then you all want to keep calling it a community center, which it really isn't then, if it's just going to be for kids. A community center includes everyone. And me at 70 plus, if I still went out and go to the community center for events, others do too. And why are we giving away a brand new building? Maybe it would be better to give the old community center that probably needs a lot more fixing up all the time than a brand new building for $1 a year for 50 years when the taxpayers are paying $10 million for it. That just seems irresponsible to me in a way. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to correct a few things, Teresa, before you can sit down if you like, but I'm going to correct a few things.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted me to stay up here to berate me.
No,
or anything.
no, but there's a few statements that weren't accurate. First of all, on the agenda, those are parks impact fees. That's different than operations money to operate that park. Different money. You can't use impact fees to operate that park. You know the difference. You've been around here for many, many years. I know you know the difference. The other thing is, City Manager, what adult events do we host out there? I just want to understand that.
We may occasionally do an event that includes adults, but that's not part of our regular programming out there. It's typically the after-school program in that building. We do have a monthly meeting with the Hopkins Park area residents, but the majority of the events are outside.
Okay, so there's no swing dancing, line dancing, or adults
No.
stuff that you do at the senior center? Teresa, maybe you know events. You spoke of it, so I'll go ahead and let you address that.
But we do have the ability in the agreement to still do events also.
All right, go ahead, Teresa.
But who's going to be in charge of those? then?
Hold on. What events? Let's go
Well,
ahead.
I attended a women's empowerment event, but that would be considered DEI now. I
Did somebody
guess.
rent that facility, an outside organization for that?
I don't believe so, and I
That was
did.
us.
Okay, so that was one of them.
Okay, and then I attended another one on, it was a workshop on vision board workshop, which was adults only, even though a couple people did bring their small kids that didn't have a babysitter.
Okay,
There's
that's
two
fine.
right
I've never been to an adult event, other than I know the Hopkins Park community, they have their community meetings out there. And I assume that could still continue if this were to move forward.
Yes, it can. So part of the revision, that was always intended to
I know.
allow.
I see the
continued-
revision one now. I
All right,
just
well,
had to.
let me get the
over-
answer from City Manager, please.
Yes, so the intent has always been, and the Boys and Girls Club has been amazing every time we've spoken to them about the needs of the residents in the area. Actually, the citizens of St. Cloud for the facility, and they've been very willing to work with us. So just to clarify that they were willing to work with us, we put language in this proposal today that would allow the city to be the person allowing some of these events outside. So the agreement already allowed us to use the property for any city events, and then we added language now that if there was an outside group, like the Hopkins Neighborhood Meeting that happens once a month, if the Boys and Girls Club doesn't have staff available to stay after hours, that city staff could go ahead and facilitate the use of the building moving forward.
No, you're hitting your light, sorry.
I just want the taxpayers to get,
I'm sorry?
I just think the taxpayers should get, if we're paying $10 million for a building, then maybe the taxpayers should choose whether we want to give it away for $1 a month.
Okay, thank you
Dollar a
thank you
year.
for reminding me, because that's the other
Okay,
inaccurate
let's
statement.
go.
Yeah, so nobody's giving anything away. So. what-
dollar a year.
Ma'am, I've got the floor.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, nobody's giving anything away. If you read the presentation, $300,000 a year to operate this facility. So we're saving. So Parks and Recreation, you don't make money on any of these activities, okay? So with this property tax reform, I'm just going to go ahead and say that for the whole room to understand. I'm sure many of you do. Parks and Rec, unfortunately, I know we've got our amazing Parks and Rec in the room, but everybody knows that those, I'm going to call them luxuries, are the first to be cut. And it sucks if that were to occur. And that's where we have been trying for many, many months to get out ahead of all of this in case that happens. Now, if that's the citizen's choice, it's a menu. And I've said this in many meetings in the past few months. You want hot dogs, you want steak, right? Here's your options. If you want hot dogs, vote for this thing. If you want steak, don't vote for it. Either way, it's up to the citizens whether or not they want to vote for it. We can only provide the level of service that the citizens would like to have. And that is up to them come November. So thank you, Teresa. I appreciate you
But
clarifying all
we're
that.
not voting
All
on
right,
this.
that's all right. We're all done, thanks. Next up, we have Stephanie Gilbert.
Good evening. I can put my glasses on. Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Stephanie Gilbert, and I live at 2008 Pine Street, St. Cloud. As many of you know, my family's roots run deep in Hopkins Park. My children grew up there. My daughter continues that legacy today through her work with Parks and Rec. But Hopkins Heroes was not founded for my family. It was founded to honor the legacy of the elders in our community who built this village, and to make sure the supportive village is there for the next generation. I want to be very clear tonight, we are not seeking to control the space or dictate how it is ran. Hopkins Heroes is a volunteer-driven nonprofit. Our board and supporters give their time because they love this community. We exist to support the community, or support the city, and serve as a bridge to the neighborhoods, not to get in the way of progress or demand control. I'm sorry, I gotta get my.
Take your time, Stephanie. We got all night.
For the past 6 years, we have proudly partnered with the city and Parks and Rec, a journey that began as a dedicated volunteer effort and officially grew into Hopkins Heroes when we became a registered nonprofit in February of '24. Together, we have expanded programs, served hundreds of local children, and proven what is possible when we work hand in hand. Because of that strong history of working together, the sudden shift in direction regarding the future management of the park took many in our community by surprise, mainly me. However, we want to move forward constructively. We recently met with representatives from the Boys and Girls Club in good faith because we believe collaboration is the best path. This is not about opposing any organization. It's about making sure the heart and soul of Hopkins Park remains central to the vision. A 50-year agreement is a massive milestone, and we all want to ensure it is a resounding success. Because summer camp runs through August and construction is still on the horizon, we have a unique window of opportunity. This transition period gives us the space to sit down together, refine details, and make sure structured community involvement is built right into the foundation of this agreement. Tonight, I respectfully ask you to place a 6-month hold on this vote, commit to hosting 5 collaborative workshops, and work with the community during this time. Let's use this space to work together so that the neighborhood's voice is actively reflected in the final agreement. This isn't just about a building. It's about preserving the legacy of those who came before us, our elders, our families, and ensuring future generations inherit a Hopkins Park where the community is included, heard, and continues to thrive. Thank you for your time and service in St. Cloud.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Stephanie. Let me ask you a question, Stephanie.
sir.
So 6 months, so you support the Boys and Girls Club being in there, but you just want 6 months to hammer out any, just understand it a little better? Is that kind of
I
where we're
don't
at?
unsupport it at all. I think everyone should work together, and if it's in the best interest of the kids in the community, absolutely.
Okay, so you do support them. That's so a little different than what Teresa was saying. So Teresa doesn't believe we should have the Boys and Girls, but you are good with the Boys and Girls Club.
I'm good with them as long as we bring community and
Okay.
build on what it's been there for the last 50 years.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, all right. Pastor Augusta Odom, you're up here already, so,
Well, thank you.
yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Pastor Augusta Odom. I live at 1621 Orange Avenue, St. Cloud, and I'm also the president of the Hopkins Park Community Watch, I've been there a long time, but I'm here to agree with what Stephanie has said. You know, we worked hard over the years in that park. You know, it was donated to us, to that community, you know, as a park by Mr. Clifford Freddy. And we as children, when we got out of school, we had a gentleman that worked for the Becks. He brought his tractor out there and his disc, and it was palmettos, it was bushes. He dished it all down. And when we come after school, he had a tractor out there with a trailer where we picked up roots and everything else that was in the way, you know, of getting that park ready to have a building on it. And the children and all of us, we did that for a long time, and the building finally got built. But we are only concerned about, you know, us as a community, where we stand, you know, with the girls and boys and girls clubs coming in to the facility. Where do we stand in the community, you know, to be a part of it? You know, we got people, Mr. Robert Hopkins, you know, he worked hard before the park ever got built, you know, and Mr. Edie, okay, worked with the children, you know, the baseball and everything, you know, and others like myself and Stephanie and some of the other relatives there worked hard with the children. Those children got out of school, and they went to the building, okay. They had computers in there that we got donated from the county, and they helped those children with their homework every day. Every day they worked with those children with their homework, you know, and those children was happy, amen, to be in there, you know. And the other thing we did, we had we used to call it the Hopkins Park Crime Watch meeting. We did have some crime out there, okay, but we got that situation taken care of by the grace of God and by St. Cloud PD, Osceola County, state troopers and others, you know, where we cleaned up that drug situation. It's been cleaned up ever since. Now, we've had a few, you know, that been popped in there, but we have the Crime Watch decreed. We changed it from the Hopkins Park Crime Watch because some of the parents in there that had children out there that was, you know, doing their thing, and they quit coming, so we changed it from Hopkins Park Crime Watch to Hopkins Park Community Watch, and that's what we call it today, Hopkins Park Community Watch, because we're concerned about, you know, our children. We wasn't trying to throw them in prison or nothing like this right here, but we was trying to get them to come in and talk with us, and we talk to them and then try to get them to straighten themselves out, but it never happened, you know. So anyway, but we are adults, oh God, and the children of Hopkins Park Community. Again, we just want to know where we stand, you know, with this. And like Stephanie said, I think if y'all would give us more time for this to be voted on, you know, and let us, and my Father, Lord, be here when it does happen. God bless you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Pastor Odom, I'll tell you, you know, as a child, I played on those fields. As an adult, of course, I came and spoke at the meetings. With your nonprofit, I personally donated to your nonprofit. I know other council members up here as well. David Eady Day out there, we all participated. I know the police department does their water gun wars out there. We always enjoy that. No, you don't, but that's all right. I think that the Parks and Rec and the kids, they whoop y'all every time. We love that park.
Amen.
We would never do anything that would be disrespectful to the history of that park. We love the history of our community. As you can tell, this council is focused
Amen.
100%
Amen.
on the history of our entire community.
Amen.
When it comes to this, yeah, obviously, I would love, whatever facility goes there, obviously, this has been in the works for how many years, Stephanie?
A lot.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5
Well,
years?
this one's been
Yeah.
4.5.
Okay, okay, yeah, and I've been here a year and a half, right, on council.
Oh, yes.
And now we're finally getting to a point where we might see something there, right? And unfortunately, with the property tax reform, that's really kind of changes the direction of winds. But I know with me, and I believe with this council, that anything inside that facility would pay respect to the history of that park.
Amen.
I know with that field, I believe there should be a bigger sign for David Eady on that field.
That's true.
I've
Amen.
spoken with that with the Eady family as well in the past, and
Amen.
I think every one of us loves that community.
Amen.
So, thank you very much for both of your inputs on this.
Amen. One more thing I do want to say is that when we heard about the situation, with the Boys and Gloves Club, we was told, understand that that they had been communicating with y'all ever since April or May or whatever have you, And when we found out about it, it was 2 days last week before we found out anything about it. We would have loved for them to communicate with us, come out to the park and talk to us about it, see how we felt about it. We're not here to condemn. Okay, we're here to work with, but they, we didn't hear anything until then, and we thought, that it would have been fair, for us to have known what was going on before, last week.
Okay. Yeah, and I do understand y'all do many programs out there, Stephanie, with Hopkins Heroes. And I spoke with Leonard Thompson as well, in Heart Cry Church.
Yeah.
And he told me they participate in some programming as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wouldn't mind some time for those organizations to speak with Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah.
I mean, if y'all don't mind me continue. I know we're it's a little different tonight. I toured the Boys and Girls Club here locally, the one on Simpson Road. And I've toured the one in St. Cloud, and I think they're an amazing organization. I can't think of a better one if we were to go this route.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they'd be more than happy to sit down with you folks. And I think you've already had one meeting with
Oh,
them
yes.
already. Okay. All right. Thank
Okay.
y'all.
All right, thank
Council,
you.
do you have any comments from?
I don't necessarily have any, questions. I was wondering if staff, so you were talking about, the, folks out there being able to have access to the building. If one of the staff members could explain the one section of the amended agreement that we have, that kind of answers their question.
Oh, your mic's not on, Sean.
I'm sorry,
Sorry,
and
Councilman
confirms the ability for the use through the city and whatnot, because that came, here just in the last, hours or so.
Yes, Councilmember Fletcher. One of the things that we had done, and this was following some of the comments from, I attended the Hopkins community meeting last week, from some of the other comments that were out there. And these were things that had been discussed with the Boys and Girls Club that they were happy to do, but we made some amendments this afternoon to actually memorialize those items in there. And it specifically reads, so here, the city's right to use the building shall include but not be limited to the right to authorize the use of the building by third parties during such times as licensee is not engaged in active programming and under such terms and conditions that the city may require. It is expressly agreed and understood that during such times as the city has authorized the use of the building by a third party, the licensee shall not be responsible in any manner for the supervision of such activity authorized by the city. And what that means is we're making sure that the Boys and Girls Club has the ability to add additional programs, to work with other organizations, whether it's Hopkins Heroes, whether it's any other third-party programming activities and events that would be out there, that they have the ability to do that unfettered and they can keep moving forward with that. We also added language in there, as I had mentioned previously, that says that on the days and times when the facility is closed, so for example, if the building were to close at 8 p.m., say, and there was somebody who wanted to be in there and have a meeting from 8 to 9 p.m., we have now put language into the agreement that says that the city then can go ahead and facilitate those meetings or those rentals to happen, as well as additional city programs that may wish to occur during those times as well.
And then to follow up on that, so for example, if we were working with an organization that wanted to do, say, a large food drop, like a tractor trailer load of food to give to folks in the community who would need that, that would be able to happen because of some of these provisions.
That would have been able to happen anyway, because all of those things are happening on the exterior of the building and the exterior of the grounds as it is now. It's a special event application process through the city staff. All of those things, nothing changes as far as that goes. 99.9% of the special events that have happened at Hopkins Park over the years, at least since the city has operated the facility, they have all gone through that same process. So nothing changes there. Did want to point out also that one of the benefits to this, the city, we max out the programs. We've talked here at city council meetings with summer camp, we max out at 42. Obviously, they're able to have significantly more than that in the new facility, which means they're able to serve more children. And one of the other things that was not mentioned in this slide that I did want to point out is we're talking about the age of participants. City only serves participants up to 13. So those children from 13 up, there has been a gap that the city has not been able to serve those children. And with the agreement before you with the Boys and Girls Club, that's a group now that will be served and will be recognized.
Thank you, Scott.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah. Go
Can I
ahead,
have-
Stephanie.
Not right now, but can I get a copy of that one as well?
Of course. Absolutely.
You can have mine.
Councilmember Paul, you want?
Yes, so we've already spoken about the history of Hopkins Park, and I do want to acknowledge someone that is a history person. The East St. Cloud Civic Club, they did fight to get this park into the community, and respectfully, I think, we honoring that legacy because right now there are two current living, which is Ann Jones and Freddie Holsey, still around. And then secondly, I wasn't here for the beginning of the conversation with Hopkins Park, and I know I spoke to Ms. Gilbert many times about Hopkins and how she can partner with them. I do believe there should be transparency coming from the city regarding these discussions when they're out in the community, because, these are the people that live in the community, they know their community, and keeping them involved, it makes a difference, and the residents will respect that more. So I can't speak on before who promised what. I wasn't here for that conversation. I can only speak after 11/5/2024. And then there were misinformation put out there about the agreements being approved. As of today, not one city council person has voted on that agreement. And then there was talk about the park being sold. Nowhere in the agreement states that the park was being sold. And then lastly, if this does get delayed for 6 months, I would like to see, we do have a Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. If there is future conversation, I would like to have them part of that conversation. So that way, I'm not sure if they knew what was going on, but to allow them to be involved in the conversation moving forward, so.
Yes, ma'am. All right, next up, we have Bobby Lantry.
Hi, Bobby Lantry, 3316 Cypress Point Circle, St. Cloud, Florida. I currently serve as the chairman of the St. Cloud Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and I would like to elaborate on the recommendation that we unanimously approved by our board at last night's meeting. We recently learned of the proposed agreement for the Boys and Girls Club to operate the future Hopkins Park Community Center, a facility that has not yet broken ground. And given that this proposal only became public last week, our board felt it was important to carefully consider the potential impact before such a significant long-term agreement was approved. After a thoughtful discussion, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board voted unanimously 5-0 to recommend the City Council postpone taking action on the agreement until additional information became available. I wanted it to be clear that our recommendation was not a statement for or against the Boys and Girls Club. Rather, it reflected our belief that there were still many important decisions that our resident and community need answers to before entering into the long-term operating agreement. Some of those answers I heard in the updated agreement just now that they were talking about that we had ourselves questioned last night. So those were additional, some of those questions. But some of those are questions that we talked about were including understanding the terms of the agreement, how the partnership would function on a day-to-day basis, what role the city would continue to play in operating the facility, how access would be provided to the public, and how other local organizations would have opportunities to utilize the community center. Some of which it sounds like is already being addressed, so that's wonderful. Furthermore, as the advisory board charged with representing our parks and recreation system, we believe it is our responsibility to encourage a transparent and informed decision-making process. We respectfully ask that the City Council delay the vote until these questions can be better addressed and the community has had an opportunity to better understand the proposed partnership and how it would work. And we do appreciate the council's consideration of our recommendation, and we do remain available to assist in reviewing any proposal or any additional information as it becomes available. Thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Bobby. Councilmember Fletcher, you're good? All right. I just want to add, all of us are citizens here as well, just like y'all. There's no difference. We were elected up here to make decisions for the benefit of the community. We didn't put the language together, right? Our job is to review it, take the input from the citizens, vote on it, vote our conscience. I just want to be transparent with the fact that it was only today that I received phone calls in opposition of this. So, Stephanie, you could have reached out to me. There were things said on social media, and fingers get pointed at council when this is the time where we get to discuss it with one another and work out details in front of the audience, right? So to start attacking the council or the city before a vote's even made, nobody knows where I land on this. So to say that there's backdoor deals that's to imply that either the Boys and Girls Club are doing a backdoor deal or our city staff or our council members. Who else is there? So to say those things, it's just not good for our community. So we need to respect one another. We're up here to do a job. It's a very important job. It's not, and especially this year, it's probably the most challenging for any council that's ever been up here because of the unknown come November. And that's up to y'all. We're here to provide the services that y'all want in the community. So I appreciate everybody that comes up here and discusses this issue. I already have my mind made up, but I appreciate hearing your words today. Anybody else have any other comments on this item? Deputy Mayor.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and I don't mean to be Scrooge here, but I'm a business owner. I was a Fellowship of Christian Athletes for years. I coached over 26 years. I founded the Place for Grace Ministries. I'm a social worker, and I own 3 autism schools. So I get community involvement. I get that. But I have to get away from the emotional part of this, and I have to look at the fiscal responsibility that the citizens of St. Cloud hired me for. I have to be fiscally responsible for all 70-plus thousand citizens of the city of St. Cloud. That's why they hired me. We're all independent thinkers, and the mayor is right. We did not have a chance to discuss this till just right now. We can't quorum, we can't meet, we can't do anything unless it's in a public venue. So I put over together 100 pages of notes, and I'd just like to give you my opinion. And again, it's not going to be a great opinion, but it's my opinion for the 70,000 people, not just this park, but I love Parks and Recs. As you know, I made the proclamation for it. So I'm opposing very much the city to build Hopkins Park community and sign a 50-year agreement with the Boys and Girls Clubs. The city proposed spending $10 million on a new facility that Boys and Girls Clubs would run for just $1 a year. Staff claims that this would make us save us $300,000 in annual personnel costs. But even with the optimistic math, that would take over 32 years to break even on the city's investment, the taxpayers' investment. That is not including interest rates. So when you bond and you say that the city has got money for this, we don't. We're borrowing money for this. It's not that we have it in our pockets, we're buying this. This is something we have to bond out and have to pay interest for it. So right now, we're in a quagmire with the legislation coming on that we have no control over, but we have to be fiscally responsible for all the citizens. So this is before any interest rates. This is before any maintenance and any unexpected costs. Well, those costs go to the citizens of St. Cloud, not just the people sitting here, but the 70-plus thousand people that I report to. The 70-plus thousand people that elected me and chose that I could come back here for 4 more years. I've owned many businesses, and multiple businesses, and this just doesn't make sense. This makes no sense to me at all. Okay, I'm talking as a businessman, so please forgive me, and I'm emotional. I got 5 kids, 8 grandkids. I love Parks, Recs, I love that stuff. But I have to look for the city of St. Cloud. I don't think this makes sense for the citizens of St. Cloud. I just don't, period. At the same time, the city right now is working very hard, and we have a great city staff, we have great people, but we're working at cuts for fiscal '27, which means October 1st, 2026 through September 30th, 2027, we're making cuts right now in anticipation for a vote that we have no control over. The citizens have control over. But we want to maintain those things that make us the safest city in the state of Florida. I don't know if anybody knows that, but we are. And that's because we have great police officers and great fire and great people. Again, we had 23,000 people down at 4th of July. 0 incidents. 0. So how do you put your priorities? Again, I'm a business owner. I don't know. I love kids. I'm a social worker by degree. But I just don't know how we can vote on something to decide a proposal when we're going to vote on eliminating homestead taxes and spending $10 million. I feel it's irresponsible for me to vote on this. I feel it's irresponsible for me to put that burden on the taxpayers and go in debt for something that we don't know what's coming up. It's the weirdest thing ever. If I have a bad year in business, I'm not buying 10 things. I'm cutting back. So to make capital expenditures on a borrowed note on something we have to pay back with interest, it makes no sense to me. And again, emotions outside of this. I'm looking at the taxpayer dollars every day. And they elected me to save their dollars and use them wisely. This building and this stuff, it doesn't make sense. Maybe it did 6 years ago, but this is a new era. We just found out we may not have homestead taxes, which is 10% of the city's budget. Now think about that when you have a home budget. If you say, I'm gonna cut back home budget, but I'm gonna build a new garage, how's that gonna work out for us? Well, we're just gonna borrow the money and put it on our credit card. How's that gonna work out? You know. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the city to table this proposal for 8 months, or at least after November. I don't know, but we have to prioritize quality of life for all citizens. And what that means is the police, the fire protection, and is the utmost importance. We have a police department that has been built 28 years ago when they had 24 officers. They're in the same department, they have 107 sworn officers plus other people. Where's our money best spent for our citizens of St. Cloud? Right now, today, I'm not saying when we're moving on this hill up, but we're not. We have to look at that stuff. We have to tighten our belts. And it's hard to say that. And you can call me Scrooge or Linus, I don't care. But the community center has served us well. A massive new building with a long-term contract is simply not a wise investment for the taxpayers at this time. In just my humble opinion, as one member of council, and this is the first time the other councils heard my opinion, but it doesn't make sense to me. And what I want to do is I want to continue what we're doing. I want to keep this community. I want to keep 23,000 people at the 4th of July. I want to have the safest city in the state of Florida. But are we going to borrow money to build something and argue about who's going to run it? To me, that doesn't make sense. With that, I yield back, Mayor. And again, I don't mean to be a Scrooge, but I just want to squash this whole thing for 8 to 10 months just to figure out after the November elections. I yield back to you, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor. Can't agree with you more on the challenges we face with come November. And y'all are watching this play out live. I mean, this is how challenging it is and how this will truly affect the services in our community. So I'm going to go ahead and recognize Councilmember Paul here.
I do want to say I'm in agreement if we delayed the proposal and come back where all parties sit down together and work it out. And that's the beauty of working together. When it comes to the park, I think maybe this community that park has been like that, as far as I know, before my time of being born in '84. And it's not fair to the residents to have an old park like it is now in 2026, but then the city can go out and buy something else. That's a slap in the face to the residents that you can go spend money somewhere else, but the residents have to sit in a park that's been like that since the 70s. I think we also should consider maybe looking at the master plan again and downsizing it or something, but to just eliminate it off the table is not right to the residents because they've been promised this park for many, many years and they still have not had one.
Councilmember Urban.
This might be a question for finance, but the money has already been bonded, right? It's already been borrowed, so we're already paying interest on it. Is that correct?
Jeff Cooper, Finance Director. That is correct. However, let me assure you that 0 of your taxpayers' dollars are going to repay this debt. This debt is repaid with parks impact fees, also police impact fees for their share, fire impact fees for their share, and the remainder out of the 1% surcharge. So ad valorem revenues are not involved in the repayment of this debt. Also, we have until September of 2028, and we're required to expend 85% of the amount borrowed, which is over $80 million total for all the projects. But again, impact fees are the repayment source along with the 1% surcharge. The general fund is not involved in the repayment of this debt in any form.
Councilmember Urban.
So, and I wanted to, because I agree with fiscal responsibility, like Deputy Mayor was saying, and we're facing some very challenging times ahead in the city with this vote, but the process is already in motion here, and while I would be in support of taking a step back and having community meetings about the Boys and Girls Club, I do think we should still move forward since the money has already been bonded.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Speaking to I mean, I agree with the comments that Councilwoman Paul has mentioned. This community has waited for a new community center for many, many years. We worked very diligently to get to the point where we are today. Coop, I still got some questions. When it comes to the repayment of the bonds, you referred to impact fees. Can you please let us know where the impact fees come from to repay those bonds?
Okay, so for the citizens, impact fees are what are charged for new residential and sometimes commercial. For parks impact fees, it's new residential, it's $2,800 and something for the average new residential home. Our parks impact fee balance at the moment is somewhere in the $10 million range. So we will pay $1.5 million per year towards that debt through 2045 rather.
Okay, thank you, Coop.
Deputy Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You said you had one more.
Oh, I did, but, so we're looking at buckets right now. So it's not general fund, it's park impact fees, and it's this and this. And if you look at the growth of St. Cloud, we're looking at how many more people are gonna move in to pay for something that we're buying today. And we're not guaranteed how many people are moving in. If you look at permits and the slowing growth of this, the county and the state, you're a predictor, I'm a predictor. I'm just saying, as a business person, I don't go ahead and spend 10 million bucks when I don't know how much I'm gonna make next year. It's the weirdest thing ever, but it's how you run businesses, and businesses would go out of business if they didn't balance their budget. So I want to balance our budget for the citizens of St. Cloud. And it's nothing against this park. I love this park. I spend thousands of dollars in donations to everything they got going on. But we have to be fiscally responsible for the 70-some thousand people in the city of St. Cloud. And no matter what bucket you take it out of, it's a bucket that comes into the coffers of the city of St. Cloud, and it's up to us in council and management how to spend it properly. So we can do numbers all day long, but it's a figure, and it costs money. And you look at our debt service, you just told me it's a 1.5 million bucks that we have to pay back in interest every year.
No, that's principal and interest, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I don't have 1.5 million to pay in principal and interest right now until I know what's going to happen in November. I'm just asking the council to consider to wait to see what's going on with the elections and this homestead tax before we make a move and a knee-jerk move. I want Hopkins Park to be great. I want the Boys and Girls Club to be great. I want many things to be great, but I also want to be fiscally responsible for our citizens and our taxpayers of St. Cloud, and not just this park, but the 70-some thousand people that live here. So I apologize for that, and I know I'm probably not the most popular guy right now, but running multiple businesses, I never spent more money than I made. I yield back to you, Mayor.
You just turn your light back on.
Oops, sorry.
Everybody see how much fun this is now, dealing with this property tax reform? It's challenging, and it's not unique. Every city in Florida is going through this right now. And their residents, I know it's not just ours, but there's residents in their cities that are lobbing a tax at them every day, when all of the elected officials and the staff, they're just trying to do the best they can, right? With the uncertainty of what's going to happen in November. So ultimately, it's going to be up to you guys. Right? Y'all are going to make that decision come November, and we'll work with whatever y'all choose. Do we have anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item? And council members, anything else? All right. Make sure everybody's good here. And I did tell the people that did call me, I did tell them how I felt about this item and which way I was swinging on it. So, anyone like to make a motion on this?
I make a motion to delay the proposal for 6 months.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Paul to delay this project.
Second.
Delay the item for 6 months, and we have a second from Councilmember Fletcher. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. And next up, we have consent item number 12. Is that the one we're doing next? Or
No,
we're
no
gonna go
consent
ahead and do-
agenda, the consent agenda.
We're going to go ahead and do the consent agenda now. Thank you, everyone, for showing up here tonight and voicing your concerns.
Consent item 12 was removed from consent agenda and moved to council action.
Okay. All right, you're going to have to repeat that to me.
Consent
It's
item-
removed?
It was removed and moved to council action.
Move to council action, okay.
It'll be the last item on council action.
We'll go ahead and wait for some audience members to leave the council chambers. All right, next up, we have the consent agenda. Next portion of tonight's meeting is the consent agenda, which contains items that have been determined to be routine and non-controversial. If anyone in the audience wishes to address a particular item on the consent agenda, now is the opportunity for you to do so. Additionally, if staff or members of the city council wish to speak on a consent item, they have the same opportunity. All right, anybody
I would like to pull item 2 for discussion.
like to pull item 2? All right, anyone in the audience would like to speak on, in fact, let me go ahead and find the sheets here first, because I think we have a few. We have any other ones we want to pull? No. I'll go ahead and pull that one. Councilmember Paul.
All right, so this one in regards to the refundable, the security deposit for the Chisholm Park Pavilion. I would like to say last month I did take a ride along with Sergeant Lawson in regards to Chisholm Park and seeing how his day-to-day is. And in the future, I would like to also see, I know when the big pavilion is rented, then it's first come, first serve on the smaller pavilions. But in the future, I would like to see possibly where people rent that pavilion, because it's not fair to Sergeant Lawson, who has to go and pick up trash or whatever the citizens leave behind. You know, the residents have to do their part and be accountable for when they're renting these pavilions, clean up after yourselves. So I would like to see that in the future where people actually rent all the pavilions at Chisholm Park.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I
City
may,
Manager. City Attorney.
if you'd like to approve this item with that, staff could revise that if you have enough discussion.
You want to pull that for a separate vote?
Well, she just took it off to discuss it, so if that's something you'd like to add to the resolution,
Would you like to add
there
that
is
to
a
the
language in there.
resolution?
Do we want to have a discussion? I mean, what, with the rest of the council? I'm only one vote, so.
I guess my point is you don't have to wait for the
Okay.
future to be able to do it.
Councilmember Urban.
Did I read correctly in this resolution that to rent the larger pavilion at Chisholm Park, it would require a special event permit?
Yes,
So does that come with a fee?
yes.
But I agree with Councilwoman Paul. I think all of the pavilions should require some sort of rental fee and security deposit out there, because I did also meet out there, and it was eye-opening to see and hear about how the process is abused sometimes, and how people rent it out and then cancel last minute and things like that. So I would like to see a security deposit and rental fee for all of the pavilions at Chisholm Park, if possible.
Deputy Mayor.
I agree with that, but when you Airbnb or whatever you do with that, there's a cleanup fee also. So we've got to get wise that you can't just throw your trash and then say, hey, somebody else is gonna pick it up and put it on. We're looking at a budget constraint right now. So if, we have great facilities and great pavilions, but there's a deposit, but there also should be a cleanup fee or some kind of fee that it's a checkoff fee. I don't know that, I'm just talking private sector. If you rent an Airbnb and you trash it, you're gonna get charged to clean it. Well, if you rent one of our pavilions and you trash it, you should be charged to clean it. It just makes sense, and I apologize for working as a business mind out here in a government entity, but that should at least cover our costs. So I don't know what we can put into that deposit fee or whatever, but I think our costs should be covered through that. So I yield back to you, Mayor. I don't think people should use our facilities and trash them.
All right. Councilmember Paul, would you like to make a motion?
Hang
Yeah.
on, Mayor, if you could.
So I was pulling up the resolution. So the pavilions do charge to rent them. It's $75 for a 4-hour block, $150 for all day. And we have a $50 refundable deposit for the 4-hour block and a $100 refundable security deposit for the 9-hour block. So if we do have to clean up the trash afterwards, we can withhold the security deposit or a portion of the security deposit.
Deputy Mayor.
Do you think $50 is enough to clean up somebody's trash? Because if somebody says it's gonna be $50, I'm gonna walk away because it's gonna cost me more than that to do it myself. You know, if you have a gig going on, you have a party going on, people trash a gig, is it $50 to clean up? Some people are gonna walk away from that. We have to make it so you either clean up or you pay more. Again, I'm looking at it as a business venture in the taxpayer dollars. At $50, people will walk away and it's gonna cost the city of St. Cloud $150 to do it. These things just confuse me. So I ask council to consider a reasonable fee for cleanup. I yield back.
Councilmember Paul.
I would like to also ask, if they did, would this still serve where if the big pavilion is rented, then someone else wanted to rent the smaller pavilion, could they do that at the same time?
Through a special event, yes.
The smaller pavilions?
If they're renting the bigger pavilion, they can rent all of the pavilions through a special event.
But I was asking about the small pavilions. Would they be able to rent the smaller pavilions at the same time while the big pavilion is being rented?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Scott Davidoff, Deputy City Manager. I think if what I'm hearing Councilmember Paul asking is, and just so I understand what we're talking about here, that all pavilions should no longer be on a first-come, first-served basis, and that in order to use a pavilion, it must be rented.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to get clarification on that because that's a big change. So that means that if someone is out there, they would have to be removed from the pavilions that has not rented it.
I mean, yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
We have the whole, unfortunately, the residents responsible for when they're renting these pavilions, he's not out there to pick up trash from people that should be picking it up. And, it holds them responsible for picking it up. If you want your security deposit back, you'll clean it up. So.
Yes, and does that, I just want to make sure then that this extends to all pavilions throughout the city or only Chisholm Park?
All of them.
Deputy Mayor.
When we make policy, and this is what kind of makes me go bonkers, why shouldn't it be for everything? And then why shouldn't the deposits be covering this? $50, I'm telling you, I'm gonna walk away if I have 40 of my buddies from college. It's cheaper to walk away and let somebody clean it for 50. Let's do a larger deposit. Let's do it across the board. Let's not confuse our citizens and put a scale together for everything. I don't get it. We shouldn't change things and A's this is this. It should be one rate. It should be you're responsible for it. We're all adults and whatever you do. We have beautiful parks. We have beautiful lakes. We have beautiful, this is the best city in Florida, the safest city in Florida. Let's keep it that way, and let's make sure we charge enough so we're not having people come in and tear up the club and then walk away. That's, I don't know, it just makes sense to me. I yield back.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Just real quick, is the process to reserve the pavilions, I should already know this, is it online and easy and simple, or do they have to actually go into Parks and Rec and then get it mailed to check
They
and
can
all
do
this
it
different
online.
stuff? Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, you can reserve the pavilions online except for the large pavilion. They have to
Okay.
come in to do that.
For a special event.
Yeah, well, yeah, they have to come in to rent it, but we want to require a special event permit just for the sheer number of people that it holds. 200 people is a lot of people. And if they're having a special event and they apply through the special event process, PD would require police presence.
Very good. Thank you.
Councilmember Paul, I'm sorry, City Manager.
Thank you. And we can implement the policy immediately if I could clearly have direction from 3 people.
City Attorney.
Well, I was gonna say, you've got an item in front of you. It sounds like the consensus so far is to apply the rental provisions that are contained in the resolution related to Chisholm Park for all, basically require all pavilions in the city to require a permit to do that. So I think that's the consensus right now. The other piece, like Deputy Mayor brought out, if you believe that the deposit is too low, we just need some direction on what you would like the amount to be.
Deputy Mayor.
Well, I agree. If you put a deposit at a level that is more economical for them to clean up, than for them to walk away, then therefore they'll clean up. So if you make a large deposit, we'll give you back the money if we come back to, look at Airbnbs, look at what's going on. There's costs associated with that. Why can't we as a city do that, and why should we have taxpayers paying for somebody's birthday party?
So in the resolution, the deposit amounts are $50 for a 4-hour block, and $100 for a 9-hour block.
Okay, so if it's a Saturday,
Well, Mayor, respecting it, staff is willing to follow whatever the council wants. So if you want to double them, triple them, I mean.
well,
that's-
respectfully, for $50, it's
Oh, I agree.
easier to walk away.
Oh, I agree 100%.
This has got to just make sense. I don't know what's going on here. You charge a certain amount that encourages them to clean up after themselves. If you don't, you encourage them to trash the club. I mean, it's just as simple as it gets, council. I don't know how to explain it.
We should have a chair up here for you, Scott. It'd make it a little easier in going back and forth.
Coming soon. Again, I just wanted to point out that all of our pavilions, there's already a fee that exists to rent the pavilions. What it is that the policy has been that the pavilions are available on a first-come, first-served basis. However, if you want exclusive rights for that, so if you definitely want a pavilion on X day, you can go and rent it, because otherwise, I'm sure many of you have seen it, people come to the park at 6 o'clock in the morning and start setting up so that they don't have to do that. So that's not part of what is in this resolution. Those fees for the use of the pavilion already exist. The amounts for the security deposits are separate from that. I just wanted to make sure that was clear, and that the side of requiring a rental is a policy, as opposed to being included within this fee schedule resolution.
Do you know if City of Kissimmee has, or what their deposit may be for their lakefront?
When we did the research, I saw, and I don't remember, but I can get that for you.
I would propose a $150 minimum security deposit for all of the pavilions. I don't know, Deputy Mayor, do you think that's too low, or?
And again, you do cost analysis on everything. In my professional businesses, we clean up after events, and they're charged by hour to clean up by hour, and it's credit card on file. So I don't know that, Councilman, but I know we have to encourage them to clean up versus let them go and walk away. So I don't know the figure. you put $250 on there, I think they're gonna say, wow, that's gonna cost me some money, and they're gonna pack up the stuff and go. But we have to pack it up, and we have to take it to the dump too, and we have to pay for the dump fees and things such as that. I'm just trying to cover our costs. We have a great place, but I don't want taxpayers to pay for somebody else coming in and renting our pavilions. So I yield back to you. I don't know the exact number, you may be able to tell me, but, $250 would clean up, the biggest pavilion, do you think? Because this is like Saturdays and Sundays, this is overtime also, you gotta
Right.
understand that. No tax on
Well,
tips, no tax on overtime.
Are we
They still have
talking
to
just
pay for it.
weekends? When you say Saturday and Sunday?
No,
are we
I'm
just
saying
Saturday?
anything, I'm just saying most of the pavilion rentals, Mayor, are usually weekends and things like that for birthday parties and holidays. I would say 70-80% of it, I don't know.
Right.
And
Maybe,
they've-
maybe Casey will tell us when those pavilions are rented more.
Yeah, the pavilions are mostly rented on the weekends, but the large pavilion, to your point, Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Gilbert, if it goes through the special event process, depending on the number of people that are going to attend the party, we have a chart that determines the number of trash cans which the party is charged for. So the big pavilion deposit will be taken care of through, they're gonna be paying for their trash anyway, trash pickup.
But they're supposed to pick it up.
Yep, put it
They
in the
can't just throw it
cans.
on the ground and then.
Oh, yeah,
you know,
no, they can't do
Our
that.
people just throw it in
Yeah.
the trash can. Okay. Councilmember Paul, would you like to state an amendment to this resolution?
May I ask one more question?
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Lawson, can you come up here, please? Let's have boots on the ground.
Yeah, and with an amendment, I'm going to ask for a second, and then I'll ask for if there's any public comment.
Sergeant Lawson, St. Cloud Police Department, and the caretaker at Chisholm Park.
You're the guy who picks up all the trash?
I pick up a lot.
You do a lot out there. I know you rescued some folks the other night, or the other day.
Was that yesterday, day before?
Yeah, thank you very much for everything you do
Thank you
out
for
there.
your service.
Yes, sir. Sorry, what was the question?
My question is, what would you think would be reasonable, and how many people trash the place and leave, and how many people are responsible? Your boots on the ground, I don't know, but I know it's a beautiful facility, and we want to keep it that way. And we have to discourage people from messing up our neighborhood.
Right.
What's your thoughts, please? I just need to know boots on the ground.
So I agree with what you said about we got to make it advantageous for us because it does cost us a lot of money to pick up that trash constantly. If you have a party in the morning, that's got to be cleared up before the second party comes in. If it's first come, first serve, they come in, they do what they want, and then they leave, and it leaves it on us to take care of. And I have two other helpers, or I have two other individuals from Parks and Rec that do a lot more work than I do out there, and I just try to help them as much as possible. And I see the amount of work that they do constantly, Monday through Monday, from very early in the morning when I open up the park until I close the park, and then even after I close the park, I'm still picking up stuff, cleaning up the park, and taking care of as much as I can to help out those guys because, I mean, we're thin, and I don't have a number for you, but it's got to be more than what we're doing. And the first come, first serve is where we're having, I think, is where the issue's coming from.
Gun shy. Councilmember Urban.
I had a question for you since you're out there. Do you see a problem with us starting to charge for every pavilion at Chisholm Park? Do you see an enforcement problem on your end for that?
I think that would give us the advantage to making sure that we can enforce, because right now I have no enforcement power unless there's somebody that's coming in where there is a first come, first served person or party there, and then we have a party that's coming in. We've seen that multiple times where somebody will take over a pavilion and it causes a disturbance, and then I have to come in there and take care of that.
Okay.
With this deposit, do they get it back if they pick up the trash, if they leave it better than they found it? Or as they found it?
Yeah, they would get their deposit back if they left, or if they left it like they found it. But the security deposit too is for, like Casey was saying, sometimes he has to go respond because there's a rental and then another rental and they don't want to leave or whatever the case may be. So if PD or the park ranger has to respond, we would also hold back the deposit.
Yeah, and I don't think that's the best use for PD is to be
Right.
obviously the the person chasing out the people that have been there 10 minutes, 20 minutes too long. And all right, do we want to go ahead and make a motion or an amendment to the resolution?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and state your amendment to the resolution.
So I make a motion with the changes and adding the security deposit for all pavilions except for Pavilion B at Chisholm Park, because that's a special permit, event permit, and I like the recommendation of maybe $150 for a security deposit.
I'll second.
Okay. How much is the fee? So there's a security deposit, but how much is the fee?
So it's $75 for a 4-hour block or $150 for all day.
75 for a 4-hour. So it's the 150.
Well, it's a tiered structure, so pavilions that hold 20 people are $75 for a 4-hour block, or all day is $150. For the pavilions that hold up to 60 people, it's $125 for a 4-hour block, or $250 all day.
Okay.
So would you want to make the deposit just twice of the rental rate? Exactly.
That's fine.
All right. You want to restate that so the deposit's going to be twice the,
Okay, I make a motion to make the security deposit twice as the rental fee.
Second.
all right. We have a motion from Councilmember Paul and a second from Councilmember Urban. Would anyone in the audience like to speak on this? Yes, ma'am, come on up. All right, you got to come to the microphone. Please state your name and address for the record.
Bridget Lilly, 3666 Daydream Place. The City of Kissimmee and Orange County Parks have a first-come, first-served basis, no fee. So there's taxpayers pay for the pavilions, they get to use them. What you're suggesting is that a mother who's at the park with her kids feeding them Cheez-Its has to have a security deposit to use the pavilion, which is ridiculous.
Okay, yes, ma'am, thank you. Anyone else in the audience like to speak on this? Yes, Teresa Malhot.
Teresa Malhot, 2924 Cool Breeze Circle, St. Cloud, Florida, 34769. I agree, because I have gone out there on the spur of the moment with my grandkids, packed a few sandwiches, and we're not allowed to use a pavilion then, that my taxpayer money is paying for anyway. We have to pay a big security deposit. And I just want to say, $50 to some people might be nothing, but it could be a lot for some other people. So we can't judge everybody by how much money you think they make or don't make. So don't outprice young families or older people, grandparents that want to bring their grandkids to the park. I mean, we should be able to not have to sit in the dirt when there's an empty pavilion. So what, you gonna have the police come throw out a grandma and her couple grandkids? Is that what y'all plan on doing then? Because that's what it sounds like to me, and it's just not good.
Deputy Mayor, you have a comment? from
Yeah, there
Ms.
was
Malhot? Teresa?
an incident that came up that there was jet skiers renting jet skis via online, and they go from all over Central Florida, and other cities started charging jet skis to participate. Well, we didn't, so people from Winter Garden and Winter Park and came over to our place, and they rented jet skis for free. They used our pavilions for free. They trashed our place for free. They did all that for free, and because other cities like Tavares and all that charged for those services, but we didn't, so the folks rented jet skis on our lake, and they didn't pay anything, and they came and they took the pavilions and they trashed them and they did their thing. How do you police, I'm sorry, I don't want to ask questions, but council, how do we look at that to make sure that our taxpayers aren't paying for folks that come outside to make additional dollars and use our pavilions without paying any fees? I don't mind the citizens of St. Cloud using anything because they're citizens and they're taxpayers, but we've known through the years that people from different cities and different counties come and use our facilities because we do not charge and other facilities charge. I don't know how to work on that, council, I'm asking for the pleasure of council to figure that out, but I don't want grandma to have to pay X amount of dollars. But there are people that seek these freebies and abuse them that are not our taxpayer dollars, but our taxpayers are paying for the maintenance and the cleanup of that. I don't have that answer. I ask for the pleasure of council to look at that. I don't want grandma paying $20 to sit on a bench, so I yield back.
Yeah. Yeah, you can come up, Jim.
Okay.
It's still open for public comment.
It's called littering, and it's enforceable. And if somebody litters, there's somebody there to give them a ticket, and then that becomes the enforcement mechanism to solve the problem.
Who's there?
Oh, can you give me your name and address? for the
Oh,
record?
Jim Gale, 2970 Tally Ho Trail, and I've got something to share
Jim brought
later.
flowers. Look.
Yes, I did. I brought some food for people, so I'll share more about that soon.
Who checks the littering? Who do we pay to check the littering?
Well, I noticed that there's some officers there sometimes,
now
and there's some
there's litter
people there.
control?
Yeah.
Well, observation, there's already a law against littering, right?
No, wait a second. So you tell me the chief's gonna tell his cops to charge people for littering?
Well, there's already a law about it, isn't
Yeah.
there?
Yeah, and
There's
that's,
a law about killing people too, but I'd rather the police take care of that versus the
I'm,
litters.
I'm not saying it's a bad idea to have, for a scheduled event, to have something.
yep, chief. Thank you, Jim.
Doug Gerke, Police Chief. And I appreciate everyone's comments. I think what we're dealing with is we have these takeovers of these pavilions that we're having significant challenges. And it's causing significant challenges for officers to come out, even on their days off, and they're getting overtime to come out to address these things. Someone does have a reservation, and then people don't want to leave. And when they do leave, they are leaving a significant mess. And you are correct, sir. We can issue citations for littering. We just have to be there to do it, to be honest with you. The calls for service that we are going to right now keep us very, very busy in the city to ensure that our community stays safe. One crime is one crime too many, to be honest with you. So even a littering offense is something we will certainly take care of, sir, without a doubt. But I think it's a general tone that we're actually dealing with is a significant challenge of people just basically taking over the pavilions and just basically monopolizing them. So it's a very difficult decision to try to work through, but I just want to make sure I put some clarity on this too. This is not to, I don't believe it's to try to charge everybody. We just have to figure out a solution because police officers can't always be down at the lakefront to always find someone dropping something on the ground, but we certainly need to understand how we're going to control the movements in and out of these pavilions. I think that's one of the bigger challenges. And again, you've experienced it, you've gone out and you've seen it. We've had people that have actually pulled some permits, and they said there's 150 people there, then we have 400 people in there, and we have to actually call in additional police officers to come and actually assist in Chisholm Park at what's going on. So it's a challenge right now, that's all. We're just trying to work through the challenge with you. So just to give you more clarity.
Councilmember Urban.
Just to clarify, this fee is for the pavilion rental, right? If you're there with your kids playing in the park and you want to sit down and have some shade and drink some water, you don't have to pay the fee, right? This is for like a scheduled, this is for a rental. That's what, so if.
Yes, city attorney.
Well, under the discussion earlier, the deputy city manager asked specifically the question, if there are people in the pavilions without having not reserved it, would we want them to move, to tell them to move out? So that's where this discussion, as I recall, came.
This was going to be on the agenda, on the workshop agenda as well, right? And of course, that was canceled. Obviously, this is a long meeting. It's going to be a long meeting. I see what you're saying, and I understand what Ms. Melhott said, and I understand what everybody else is thinking. You know, if you go out there, why can't you sit in a pavilion that your tax dollars paid for, right? But I understand also that our police officers should not be being the hall monitor out there with the trash and making sure people are leaving on time. Or Deputy City Manager.
What I was going to mention is that one possible option to consider that some places do is they do have a maximum number before a permit would be required. So, the council could discuss that if it's, more than 5, if there's more than 10, something of that nature, then at that point, that would trigger a rental to be there. I think that would address some of the concerns that council members are having. Just an option that wanted to throw out there that may address some of these concerns.
Okay. And I know that there's a group, there's a homeschool group, we've talked about this group. They go out there throughout the week when there's nobody using the pavilions. And I've spoken with them, with a handful of them, and they said that they make sure and leave it better than when they showed up. Those are not the intended targets here, obviously. It's the people who litter, or our police officers are having to go out there and pick up the trash, or they're an unruly bunch, but not a bunch of 12-year-olds or 10-year-olds that are out there learning. And I don't think that's who we want this to affect. But I think that should be maybe a separate conversation with that organization or that group. I think we can work on some kind of an idea for that and not fall under this. Is that correct? We can.
I mean, we can certainly do whatever the council directs. I think, just to throw it out there again, another option would be to make it where that policy would be for weekends and holidays only. That's another option. That is as you heard, Sergeant discussing and our Parks and Recreation Director discussing, those are the busiest times. Those are when we generally have the problems. We do certainly not going to say that we don't have it on a random Tuesday in October, which is possible, but the majority of the issues that we run into are on the weekends and holidays. That would eliminate any possible conflicts with homeschool groups or some of those other ones where you're not wanting to catch them. I might even suggest doing that maybe on a trial basis to test it out. Maybe we try it for a year, bring it back, just trying to throw out some suggestions here.
All right, Councilmember Fletcher.
So, I agree with the lady's comments. When I was young, that's kind of where, my parents took us because it was an inexpensive way to celebrate a birthday, and so forth. And then to the gentleman in the front row's point, I don't remember off the top of my head, not to put the chief on the spot, but I mean, our calls for service in a year are, number of calls for service are what? It's a lot.
Chief? You can come up to the baby podium if you want.
So,
I was going to go to that baby podium, but I'm not sure it's working. No, it's not a lot, but but again, I can only imagine. I know Chisholm is very busy, and that's where a lot of the pavilions are. And I don't even believe Sergeant Lawson logs every single call that he has to deal with. Most of the time, he just sees it. He goes out as the caretaker for the park and handles it. But I can honestly, I'd rather see if he wants to speak on this, but most of the time, he's the one dealing with the people on the pavilions. Along Lake Shore, I can't say that we have a ton of calls for service there, but if this is something that we're going to implement, I can assure that we'll most likely get very busy, I would think.
And to correct, when I meant in calls for service, engaging with different situations, or, if you're stopping and talking with somebody, you're doing all this stuff. I'm saying we have a lot of, calling for help or anything. It's just.
I'm sorry, yes, we have a lot of interactions on the lakefront, of course, I apologize, but most of the time, it's all friendly.
For sure.
So, yes, but I'm sorry, I thought you were asking the other, I apologize. Thank you.
Councilmember Paul.
Sorry about that.
I wanted to
Or did
ask
you-
Sergeant Lawson.
Sergeant Lawson, oh, you're not.
So compare Monday through Friday and then the weekends, which is the busiest?
I would say Friday through Sunday are very, very busy.
So if we implemented a security deposit for the weekends, would that help you out as far as with holding the resident responsible for cleanup, so you're not having to do that?
Along with holidays too, because they fall on weekdays as well.
I'm sorry, Councilmember. We already have the security deposit. I just want to make sure, are we talking about the rentals, or just to clarify, are we talking about making sure that on weekends and holidays that we require rental?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I just wanted to clarify, make sure we were
The
all.
rentals, yes, on the weekends.
All right, Councilmember Fletcher.
I would just say, I think we should do it on the weekends, kind of like being discussed, on a not temporary basis, but bring it back to us in 3 months, give us an update at the end of the council meeting. Is it working? Is it not working? We can make adjustments. And then maybe we can have, Lawson come back and say, all right, well, this has been better, or we need to make changes.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Chief, you're well-rounded in Central Florida. You've worked at many agencies and you've done many areas there. Have you noticed uptake in takeovers of vacation rental properties in places where people gather and meet and be destructive?
Is this?
It's on.
Okay, it's on. I just have to get closer to the mic, sorry. So we've, at some of the pavilions, I think, I know we can attest that we've had some people renting out the pavilions, and they misunderstood or misstated their numbers, to be honest with you. And we had significantly more numbers where we did have to pull people from the road, police officers that are on the road patrolling, to go over and actually address the issues that we were having there, which is significantly large crowds, parking issues. It was a full-blown party. If I remember correctly, I think it was, they anticipated 150 people, and I think we were counting 350, or is that about right? About 350 participants that were there. So we had to bring in additional staff, and that sparked a lot of conversations that we tried to figure this out. We have to have a better understanding of what's happening.
So that's what I was trying to get at, is the takeovers of these great facilities that our citizens should have in accessibility. There are things now that are called takeovers.
Yes, sir.
And they call everybody, and they all show up at one place, and they overwhelm our police department, our public safety, and I'm trying to work on looking ahead versus saying, oh, now it's happening in St. Cloud, we have to do it. So I don't know, I'm trying to protect the citizens and the police in St. Cloud of making rules and regulations that they have to follow, so they don't say, hey, that's our next spot, because it's an easy spot.
Yes,
So
sir.
that's what I'm looking at, and I know $50 or whatever, I don't mind people sitting on benches, but when 300 people come and take over a facility, then it burdens our taxpayers to pay the dollars that our police have to enforce that and doing the regular jobs. Am I wrong with that?
No,
Tell
sir.
me.
No. So perhaps maybe we should reevaluate the numbers that the deputy city manager actually spoke to, maybe more than 10 people, but maybe put a QR code there or something that if it starts to get out of control, hey, you don't have this registered, you need to scan this and actually get this going, so at least you can reserve this. But I think there's some unintended consequences in a catch net. We're going to catch people in that we don't want to enforce. If they're sitting there with their family and they're not doing anything, we certainly don't need the park ranger walking up to them and questioning them and saying, what are you doing here? And do you have a permit? And so it's probably easier if we can try to digest this a little bit better and kind of figure out a path forward to try to figure that out.
Right.
But you're right, the juvenile, the takeovers are happening. They're not happening here, I can tell you that. And it won't be tolerated either.
And I want to.
Yes, sir.
I want to make efforts that they don't happen in advance.
Of course.
I don't want to, as Ms. Melhot said, the grandmother or kids.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the takeovers in the future, so I'm looking for the future. I'm not looking for hanging out of the people in the city of St. Cloud, but I see a trend coming here, Chief.
Yes, sir.
And I want to make sure that we have our ducks in a row, so it doesn't overburden our police force in our city as the safest city in
Yes, sir.
the city, in the state of Florida. So that's what I was looking at. I wasn't looking at grandma coming and sitting with
Of
the
course.
kids on the things. That is not the intention at all. It's making sure that they know that they can't come and take over our city of St. Cloud. So-
Yes, sir.
And it is happening. I see it.
It is. And we talk about that broad brush, unfortunately hits us all, though, and we do a big swoop of a brush.
Right.
We're going to hit everybody. So obviously, that's clearly not the intent of what we're trying to do. And if we do have those juvenile takeovers, we would deal with them very swiftly.
Yeah, and I just want to be proactive versus reactive, and
Yes,
that's
sir.
why I'm saying how we adjust accordingly. And Sergeant Lawson over there does a great job at Chisholm Park, but I definitely never want to overwhelm him or any of the police department because we're great. So I mistook, but it's not grandma and her two kids sitting at the pavilion. It's 150 folks coming here and taking over the park.
Yes, sir.
I yield back to you, Mayor.
Yeah, and this is similar to the sleeping or the camping outside, right? If I'm out there taking a nap underneath a tree, which, I don't think I'd be down at the lakefront with my eyes closed, but you shouldn't be arrested for that, right? But,
Right.
It shouldn't be a crime. But it's the unintended consequences, of having these kind of rules. And obviously, it's going to catch some people that we don't want to catch. So we want to find a way to do this without affecting the unintentional. Councilmember Paul.
So can we just do it for the next 3 months, try it out, and on the weekends and holidays, and ask Sergeant Lawson to come back to us and say, hey, it's working. If it's not working, then we know where to go from there.
Councilmember Urban.
Yeah, I was just going to clarify too about if that scenario that happened where they said 150 people and 300 people showed up. that event organizer should be fined and maybe even face criminal charges if that happens again. I don't know if we have the ability to do that, but if that happens, they need to be held accountable. But just want to make sure for the weekends, that includes Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and holidays.
So our chief needs to be like Mike Chickwood out there, you know,
I mean-
saying there will be no takeover here in
The
St.
event
Cloud.
organizer should.
I don't wear the short shorts like he does, but it's all right. I wouldn't wear those, but
The chubby.
he's a good friend, yes. Now, are we leaving this, I'm sorry, I apologize for more clarification for us. Is this at a Chisholm Park, so we have a test location, so we can work on it to try it out for the 3 months, to watch it?
Yes.
A Chisholm only for now?
Chisholm.
Just there now, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And it'll take us a little while because we're going to need to get signage out there to make sure that people understand that. We can certainly work with communications to get this information out there in advance. It may take a few weeks, 2 weeks or so to get the signage up there. And just so we have some clarification and consensus. So what I'm hearing is Friday through Sunday and holidays, you are required to have a reservation to utilize a pavilion, regardless of the number of people that are out there.
I'd say more than 5 people. Is that a reasonable?
So what we're saying is, every weekend, every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, a pavilion has to be reserved in order to be underneath it.
Yes. Just the weekends and holidays, and this is only at Chisholm just to try it out and see.
So you want to report back in
3
3
months. Yes.
You said 5 people.
I mean, what do you think? Is that a reasonable?
Yeah, and I think that's the people I don't want to hit with this are just people going out there and want to have a lunch. If they happen to be out there playing ball on the field and want to go over and sit down in the shade, and if it's a family of, say, 10 people, do you want to max it at 10?
That's
Do you think
fine.
that's? Okay. Okay. Anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item? This is where we need all the input.
I just had a couple of questions. Monica Lee, 301 Minnesota.
Yeah,
I'm
you can move
short.
the mic. You're
Sorry.
good, Monica.
301 Minnesota Avenue, St. Cloud. You said, Deputy Mayor Gilbert, how would we give someone a summons for littering? You don't know if it was them or not, right? But how would you find someone for leaving a mess behind? So if I had a party, I cleaned it up immaculately. I left it a little bit early. Somebody shows up, and they decide to make a huge mess. Now I have to pay the fine? How do we know who to charge and who made the mess?
Well, again, you're getting into semantics right now. How, when you leave, when you occupy a facility for a certain period of time, you're responsible for that facility for a certain period of time. If you leave early, you're responsible for that
Correct.
facility for that certain period of time.
Correct.
So what's
What
your
if I
question?
left, what if it was over at 3 o'clock and I left at 3 o'clock?
Good.
Somebody comes at
You're-
3:05 because the cops weren't there to
you're-
check to see if I did it good.
You're
They made a
good.
mess.
You're good.
But they showed up at 3:05, now there's a mess.
Who's they?
Whoever.
Exactly.
Someone showed
So
up.
you're getting into semantics about what ifs. If you say, I was there till 3, and I left at 3, here's my thing. There's AI, there's everything. We left it clean. I took a picture at 3, bye-bye.
So you would be able to do that, the same thing with the summons for littering then as well?
Shouldn't you? I mean, we have so much technology here. If you're cleaning up the crib at 3 and you're leaving and somebody
Right.
leaves at 3:05 and they said, it's your littering, said, no, here, I took a picture at 3, it's done. That's what technology does.
Right, so then-
It's really cool. Yeah, that's what technology does.
And then technology could also be able to help assist the police to issue a summons for littering then in the same token?
I'm gonna leave that up to the police. Littering is probably least of my thought of what the police department should do. But you can say, hey, click, it's clean, I'm out of here.
Yeah, and this is going to be a trial run, so I guess the first 3 months, let's see how this
Sure,
plays out.
and I can address that situation very, very quickly, Deputy Mayor. Our staff that's out there, if a pavilion is rented, they're already going out at the end. So they're already, plus the park rangers, especially out at Chisholm, are easily able to verify that they're already out there.
Well, explain that to our citizen.
So Mayor, just, you do have a motion on the floor.
For all the St. Cloud City Parks.
This is just for Chisholm that we're talking about, that's right.
Okay, the other question that I had is, do you have additional charges for non-residents?
Yes.
Because there's many times that I go out to the park and I'm picking up dirty diapers at Lakeshore Boulevard, out there, and messes that are made from people that just come because our park is free, it's beautiful, and everybody likes to enjoy it. So we have a lot of non-residents that overpopulate the park, and they make it very hard for those of us who are residents to utilize it.
Are you asking me if I?
I'm asking everyone.
Oh, okay.
Anyone
good.
who has an answer to
Anybody else want
that.
an answer? Because I tried to do a dual fee for St. Cloud residents and non-St. Cloud residents for all of our parks, for all of our, for the baseball league, for all of our leagues, because the citizens of St. Cloud pay for the baseball fields, but Osceola County has 67% of the players that play in Little League. And the county said, no, you cannot do that. Although I wanted to do that, it got shot down. So I hear you loud and clear, but I wasn't able to do that because I felt that the people in the Little League that didn't live in St. Cloud should pay more because our taxpayers pay more for the Little League. And the county told me I could not do that. So yes, I tried it. It did not work. Please believe me, if you want to come along with me and try to talk to the county about it, I will. But that was one of the first things I did over 3.5 years ago, and I got shot down.
And to answer your question, there are different fees for residents and non-residents who rent facilities.
Yeah, so
But further clarification, the non-resident rate is outside of Osceola County.
That's correct.
Through this proposed
Through this-
resolution,
yes.
we are equalizing the price of St. Cloud residents with all of Osceola County residents. The only people paying the non-resident rate are those outside of Osceola County.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Paul.
I think there was one more.
Anyone else in the audience like to speak?
I'm also short. Haley Revels, 5186 Flycatcher Court. I am the homeschool group that you referenced earlier, and I'll come up and speak about that later, but I wanted to offer a proposal to the discussion that our group is all about giving back to the community and leaving things absolutely better than we found them. So if we could come together with some kind of group similar to Hopkins Park, to where we are like the stewards and come in and pick up and volunteer our time to do that, I just want to enter that into the discussion as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right. Anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item? City Attorney.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So we have a motion already on the table that would be to increase all the deposits related to the pavilion to twice the rental rate. That
For
was-
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Well, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, and that's, I think, we want to amend some of that language, right?
Just Friday.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but up to 10 people. Not.
I think we're
How
getting
do we-
confused on
That's-
what
that's
the
what I'm
rental
trying-
is versus the,
I mean, it's staff's recommendation, if you want to increase the rental for the units, anybody that rents the unit, whether they rent it in any day, wherever it is, that they pay a deposit, and that the deposit would be, based on what the council just said, the double amount of the rental rate. The other issue regarding the requirement to rent a pavilion other than the 200-person pavilion, basically use it on a first-come, first-served basis. If it's not being used under a permit, that would be the program you would look at, only apply on weekends and holidays, and we'd look at it in another 90 days.
Okay, so there is a pavilion available where a citizen and their family could just go and sit down and eat and not be charged, or?
not on a Friday through
Not-
Sunday based on what,
But Monday
here.
through Friday, Monday through Friday, they can do that.
correct,
Right.
as long as it's not someone who's.
Monday through Thursday, yes.
Correct, as long as it's someone who's not operating a commercial business, for-profit business.
Right, so that would be the trial point to put that in place to apply Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And holidays.
and
How many
holidays.
pavilions do we have out there?
At Chisholm?
Just at Chisholm,
3, right?
9?
10?
9 total.
See what I know.
So,
But only one very large 200 capacity one.
so we're only talking about the 200 one.
No, we're
Talking
talking
all
about
the
the smaller
pavilions.
ones.
Yeah, and that's where I get a little heartburn with that. If somebody's out there and they just, even on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, if nobody's using it and they just want to sit down and eat.
That's where we're running into the problems.
Yeah.
Is instead of it being just somebody sitting down to eat, it's a big group that's showing up and causing trash or damage or additional people that are out there.
What are your thoughts?
So that's why I said more than 10. If it's more than 10, then it's a party.
Okay.
Yeah.
10 or less, they don't need a permit. Is that what we're saying? Is that okay?
Monday through Thursday?
No, all the way through, right?
Yeah, even on the weekends, right? Is that?
If it's less than 10, yes. If it's more than 10,
How
yes, they need to rent it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we
That-
expect them to be good stewards of the area and the park and.
But keep in mind, this is only just a trial for 3 months to
Correct.
see how it's gonna work. It's
Correct.
nothing permanent
Right.
right
And I did
now.
want to point out still that the no commercial businesses is still, that's separate from this.
That's separate. Yeah, obviously, we don't want anybody advertising a business out there or exchange of money. And I understand there's the homeschool groups during the week, but that's a topic for another day. Obviously, that does not apply to this. So, let's go ahead and restate that motion. City Attorney, you had some of the language.
Well, the only formal motion was to basically provide that the deposits for the pavilions would be twice the rental rate, right? That was the motion. We talked about a trial program which would apply Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, where groups more than 10 would have to rent any of the pavilions, I'm assuming anywhere in the city.
We were focusing on Chisholm Park
Okay.
for right now.
This is
Just
Chisholm Park right
clarify,
now.
just Chisholm Park then.
3 months, right?
Yes.
All right, would you like to make that motion again?
You can just say so moved.
Just so-
if it
So
works.
moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Paul, second from Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
We didn't even do that.
Call this meeting back to order. All right, we are still on the consent agenda, and it is only 8:45. Thank you to everybody that's hanging in there tonight. Some glasses to read what I'm doing. All right, we're going to go back to the consent agenda, and that was, we've already voted on consent agenda item 2. Anyone in the council like to pull any other item on the consent agenda?
Mayor, if I would like to pull a consent agenda number 3, because it coincides with what we talked about earlier.
Yes, sir. All right, Deputy Mayor Gilbert, would you like to speak on that?
Yeah, as we spoke of earlier, the building of the facility, but the resolution for the agreement between the license agreement between City of St. Cloud and Boys and Girls Club, I'd like to pull that from the agenda to a later time. So it adds up to the first 8 months of the 6 months that we push back the building of the facilities, sir.
Okay, so you want to move the award of that project, you said 6 months?
I wanted to coincide with the other, I don't know, did we vote on it, Mayor, for 6 or 8 months? I know Ms. Paul said 6 months, and I didn't know what we went with that.
Councilmember Irvin?
With respect, I just want to say, since the money's already bonded and being in the construction industry, I know 6 to 8 months from now, the construction cost, who knows where they're going to be, could be double, could be triple. I don't think it would be beneficial to the city to put this off if we're going to build it anyways. But that would be my only counterpoint, but I'll yield back to you.
Councilmember Fletcher?
I would be in favor of it moving forward.
Councilmember Paul?
In favor of moving forward.
Okay. And it's full plans, because I know you had spoken about possibly downsizing or looking at the plans again. What are your, moving forward as is?
I get, I mean, if it's already bonded and, I mean, we just move forward with it. I don't know if we, at this point, can look at the plans again to maybe downsize. I don't know.
City Manager?
I can point out that of the $10 million contract, the building is $6 million.
Okay. And this contract is for the entire project, right?
Yes, sir.
Outside, inside?
Fields.
The building?
Mhm. And I'm sorry if I may. So if the city had moved forward with Boys and Girls Club this evening, we were going to do a change order to remove portions of this. We would no longer need the security cameras, for instance. So it is potentially tied to whatever use is in there, because there was going to be a potential savings in the construction costs.
Okay. Did you make a motion, Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
I did not.
Okay.
Nor am I
All
going
right.
to.
That's fine. Would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? Yes, sir.
My name is Alex Rodriguez, 2517 Bull Rush Drive, and I wrote out something that I wanted to share with you guys. A lot of things may have changed, a lot of questions may have changed because you all have answered a lot, and you motioned to push it back 6, 8 months, whatever the case may have been. So I'll start with this. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alex Rodriguez. I want to say up front, I'm in support of investment in our youth. I appreciate the mission of the Boys and Girls Club. My questions are about accountability, transparency, and protecting taxpayer dollar. The city is investing over $10 million to construct Hopkins Park Community Center with a total project around 13.7 and a proposed 50-year agreement. I'd appreciate clarification on financials, which have already been done, right? We have a bond, we have debt that we acquired already. So with that question being done, and I know they're using fire and police impact, and I don't know if our financial director may answer this, can that be offset to the complex? That is an option, right, that you guys will still have to vote on. Can even that bond that we already acquired be used for the complex if you guys vote yes on that? Alongside that, measurable performance standards, will they be required each year for the Boys and Girls Club, and annual reports and outcomes to present publicly? If standards are met, what enforcements or terminations options does the city have? I know I read it was about 190 days for termination, but what other options do they have? If so, and will the facility be available for public to rent? If so, who receives the revenue, the city or the organization? And how does the offset to the public investment? Why a 50-year term instead of a shorter with scheduled reviews? I support investing in our kids, and I just believe that when the public puts it in this kind of money, we deserve clear answers and measurable results. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, yeah, that agreement is not regarding this item number, but the park is. Councilmember Paul. No, that's it. You're good. Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good? Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Oh, I'm sorry, did I put? I'm sorry,
right.
Mayor.
I think there's still a lot of questions here, especially to see what we're gonna downsize. I would like to just move this to the next council meeting so I can get some more information on the scope of this project. Maybe we could phase it out and do the outside first. What are y'all's thoughts on that? I'm not saying no, let's not do it. I'm saying, you know, with everything that's been said here tonight and with if we go at full board and we have to build this and the property tax reform does pass, then we do have to do an agreement with an outside entity or we close the doors of the facility. We can't afford $300,000 a year to operate this thing if we build it. So if we pull the trigger on this now, then we're essentially saying we know it's going to, that we're going to do an agreement with an outside entity. You know, I'm not saying that we're not, I'm just saying that we're already making that decision. So I just think we need to gather some more information. Maybe we could have some other ideas with staff and city manager.
Sorry, I think I didn't want to interrupt your
No,
thought
you're good,
process.
yeah.
I just wanted to add some additional information, just so that council was clear. I did approve the PO earlier this week for the trailer that was going to be used for the summer camp in anticipation of the construction, because it's part of the approved project that city council had already approved. So I just wanted to I think it's a lease, and I think we may be tied in at this point. We could try to get out of it.
What do you say, the trailer for the summer camp?
Because the site was going to be under construction, the building was going to be demolished,
Summer camp's
not summer
almost
camp,
over,
I'm
isn't
sorry, after-school program, for the after-school program. We were renting a trailer for the after-school program.
We're gonna have those kids in a trailer?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I mean, I don't think that should be the determining factor whether we spend $13 million right now, just because there's a trailer sitting out there. I mean, I just think that's, but I don't think it hurts waiting 30 days to our next council meeting to make a decision either. Any thoughts?
I will make a motion to continue it.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Paul to continue it to the next council meeting.
Yes.
Motion from Councilmember Paul. I'll go ahead and second that motion. Will the clerk please call roll?
Councilmember Fletcher?
No.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
All right. All right, rest of the consent agenda. Can we get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember.
Second.
Councilmember Fletcher, were you?
No, I don't even know why I did that.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Urban, second from Deputy Mayor Gilbert. Will the clerk please call the roll? I'm sorry. I want to ask again, because I don't know if we did it an hour and a half ago. Did I ask for public comment Anyone in the audience like to speak on any other item on the consent agenda? Yes, sir. Come on up. This is on the consent agenda.
That's number 9.
Number 9, yes, sir.
Okay. It's Richard Collins. I'm at 2080 Emperor Drive, Kissimmee, being annexed in to St. Cloud. Okay. Happy to meet all of you. Mayor, city mayor, city manager, and council. Everyone in our community is a little up in arms, and I'll explain why very quickly. We received notices that our streetlights are going to be turned off October 1st. Okay? So the safety and well-being of everybody and all of the elderly that's in there now is going to be at risk. Okay? The information that we were sent out originally did not have Cane Brake on it with its expenditures. It included 3 other developments. So you have someone like me that's going on 64 years old. I'm going through my mail. I'm with Kissimmee. I have something that comes in from St. Cloud that says, oh, these other 4 areas and developments, and there's going to be these costs. Well, that doesn't pertain to me. It's just garbage mail. It went into the garbage. And that's basically what 90% of the people in my development did. They did not send this survey that they received back to the city of St. Cloud. And this survey was for our streetlights to be kept on. There's a 20-foot easement that's by Neptune Road to be mowed. And I believe the pond is being maintained by Toho anyway. But these areas were not addressed. We were never given any cost until you dig deep. For the last 30-some years, we've had a line item called Cane Brake, and it was $191, basically. And that included the mowing and the streetlights. Now, we have a letter from the city of St. Cloud stating that our streetlights and landscape buffer alongside Neptune Road is going to cost each homeowner $91.34. Huh? Not a bad idea, right? Because the city of St. Cloud got a better deal. Congratulations. The one thing that's troubling about this is, along with these notices, it's stating that if not 50% of the community approves this, that the recommendations is to form an HOA, which we are not an HOA. That's what the people that live in that development want, is they do not want an HOA. Or hire someone else to take care of the services so that they have an address to mail the bills. Someone's going to have to write the checks, and someone's going to have to collect the money from all the residents. And you know that person's going to have to be paid, so there's another expense. So basically, it's basically an HOA without documents. So some of the concerned citizens in the neighborhood went around house by house to speak to whoever was there. If it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon and they weren't home yet.
Can you give it to the clerk, please, if you'd like to give that up? Are you going to provide that for the record?
Yeah.
All right.
61%.
Oh, you gotta wait till you get back to the microphone. You can hand it, but when you keep talking, you gotta get back to the mic.
61% of the homes approved this. Now, it was with the help of Kevin that we were able to get this done, because we had to take and get it revised to just include cane break. All we have is two things: streetlights and a 20-foot easement off of Neptune Road. That's it. We don't have entrances, we don't have pools, we don't have community centers, we don't have anything. That's it. So Kevin got us the information to put on the survey, and we went door to door, and the people said yes, because that they understood. Okay? I don't know if this has already been discussed and agreed upon, but
We haven't done that yet. We're voting on it tonight.
Well, not exactly.
What's that?
You're not final, there's no final vote being taken on this tonight.
Okay.
But the one thing that I have now as a future resident of St. Cloud is I'm going to just make it kind of clear that as a resident there for 35 years, and to receive a notice that my streetlights are going to be turned off as of October 1st, 26.
Well, hold on one second, sir. Did you say we've already worked up, because you got the votes from your or from your community saying this is the route they want to go?
I have 61% of the community.
Okay, so I
Some
think,
of them are rentals, and some of them weren't home when we were there.
all right, so what's the problem now? Is there a problem now, or is that, you just didn't like the letter from back then?
Well, this is a letter that's back then, that this is a letter that's from St. Cloud,
Okay.
and it's stating October 1st. So this is in the future.
Okay.
I don't
I'll let the
want
city
our lights
attorney
to go
speak
down.
to this real quick here, Richard.
Well, again, this is the special assessment process. This is the first step of the special assessment process. The city, under its code, has an ability to put a special assessment in place to be able to do this. What the city has done historically, as essentially a courtesy to the individuals that are typically involved in them, they polled them or surveyed them to say, hey, do you want this? To do that, because typically prior councils have said, we don't want to go through this whole process, have staff do this, unless we know that the people that are going to be impacted by this are okay with having a special assessment, because again, these are assessments that only apply to this gentleman's subdivision, right? So that first step, those letters, were all part of the circumstances that, because of the transition with the annexation and how the county eliminated the MSTU, which they were previously be paying on it, unfortunately, the situation was that if these assessments weren't in place, then the rest of the city taxpayers would be having to pay for their streetlights, or the streetlights would have to be shut off. But again, this is the first step. On August 20th, it'll come back if the council approves this resolution, and then that'll be when the final action will be taking place.
So what you're saying, if we pass this and we pass the next one, their streetlights won't be cut off October 1st?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So
Yes.
you are actually speaking in favor of this?
Yes, I am.
So you're,
I'm in favor of it. I'm letting the council know that we went around and we're trying to do good and explain to our neighbors, because when we spoke with our neighbors, they did not understand what they received.
Yeah.
Okay? And once Kevin revised it to where it only included cane brake, they were all for it. And they do not want an HOA in this area.
yeah. And this
Okay.
process is new to us too. Obviously, this, with the annexing of that area, this is the first time we've had to do something like this.
And quite frankly, myself, I was a little displeased with how our annexation went, because I went from a $9 water bill now to a $102 water bill. And these are people that are almost all living on Social Security. And the reason for this is somewhere along the line, someone dropped the ball between the county and the city of St. Cloud, because none of these ad valorem fees were on last year's taxes. So now we have to play catch-up. And instead of putting a one-time ad valorem fee on the taxes, okay, to make up for whatever happened, now this is on the water bills and also the garbage and the stormwater.
Okay.
And it's not only a one-time fee.
I'm going to ask for clarification on that, Richard, from our city manager. Do you understand what he's referring to?
I think he's talking about the city bills our city services on the Toho water bill. And I think I had notified the council that there was an error when they were annexed. Toho did test the system. It did work in the test, but when they implemented the bills, for some reason, solid waste didn't show up, so they did have to go back and back bill those people, so.
Okay, so they weren't charged. It's not like they were charged more. They were just not charged and then charged. They
Correct.
caught up. So,
Right, so I guess my question is to the council is, when we were annexed in from the county to the city of St. Cloud, all of the ad valorem taxes that were already in present there for the last 30 years, why did not they carry over?
city
When
attorney.
you were in the county, none of your taxes went to the city of St. Cloud. So for those 30-year period, the city got none of your taxes. They all went to the county.
That's what I'm saying. They
But
went
the
to the
county,
they went to
the county would
county.
have, the county would have had to give those taxes to the city, and the county did not agree to do that.
No.
Yeah.
No, we're on two wavelengths. Because taxes are paid in arrears. Okay, so when we pay our taxes, our property tax, the ad valorem that's underneath there is not our property tax. Those are actually assessments that's placed on there, like from the council. What I am asking is not a why or anything. This is just letting you know that the citizens in that development and surrounding developments have been a little upset because when this annexation took place, this never carried through. You know, the
Right.
stormwater was on the taxes.
All right. It seems like you know a lot about this situation, but I'd love for you to maybe meet with the city manager or some of her staff and talk about this further. Can we get him a business card? Scott,
I haven't.
you have Scott's or any of theirs? Okay.
We've
Yep.
met prior, and I'll be happy to have actually our finance director talk with him outside, it might be.
Yeah, because we're kind of trailing off the actual item, and we need to get moving on voting on the item itself, so. We appreciate you coming up here, Richard. Thank you very much, sir.
And our finance director's gonna meet you outside.
All right, anyone else in the audience like to speak on any of the items on the consent agenda? Can I get a motion?
Motion approved.
Motion approved, Councilmember.
Well, hang
Erb.
on, Mayor.
Oh, we
Mayor.
got another one. Come on up. Name and address for the record, please.
Jonathan Folian, 2305 Emperor Drive, Kissimmee, Florida, 34744. Just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding what this resolution is about. This is about adding.
This
a
number
tax-
9 you're speaking of?
Yes, still number 9, yeah.
Okay.
This is adding to our taxes for the Canebrake neighborhood. So we do not have to have an HOA.
That's correct.
Just want to make sure that that is my understanding of what's going on. If that's the case, then I understand that we got to pay our bills, so absolutely, I'm not a fan of taxes. I don't think anybody is, but, you know, this is a way that the neighborhood wants to have it as the paperwork that we just filed shows. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Anyone else in the audience like to speak on any item on the consent agenda?
The same thing for the Canebrake. Steve Moore, 2320 Emperor Drive. When we got all annexed into the city, it seems like it didn't really matter. When I spoke last time, it really didn't seem to matter that we're going to get annexed no matter what. And you stuck us with this, having to figure out how we could go around the neighborhood and say, we don't have an HOA. I'm saying to the next community that you do this to, don't do it to them, what you did to us. Just annex us in and say, now you got to figure out what we're going to do with our community. Spending our time trying to figure out how we're going to get access to funds to pay our bills for our community. That's what I just want to bring up, that another community that you're going to go all the way to Harmony, you're going to have 3 or 4 or 5 other of these communities, the same thing that you did to us. So think about it before you go and annex them. Make sure you got all your ducks in a row so you don't make them feel bad like you did us.
Yes, sir. Please go to Osceola County and ensure they don't do this to you again. Appreciate that, sir. That was, they dissolved that district over there. That's why we had to do this. Anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item? Yep, come on up.
I'm sorry, it's the same.
Nope, just come on up. I need your name and address for the record, please, sir, for the folks watching at home.
I'm Chris Thompson, 2313 Emperor Drive, Kissimmee, 34744. It's the same thing, and I'm just trying to understand what happened, because we were annexed. Why weren't the ad valorem taxes still on the thing?
City attorney.
Okay, so these are not ad valorem taxes.
Right.
Okay.
Let's start with that.
Okay.
Okay? When the county decided that you needed to have certain maintenance issues that are typically handled by homeowners associations, what's typically referred to as common areas, landscaping, street lighting, those kind of things. Because your subdivision did not have a homeowners association, the best that we can understand is sometime in the past, the county created what's called an MSTU, Municipal Service Taxing Unit. What that is, that allows the county to basically annually assess you for the costs to do the work that homeowners associations typically do. And then people that live in homeowners in subdivisions that have HOAs pay those as part of their homeowners association dues. So what the county did is they created an MSTU, and for years you were paying very similar costs on your tax bill through an MSTU. When the annexation happened in the city, the county, frankly, without notice to the city, and contrary to an agreement we had, terminated that MSTU, and it really just frankly expected the city to take over these expenses. So the mayor said earlier.
Steve, did you understand that?
The mayor said earlier, you should go talk to the county. The county is that started this whole moving by not following an agreement that the city had. At that time, frankly, in my estimation, the city had 1 or 2 choices. We could fight with the county, or we could determine a way to allow these residents to essentially pay for their maintenance that as similarly to how they were doing it in the past. The city does not have an ability to create an MSTU. What we have is the ability to create a special assessment, which is what this process is. So basically, it's replacing the MSTU that you had in the county for all those years with a special assessment, and this is the first step in it. So at the end of the day, you won't have to worry about paying the bills, and the work will get done.
It'll be on the
Tax rolls.
tax.
Right.
Okay, that was our big concern, because when we met at Neptune Middle School, I asked the question, how is this going to affect our overall taxes? Because we are being told that we're paying it individually now. That's what we were told at Neptune, that we were going to be billed individually.
I was at that, I believe I was at
That's
that
what-
meeting.
And I asked, I said, how come it's not still on our tax bill?
City manager.
And they were saying, well, because it's different than taxes. And I went, I understand it's different
All
than
right,
taxes.
let me let city manager speak now.
So the original direction from the city council was that the council did not want us to become an HOA and doing the billing. We had the meeting with the residents, and it was very clear that the residents wanted me to come back to the city council and ask you to please help with the special assessment process.
Okay.
And I came back, I told you about the meeting, and it was a hard meeting. It was a very hard meeting. But I left with friends, surprisingly, after such a hard meeting.
This was the second meeting, so I
This-
wasn't.
Right,
at
this
that
was the
one.
second
Okay.
meeting. I came back, spoke to the city council and said, you know, the residents, they're asking for us to please consider doing a special assessment instead. City council agreed to do it if we got over 50%. The residents started working on it. We did get over 50% in the other subdivision. Canebrake, we did not. And there was the door-to-door effort. I came back to the city council and said, I understand they're just not getting 50%, but, you know, they're asking for help. The city council, I think at the time, they might have been at 40%, and you had said, we'll work with them. And at the same time, they came back and said that they had reached the 50%. So it
Now
was a
we're at
win
62.
all the way around.
Right.
So I just want to point out, it was actually a great lesson in showing how government works for the people, right? You guys gave direction, people spoke, we came back, council reconsidered, and now we're taking the steps to put it in place. It was painful for everybody, but I'm glad we're at this point. that it's
It was a
moving
learning
forward.
curve. We've not gone through this before, so.
Everybody's just concerned that it's going to be on the property. It gets paid once a year, basically.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Urban.
They will receive another notice of another
Well,
hearing.
and just make sure the members of the community know, you are going to be individually mailed a notice that's going to have the assessment in, and on August 20th, there'll be another hearing when the final assessment will be presented, assuming you pass this resolution.
All right.
Oh, just wanted to welcome everyone in the Canebrake community to the city of St. Cloud. Fun fact, I was actually born in Canebrake 35, almost 36 years ago, and moved to St. Cloud proper when I was 1, and now it's part of the city of St. Cloud, so I've lived in St. Cloud my whole life.
Okay. Anyone else in the audience like to speak on any item on the consent agenda? Casey, you want to talk anymore? Are you good? Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved from Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Man, who put this agenda together? All right. Next up, we have, sorry, citizens forum. Any person who desires to comment on any item not on this agenda is provided this opportunity to address the city council. Each person is requested to complete a sign-in form to be provided to the presiding officer prior to or as soon as practical thereafter the person addresses the council. Teresa Melhot. She went to bed. Nope, she's here. Oh, I love your shirt.
Teresa Melhot, 2924 Cool Breeze Circle, St. Cloud, Florida, 34769. As a citizen, I just want to say that the 4th of July was amazing, and you all knocked it out of the ballpark. But I also want to say I was down there on the 5th for the seafood, Main Street Seafood Bowl, and I couldn't find a piece of litter anywhere. And me and a few other people were talking about that the Parks and Rec Department, I don't know what they did down there, but they must have raked everything. I mean, seriously, or got on their hands and knees. They did a terrific job. The
That
city of
was Chief
St.
Gerke. He stayed there all night picking up
The
trash in a
city of
bucket.
St. Cloud did
Yeah.
a terrific job, and the Parks and Rec did.
Yes, they did.
So I want to get that out of the way, but I also believe in if you do something wrong, you should apologize. And I made a post when I was emotionally worked up that cast maybe some questionable things that might have looked like I was casting aspersions onto you, the city council. And I apologize for that, those that saw the post.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Thank you.
I'm not perfect. I strive to be perfect, but Lord knows I fall down every day. Just get back up. But anyway, I do believe when you say something and then you have a chance to reflect on that, how it could hurt people. So I just want to say I'm sorry. And it was on my personal page, and then I kind of shared it around. But I was emotionally worked up thinking I was back with other city councils, and I wasn't anymore. So trust and transparency, and you
Thank
all
you.
are doing a good job.
Thank you, Teresa. We love you. Thank you very much. All right, next up we have, sorry, I can't read. Haley Revels.
picked a fun meeting to come to tonight. So thank you for your time and your patience in hearing everybody still. I wrote something out so I wouldn't miss anything. So good evening, Mayor Robinson and City Council members. My name is Haley Revels, and I live at 5186 Flycatcher Court. I'm a resident, an active duty military spouse, and a mother of 2 kiddos who are doing great back there tonight. My spouse has more than 15 years of active duty service in the Air Force and the Space Force. I hold a master's degree in governmental and nonprofit accounting, and I want to mention those things because I want it to be clear that public service and contributing to something larger than ourselves is very deeply ingrained in our family's values. When military orders brought our family to Central Florida, we chose St. Cloud intentionally because of its small-town feel and family-centered environment. Those same values are what led me to help create a parent-led homeschool co-op for local families. Homeschooling never really stops, so even tonight, our kids are here all night. They've been here watching and listening and learning. They're learning how local government works and how to speak up respectfully and how to advocate for something they believe in. Our co-op is a group of parents who come together to teach our kids, share knowledge, and more importantly, build community. We focus on outdoor learning so our kids can get outside and spend more time moving and exploring rather than being behind screens all day. Families all jointly contribute financially toward curriculum, supplies, activities, field trips, and other experiences for our kids. We're simply just parents working together to give our kids an opportunity to learn together outdoors. Myself and some of our families are here tonight because we received conflicting interpretations of Ordinance 2026-26 passed at the June 11th meeting. Parks and Rec staff have told us that it applies to our group simply because families contribute financially, that we cannot meet at any public location or any park in St. Cloud. Based on the ordinance's intended purpose and the way our co-op actually operates, we respectfully disagree and are asking for clarification. We do not use any city property as our business address, nor have we ever advertised it as such. We do not collect any money on site, put up signs, or prevent the public from using the space in any way. We're simply local families who gather at the park so our children can learn outdoors together. I want to be clear that we fully support protecting public spaces from large companies that use taxpayer-funded property to generate large profits. Public property should not be taken advantage of, and I appreciate the city's responsibility and action in protecting it. But that is very clearly not what our families are doing. Our families are St. Cloud residents. We pay taxes that support these parks. As parents and the elected officials of our city, we both have a joint responsibility to work collaboratively to invest in our youth by giving them safe spaces to learn, spend time outdoors, and feel connected in their community. Our public spaces should be accessible to help make that investment possible. Like you spoke earlier, Mr. Gilbert, about making the investment in youth. We can do that for $0. My request tonight is simple. Please clarify whether this ordinance applies to our parent-led co-op using public spaces to homeschool our kids together. If the council determines that it does not apply, I respectfully ask for clarification in writing so our families can move forward with confidence in planning our school year. Thank you for your public service, your stewardship, and consideration, and I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Haley. Yeah, we spoke on the phone, obviously,
Correct.
about
Yep.
your, the homeschool group. I mean, obviously, I love that you have the kids out there learning in an outside environment. And this is some of the unintended consequences of these ordinances. And I hope we can find a way to work through this particular issue with y'all's. So you meet 3 or 4 days during the week. How many days at Chisholm Park do you meet?
Correct. Right now, we're planning to meet 3 or 4 days, and we're open to adjusting that or splitting it between different public spaces or whatever collaboratively we can come together to do. We definitely want to do that, but keep all of our families together in St. Cloud.
All right, City Attorney.
Yes, so when this ordinance was passed and was adopted at your last meeting, it was intended to address, as the speaker said, basically for-profit organizations that are basically using public property to make money. I think there's misconception about the ordinance. The ordinance does not prohibit that activity. What the ordinance says is that you need to have either a permit, an agreement, some sort of written authorization from the city to be able to do the activity. Now, I'm not disputing what she's saying. I do not know enough about their organization to make a determination about whether they are a commercial entity or not commercial entity. So if you're going to ask, I'm not prepared to make that clarification tonight as to their particular entity. I will tell you, the other side of it is they simply could come back to the city and talk about, okay, here's what we want to do, here's where we want to do it, and we could work on some sort of agreement. because that's what's provided for in the ordinance.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that good? You sit down with staff and explain your whole organization
And what they need,
And
and
what
where
you
they
need.
need it.
Right, right, definitely, I'm open to that.
And that's not a bad idea if you broke it up into, 2 days over here, 2 days at another
Mhm.
facility. And are there other facilities you meet at other than Chisholm?
We're open to anywhere that is outdoor with a table and a bathroom. That's literally our requirement, so just get our kids outdoor learning together. That's it.
Love it. Do you ever take them out there to Peghorn Park and
We've
explore that?
we've done Peghorn Park, and that's a really great park as well. so.
That's cool. No, I love it when our families go out there or the schools take the kids out on
Mhm.
field trips and that's great that, every one of y'all's are outside, right? That's
Right.
okay. Yeah, please meet with staff. You've got all their contact information.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely reach out and we'll get something together.
Awesome.
I appreciate your help.
Thank
Thank
you,
you so
Hannah.
much, all of you
Appreciate it.
guys, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Evie Roderick. Is this all related to the homeschool? Okay, so we need to speak on that. Autumn as well? Okay. Grayson? Is that with your group too? Okay. So we're all good with Sasha Sellis? Same. Ruby Lilly? Bridget Lilly? Candy Clark?
Not the same.
Not the same, okay. Jim's not the same. He's got flowers for us or something. What about, nope, okay. All right, thank y'all very much. Yeah, Haley, come on up again. That's fine.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, because we've already met with Councilmember Urban and the Parks and Rec Director. I've already had several conversations with them. Can you give me clear direction on what I would need to do or the path I would need to take to do this?
Scott, would you like to meet with her or somebody else in City Hall to go through?
We have her contact information.
Okay, they'll reach out to you.
Okay, because I just want to clarify that, like, what the ordinance suggests is that if there's any kind of financial activity that I have to do a 75-25 split with the city, is there another opportunity to get a different written agreement other than that?
That's where you sit down with the deputy city manager and he can work on that
I
with
just
you.
wanted to clarify.
Yep.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yep.
Thank you.
They'll work on something, they'll present it back to us and.
Got it. Okay, great.
So-
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
We may not present it back to you.
Or may not, but we definitely want it, that's a good thing. He's not saying a bad thing. He's saying, they
I'm saying
can
you
work
may
it
not have
out.
to hear it again.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
they can work it out administratively. All right. Jim, I'm going to leave you for last because I'm sure you like to talk a lot. I've seen your videos. John Dorsey.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. For the record, I am John Dorsey, 1231 17th Street. And the reason I am here is because of a 36-inch storm drain pipe at the end of Pennsylvania Avenue and 17th Street. The pipe is dumping trash into the canal. And before I get to my question, I want to thank all the council members for coming out and meeting me to show them the pipe that's dumping trash into the canal. Thank you all.
Yes, sir.
The question is, has the council been able to talk to the road department to fix this issue?
I know I've spoken with city manager and we've spoken with with Kevin. I don't know where we've landed at. I know that there's been a few options that's been discussed. City manager, would you like to add to that?
So, yes, I sent a memo to the city council that was prepared by our public works director. And in short, the FDOT ditch is not our ditch. And the potential solutions really are the responsibility of DOT. But if the city council wanted to try the solutions that Mr. Feldblinger identified, and he can come discuss, he's concerned that it's going to cause a flooding problem.
Okay. Have we spoken with DOT on that to see if they would be willing to do something?
Mr. Feldblinger did, and can I ask him to come up
Sure.
and brief the city council?
All right.
So this one's working. Kevin Pellblinger, Public Works Director. Yes, I did speak to DOT. Like I said, they are currently in the process of doing monthly cleanings of the ditch. They've been coming out, being able to do that, be able to help with those areas. They said that they have spoken to Mr. Dorsey about other options to be able to help on some of their other pipes, but there's nothing that's been budgeted. They've discussed solutions, but they don't have budgets to be able to implement any of those right now. And so like I said, short of them doing monthly cleanings, that's all that they were able to commit to, and that's what they currently are doing with the ditch.
Mr. Dorsey, in your conversation with DOT?
Yes, on that one, DOT said that the city of St. Cloud owns that particular pipe, and they're responsible for all the other pipes on the Peghorn Canal there. And they said they were good for putting nets over all their pipes when I mentioned that idea. And I told them what the county said about, the city, about saying that it would cause flood problems. And they disagreed with me on that, because it's just a 36-inch pipe.
The DOT disagree with you or with our assessment?
Disagree with the assessment that it would flood.
Okay.
They said it's just a net. Those nets are specifically made to bleed out, so they don't. So all they do is catch trash, and it just has to be maintained. And they were saying that they don't think that the city wants to maintain it.
Okay.
That's their issue there. But they're willing to put nets over all their pipes all the way down the length of the canal. They told me, they said, we'll work with you, just like we did with the riprap. And so.
What's the difference between this pipe and their pipes?
I don't know.
What pipes are theirs?
This pipe was installed, I believe, Kevin would probably know better, probably 5 years ago when they installed the new sidewalk on 17th Street. That pipe went in. And ever since then, I've been picking out trash constantly out of that canal there. And it's all built up on Missouri Avenue on the 800 house there. And there's a 100-foot section of trash stuck at the Missouri Avenue culvert and 40 feet wide, bottles, garbage, you name it. And it's all come out of that one pipe there on the end of Pennsylvania Ave. I watch it flow by my house day in and day out after every single rainstorm. And I had my own nets there catching it. And all it takes is a net, and for somebody to just, be responsible enough to maintain it. Someone comes out maybe once every 3 months, and I even offered to monitor it and call you when it gets half full or something like that. I'm all up to doing my part, and this is a very simple project here, and I think this is just a scare tactic not to do it, saying, oh, the town's gonna flood because we're gonna put a net, not a steel door over this 36-inch pipe, just a net to catch some trash that comes down. But it makes a big mess, and let me tell you, we get dirty diapers too, and that comes floating by my front door, 100 feet from my front door, where the canal comes by. I walk out every day, and you see trash coming by out of this pipe. And the only reason you haven't heard about it is because I'm the only one in that particular area that sees it. Everyone else lives a lot further backwards from this canal.
And that water kind of flows right through your property.
Right through my property. That's another thing. The canal is basically a borderline between everyone else's property, so they don't see it. It's basically like a fence no one sees. But on my property, it comes right through the middle. And we're just talking
Let me
a
ask
a
Kevin.
simple net, even try it, experiment, but that's where it's all coming from. That one pipe that was installed 5 years ago when they installed that sidewalk.
Yeah, and I went out there and I did see a concentration of garbage directly across from where that pipe shoots out, especially when the waters are higher and
Yep.
it gets caught up in the brush right there.
And I talked to the superintendent about a year ago. I could never get him to, he doesn't have an email address or a text. He would only talk to me, the superintendent, Scott Adams. And he was on the phone with me, and he wasn't too nice about it. He says, "We're not doing it because I'm not going to be emptying the damn thing out all the time." I was like, "Oh, okay." And and then I let it ride for a while. I picked it out. I cleaned it. You saw the net I had across my telescoping pole to pick it out. I showed everyone that came out there. And I've been doing my best to pick it out. And I'm 63 now, and I don't want to fall in that creek picking out trash anymore. And it's getting worse and worse and worse. And I'm like, we're in the 21st century now. we can't get this little bit of trash from coming out of this pipe constantly.
Yeah. Kevin?
It's very disturbing.
Thank you, John. We spoke about this briefly. You mentioned, John, you seem to think it's a simple fix. Is it simple to put a net on?
No, it's not, because anytime you put any kind of restrictions over a pipe, it does cause upstream effects or downstream effects from it both ways. Like I said, it ends up restricting the flow. Another issue that's there is we were reported to the DEP, so we went out and did an extensive investigation along this entire pipe along there, and the majority of the pipes, or the majority of the inlets going into it, actually have grates on. They're ditch bottom inlets. They aren't standard inlets that allow for stuff like this. Talking about these ditch bottom inlets that allow for the water to go into the pipe system, they have grates that are about that big. So styrofoam cups aren't going in there. Into the inlets along that area there. And so, like I said, so that's what we've been working with the DEP as this has been elevated to their level. Like I said, you see the cups that are being pushed across from there is, like I said, it's an open ditch. And the water that comes out of there, it's a possibility that the cups are coming down the ditch and the water, and since it's perpendicular to it, pushes it across when it comes out of the pipe. It doesn't mean that it's coming out of the pipes. There's a long area along there. I know Mr. Dorsey has gone along and helped do litter control along along 17th Street. When I spoke to him, he's saying that he went and did that. But the issue is even if you did something at that pipe, it's not the only point where any kind of litter can enter the ditch, and I guess that's one of my concerns also. But like I said, whenever you put any kind of cover over the front of it, like I said, it does cause there to be a chance during peak storms that is going to cause stuff to back up. And like I said, one of the main areas that this drains from is 192, and people have lived here long enough. It's almost during the summer when we get those red spots set up over 192. 192 has a tendency of going underneath water, and if you restrict the flow for it to be able to go out there, it's a possibility that it is going to become worse.
All right, over near Indiana, I just now pulled up Google Earth real quick, I'm sorry. It looks like the school district, they've piped and covered over a portion of their ditch. Is there any way of doing that in the future? Is that something that we've looked at?
Well, I say,
Are there any plans for 17th Street?
It's a DOT ditch. The DOT, when I spoke to them, does not have any plans to be able to do that. They do not have any funding for nets. Like I said.
No, I'm talking about any redevelopment of that area, of that ditch.
I'm not aware of the DOT having any plans to be able to pipe in the ditch.
Okay, because I see it's just a short segment right there from the school district's, the high school parking lot, just to where it turns in on your property.
Correct.
That's where, along 17th there.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I've been watching that pipe for years now, and that pipe is the culprit. It's 80% of the problem. And this is just a scare tactic so they don't have to maintain that pipe, putting a net over it. They make these nets. I've seen them in San Antone. It's just like a condom with a band over it. You put over the pipe. It comes in different lengths, 2, 4, all the way up to 10 feet. So it doesn't go out into the canal and disturb any flow of water either. And it's a net. It's designed to bleed water quickly so it does not back up and cause floods. And to say a net is gonna flood the town on the other side because of this one pipe is ridiculous. We're talking a net, we're not talking some type of door, trap door, steel door. It's a net where water would just fly through it. All the garbage will get caught. And if it's maintained properly, which I believe the department does not want to do, they just want to stick a couple of no littering signs in the ground and walk away and forget about it. And that was an offer that I did get. And the first offer was, we don't have the money. And so I think it's not going to hurt to put one of these nets over it, and it's not going to back up, and it's not going to flood anything.
Is there any way of, as a trial, using a net and seeing what's the cost of these nets?
Like I said, just to put a net on there, that's not the way it's done. Like I said, I went in, like I said, during this time, I looked through it. There are ways. You have to be able to provide outlets, and you have to provide, and like I said, outlets are only, like I said, around it. You're going to have to armor the bank. Like I said, this is not just sticking a net on the end of a pipe. It's not that simple.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I've showed pictures when you came out, and I talked to the deputy mayor. I showed him pictures of nets that can be put over the pipe. And you just band them on there, like, it's almost.
Yeah, and I've seen pictures of that. City manager, can you ask Kevin to put together the process of what it takes? If it's not just a net with the banding.
So I will say, in the memo, he put the total estimated construction cost for installing a trash sock, which I believe is what we're talking about, in this location is between $100,000 to $148,000. The estimated cost for design and permitting is $75,000 to $100,000. Estimated cost for installing a trash sock material only is $500 to $3,000. The existing stormwater pipe would need to be modified to minimize the chances of upstream impacts. Estimated cost for pipe modification is $5,000 to $15,000. To protect the existing ditch bank, a head wall would need to be installed with a 36-inch pipe. The estimated cost for the head wall would be $20,000 to $30,000. Then the cost for cleaning the trash sock would be between $500 to $1,000 a cleaning. It would need to be serviced approximately 10 to 15 times a year for an annual cost of $5,000 to $15,000. I think that answers what your
So it's
what your
better
question
than
was.
just fill the ditch in.
Well, for
I
DOT
mean,
to
that's-
budget for it, I mean, I
So,
can go to the
In order
lobbyist.
to do a sock on there, you've got to go through all of that stuff.
Correct. They said
Trash
because you're modifying a stormwater system, you can't just slap a net on the end. They said that's not a proper way to be able to do that.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, but FDOT hasn't actually come out and formally looked at that particular pipe.
Okay.
And they told me they're willing to work with me on it, and I don't even know why we're talking about the FDOT, because the FDOT said this is St. Cloud's pipe.
Okay. If you have an appointment with them, I'd love to be out there and talk to them as well, and that way I can have a better understanding of this. Is
And,
that okay?
but FDOT won't touch it because it's St. Cloud's responsibility, they told me.
But they're going to sock the other ones they're talking about.
Well, that's what they told me.
Okay.
But the other ones are fine. This is the particular one that puts out 70–80% of the trash, since I've been monitoring this for years. Since that pipe has been installed, and it just can't have it spewing out trash all the time. The other pipes downstream, they don't do nearly, so I don't know what's going on underneath the road, but a lot of stuff goes into that piping system and comes out, and even the cups, I can tell you, come from the K store at the top of Michigan Avenue.
Okay.
That are coming out of there.
All right, council, this is, I thought Hopkins Park was a difficult one. What are your thoughts on this? We've all been out there? Are you gonna hit your light? Go ahead, Councilmember Urban.
Can we request a meeting with FDOT and our staff on site and kind of work together and see if we can come up with some kind of solution? Is that possible?
Good.
Yeah, and I'd like to ask for our lobbyists to help us encourage FDOT to do more and put it in their budget.
Sounds good.
Sure. Is that good? We're going to work with DOT and try to find a solution to this.
Okay, and
That's as good as we can do. I mean, that's
Right.
really the,
see you all next month.
yeah. No, our staff will definitely keep you up to speed on
Yeah.
how that goes, right?
Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you, John. I appreciate you.
Thank you,
coming here.
everybody.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we have Xiomara Love. I said it right, didn't I? It's because you spelled it out.
I know. I wanted to help. All right. Good evening, everyone, or good night, basically. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. My name is Xiomara Love. I am a resident of Canopy Walk, which is a community of 193 homes, and I currently serve as president of our homeowners association. Canopy Walk began development in 2017, when this area was primarily surrounded by orange groves and open space. Today, our community sits at the center of significant growth, such as residential developments, including future apartments, expanding schools, major roadway improvements, commercial projects, including the recently approved Walmart development. I want to be clear that our community is not opposing growth. We understand St. Cloud is growing, and we support responsible development. We also recognize that many of these projects bring value and opportunity to our city. However, the Walmart project has brought into focus a larger concern shared by many of our residents. Over the years, growth has continued to move closer and closer to our community. What was once open space around a community is now becoming schools, apartments, commercial development, and major traffic corridors. As development continues around us, my request this evening is simple. I respectfully ask the city to utilize every compatibility and buffering measure available under its code and ordinances to help protect the quality of life of the 193 families who call Canopy Walk home. Whether it be through landscaping, decorative masonry walls, traffic mitigation, lighting controls, or other reasonable compatibility measures, we simply ask that every opportunity be considered to lessen the impacts of the families of Canopy Walk. Canopy Walk is no longer on the edge of growth. We are increasingly surrounded by it. We support St. Cloud's future and want to remain part of that future. We simply ask that we simply ask that Canopy Walk remain part of the conversation as decisions are made about the development occurring around us. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Edward Nielsen.
Edward Nielsen, 1833 Ray Lilly Place, U.S. Army veteran. I spoke to the chief along with Ms. Paul. She's been helping me out significantly regarding traffic from Matter Academy coming through, using the Rain Lily Place to, as their way to exit to get to 192. I understand the safety of the school. We fully understand that, but living on Rain Lily Place, it's difficult for my wife to exit in the mornings when you have 40, 50, 60, 70 cars coming through Rain Lily because the school is refusing to go to the left to go back to 192, which I understand after speaking to the chief, the safety of the kids in that area. All I'm asking is if the city could consider on Rain Lily Place, they did I guess the city survey where they see how many vehicles pass through the neighborhood. Unfortunately, they put it on the pole, they turned it away from the street, and they did it when the school wasn't in session. So that's no reason for doing it. Of course, you're not gonna get the amount of cars that you have passing through the community while there is school in session. So all I'm asking is if the city could consider maybe putting some speed bumps on Rain Lily to slow the traffic down, because they come through there and Rain Lily like they're in Daytona 500.
Is that the one that connects to Puffin? Straight through the middle of it to Puffin Road, or no?
No, so it's North Tyson. They go up on North Tyson North, and then they turn into Canopy Walk, the second exit in Canopy
The
Walk.
second one
Yeah.
going north?
Yes.
And then they head out?
And then they come down Rain Lily and head back south to go towards 192.
Okay.
So we're just asking that maybe they do the measurements during the school times, and as we know, Matter Academy is getting bigger. So now instead of 60 cars there, and the police has been doing their best diligence, putting officers there, but of course, when you have a marked police car, you're gonna slow down. You don't have a marked police car, you're gonna be flying through the community. And numerous mornings, my wife has, and other people in Rain Lily has been trying to leave, and and the parents are just disrespectful. They shout at you when you ask them to slow down. And me being a veteran with PTSD triggers, especially when I'm protecting my wife and other members of the thing. So we're asking if consideration could be put just on Rain Lily, put like 4 speed bumps to slow the traffic down as they come through there. And like I said, the police has been doing a great job. They get out there when they can. Unfortunately, sometimes they get out there at after 8 o'clock when the traffic is from 7:30 to 8. And all I'm asking is for consideration to have some kind of speed bumps or something to slow the traffic down, as we're gonna be getting excessive traffic because the school is expanding.
Yes, sir, thank you. Dan, what are the options available to the HOA when it comes to that? For the speed bumps, is that an HOA, or would that be us doing that?
They're city streets, I'm assuming, so
Right.
the city would have to decide to put speed bumps on there. Certainly, and historically, when the city has considered speed bumps, we've tried to, again, do some surveying in the neighborhood, because not everybody likes speed bumps in their neighborhoods. So,
Who's got them, Pine Lake? Does
We
Pine
don't,
Lake
we don't have any,
Estates them?
we don't have speed bumps
No.
anywhere. Like I said, we would have to do a traffic calming study. And I'm assuming that we probably did out of season, which sounds like it was not correct. And so like I said, so we definitely can do it once school starts again. Go out there and be able to look at the traffic patterns, because I agree, traffic patterns do change when they're in session and not in session. And so, like I said, so what we can do is we can go out in the middle of this, schedule it for the middle of August to go out there and do an assessment again.
Right. Did Pine Lake Estates used to have it before they put the stop signs in?
no, the Pine Lake Estates was one of the ones where we had a discussion about putting speed bumps in.
Okay, I
And the
remember
city,
there was some.
as I recall, the city council actually agreed to do it, but then some of the neighbors came back in front at another meeting and said, we don't want them. Then they went to the stop sign thing, but as Kevin will tell you, basically all that means is people speed between stop signs.
Well, and stop signs aren't used for traffic calming, so.
Because they're not used for traffic calming, so.
Okay.
But like I said, I'll talk to and get my information, and we'll.
All right, thank you,
thank you.
Edward, appreciate you, sir. Candy Clark.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Robertson and members of the City Council. My name is Candy Clark, and I live on 1810 Blount Trail here in St. Cloud. I'm an Air Force veteran and local outdoor fitness coach operating under the parent company Camp Gladiator. I'd like to address the concerns with the most recent ordinance put in place requiring a permit to conduct business in city parks, specifically St. Cloud Lakefront. So I am also with the young lady, not with them, but it's also kind of the same topic. Every week I've had the privilege of helping seniors stay active and independent. Military veterans are able to reconnect through fitness and community. Stay-at-home parents are now able to prioritize their health, and individuals of all fitness levels discover that movement can be fun, right? I've intentionally kept my classes affordable because I believe fitness should be accessible to everyone. With that, I proudly offer discounts to everyone that attends my classes, even though it may cut into my personal income, because serving people has always been much more important to me than maximizing profits. My seniors also get free classes through their insurance via Medicare and Medicaid. I completely understand the need for permits and regulations. I totally respect our parks and believe that businesses should follow the rules. However, paying 25% of my already very, very modest earnings simply isn't feasible, especially when I already pay a percentage of those same earnings to the parent company, Camp Gladiator. By the time those percentages are taken out, there's very little left to sustain a small business, purchase equipment, carry insurance, and continue offering affordable classes to our community. If the permit were a reasonable monthly fee instead, it would be much more manageable for small business owners like myself. What makes this even more disappointing is that our classes were held in the beautiful shaded turfed area of the park, a space that our city invested a great deal of money into creating for the community. We weren't really taking away from that investment. We were actually helping to maximize it and bring more people to the area. So I'm not asking for any special treatment. I'm simply asking that consideration be given to the different types of fitness providers using our parks. A one-size-fits-all approach really doesn't reflect how each business operates. In particular, there should be consideration for personnel who are not operating under their own LLC or who already share a significant portion with their earnings to another parent company. A permit structure that recognizes those differences would be far more equitable while still supporting the city's goals. I respectfully ask that you reconsider the current permit structure and explore a one-time annual permit or a reasonable flat monthly fee in place of a percentage-based fee. That approach would still allow the city to regulate park use while making it possible for small businesses like mine to continue serving the seniors, veterans, parents, and everyone else who depend on these programs. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Yes, ma'am. Candy, Deputy Mayor.
May I ask a question, please,
Yes,
Mayor?
sir.
You say you give free classes to senior citizens because of Medicare. Does Medicare pay you?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sir. Through
So-
Camp Gladiator, so they don't pay me directly.
Okay, and Gladiator, are you a franchise? I'm trying to figure this out.
Camp Gladiator is a business, it's a 1099. So I am a personal trainer, but I'm not under like my own LLC or anything.
Okay, I get 1099s,
Okay.
independent contractors is what we call them
Okay.
in industry. But you're saying the seniors get it free, but they get, Medicare pays for it, so it's not free. Medicare is a great thing, but it's paid by the taxpayers. It's, when people say free stuff because it's paid for by somebody else, it's just really not free.
I understand that.
It's that. So you're not a nonprofit.
No, sir.
But you are a profit.
Correct.
And you use the city facilities underneath the canopy of those facilities.
Correct.
And I guess my question is, you think it should be okay and nobody should pay for anything for that?
That was never what I said. No,
Okay.
sir, not actually.
Okay, so you think there should be a monthly fee, or, see, what the city tries to do, and the city manager may help me out with that, is say, listen, we're gonna work with you, but, give us a little percentage so we can maintain the facility, and we know that you have that facility covered during a certain percentage of time. And I love what you do, believe it or not, I love what you do. I think people walking and talking and yoga and all that stuff is really good, but when you use a facility that we paid, I think, over $500,000 for, to do that, to do it openly, and a citizen comes to use that, and there's a class being there, and they can't use that, then I don't know if that's free enterprise for the citizens of St. Cloud. I'm not discarding what you do, I think it's awesome. I just have to ask council how we handle that. To do that, you have a nonprofit organization that has a franchise, and they pay the franchise fees, and the trickle-down fact through Medicaid or Medicare or whatever it works. It's a for-profit organization, and I think the canopy was $500,000 for us to do it for all the citizens, but if the citizen would walk up and there's a class there, they may not feel welcome there, but they may, so I don't know.
They absolutely do, yes, sir.
Right, so I don't know, I wasn't there. I'm just asking the questions, and I don't get to talk to council, except here in workshops.
Thank
So-
God.
So, it's-
Just kidding. Love you.
It's been a long day, sir. We all understand.
Sorry.
where's Sophie? But anyway, I just want to ask council, how do you do this? Because, again, I think what you're doing is great, but if someone comes in and wants to run a Little League in Chisholm Park and play football there, and they say, hey, we're just doing this for a Little League, and it's cool because Chisholm Park's open, where do we cross the line, or where do we, I'm not degrading you, I'm just asking council, how do we do that? And I'll yield back, but I love what you do, I just don't know if we do it for one, we do it for all, if we do it for soccer, then we have to do it for volleyball, and we have to do it for this, and we have to do it but what you're doing is great, so please believe me, I'll go to your class and I'll probably not do very well, but I yield back to you, Mayor, and I ask council, what's your thoughts on that? And thank you very much for what you do and taking care of the seniors and everybody you do. I yield back.
Councilmember Paul.
So I met with Miss Candy, and the group of ladies, with the director, Stephanie Holtkamp, as well. As soon as this ordinance went in place, I think I got plenty of emails from different organizations about, it immediately stopped them. I think maybe when we do ordinance like this, not for everything, but in situations like that, maybe we consider a 30-day grace period. So that gives organizations an opportunity to work with Parks and Rec and see what, they can come up with, so that way they can move forward. Because right now, I think you said you searched all over, Osceola County. She called me about one park, and I said, that's with the county, that's with the city, trying to find somewhere after this ordinance went in place, so.
Yeah, I spoke with Miss Candy as well, or I spoke with somebody that.
You spoke with one of
was
my
in your
seniors,
group.
yes, sir.
Yeah. It's kind of a weird situation because you said that with the agreement with the city, the people who work out make the payment directly to the city, correct?
I don't know anything about that.
And that's,
Camp
well, that was the
Gladiator.
issue that,
Right,
the person said that we can't use was that Medicare? What?
Yes.
Said that they won't pay the city directly. That's why it's got to go directly to you.
I'm not aware.
That's what they said. That's what
Okay.
whoever you had call me.
And she's watching online, actually, Miss Debbie.
Yeah.
All I know is that we don't exchange any money on property. When they have this program with their Medicare or Medicaid, forgive me for not knowing how it all works, I don't deal with any of the money, to be honest. It's all up top from Camp Gladiator. I just know that they have whatever discount program they have through their insurance, and Camp Gladiator pays me a portion of that. So they don't pay anything because they have that coverage, and then Camp Gladiator pays me a portion of that.
All right,
So,
Scott.
yeah.
You have
But
a second?
again, I'm sorry, to respond to you, sir, Mr. Gilbert, just so you know, so I understand that I'm not looking for any special treatment. I'm not even saying that I don't expect to pay. I'm fully aware that, yes, these are beautiful properties and we want to make sure that we're paying. But to say 25% of earnings, in my opinion, just seems high because not every single person, if I was under my own LLC, absolutely, because then I would just be paying you. But because certain businesses that are out there are also paying someone else, it just seems like it shouldn't be a flat thing all across the board.
Right, and I get that.
That's the biggest concern.
And I get that, and my business model is never to be a franchisee, because then you have to have their napkins, you have to have their cups, you have to have their tables and chairs, you have to have whatever systems that they have in place in franchisees. Checkers is one, Panera Bread's one. There's a lot of franchisees, and their franchisees fee, and if you become part of that franchisee, they give you a portion, but they help you advertise for that industry. They help commercialize, and they help do things like that, which I think you're doing a great job. Please forgive me for putting my business hat on, but that is a for-profit business, and it is a franchisee business, just like Subway would be, or any of those things would. And we have a lot of the sports entities coming in to us asking those same questions and saying, hey, we're I-9 Sports. We don't get any money, but we're a franchisee of I-9 Sports. They collect all the money, and we get a portion of it, but we want to have that area for free. But I-9's up here in South Dakota making money and giving you a couple bucks, but they're utilizing city property and things like that. I don't know what the derivative is, and I don't know what the percentage is. I just know that they're in franchisees, and I-9 Sports is a big one. They do soccer, basketball, and all that. But they go into public facilities and use them, and they say, well, we're not going to pay for it because we're a franchisee, and we're not actually collecting the money. Mothership is collecting money and passing it down. I'm not, and I'm always the bad guy in here because I'm the business guy here, but there's always a cost associated with running a business, with insurance and occupation of that facility. and the congregation. So I don't have an answer for that. Back in the day where I grew up, you just ran in open fields and it was cool. But now they've found a way to make money through franchisee services in every franchisees. And like I say, I-9 Sports, I don't know if you ever see them. Pop Warner's another one's a franchisee. There's Little League's a franchisee. So they're paying, but you say you don't collect money, but you get money from the franchisee. So I don't have an answer, and I don't get to talk to council, but this is a franchise business, and this is what they're running, and I don't know what fees should be applicable for that. You're very good at that, Scott, and I just yield back to you, Mayor. That's what I get in this business, which is a great service, by the way. I'm not.
That's the discussion, though. We're just trying to figure out what the fee is. I'm not disputing paying for anything. We're wanting to kind of come to some sort of consensus on what would be appropriate and what's expected, because the 75-25, as the young lady with the homeschooling, in most cases, it's not reasonable for all businesses across the board.
Well, this one's a little different. We only have one of these.
Okay.
Where we have.
I
you know,
agree.
that obviously at those time of the day when you're working out, maybe
Mhm.
other people want to use it. But let me ask Scott, the deputy city manager, some questions here. With an agreement that they would have to have in place, how does the city receive their monies?
Sure.
From her
So-
or from them?
Absolutely. So every business is set up a little bit differently. However, all the agreements, and this is standard, this isn't something new here. This has been in place here for a number of years. Same thing throughout the country. The businesses, the registration for the programs, whether it's an art class, whether it's a fitness class, whatever it is, yoga classes, they register through the city. That way, the city is able
Right.
to verify the funds that come through, and then the city then cuts a check to the contractor for their 75%.
So the people are paying the city.
That's correct.
See, that's what I was
That
referring to.
that's correct.
That, so what she
and-
told me, see, that's what she told me was
Correct.
accurate.
And you know what?
And that's why she was saying that whatever, Medicare or Medicaid, whatever, they don't accept it that way. But there is a way. You think there's a way.
Absolutely, there is a way. And I think the deputy mayor really hit it on the head. You know, Camp Gladiator is part of, you know, Active and Fit, Medicaid, those types of programs. The city, you know, many businesses have that where you can participate, you sign up, and you get a discount on whatever that service is. Those businesses are paying to be part of, it's additional advertising for those businesses. And all of these businesses are wonderful, whether it's, you know, this business or the homeschool business. I think, you know, if you recall, the intent with the council when it came was, these are our businesses, whether they're collecting revenues on-site or off-site, they're charging for a business. They're both franchises. I believe the Carolina Kids Co-op is also a franchise. Many other franchises, as Deputy Mayor pointed out, that wish to utilize city facilities, whereas other businesses would be paying for a brick and mortar facility. Those are the costs of doing business. And we have this on a regular basis. In fact, just the other day, there was a group out on our volleyball courts, a for-profit volleyball group that was out there and told members of the public that they needed to leave because they were running their own volleyball program out there.
Right.
A child.
They told a child.
They told a child to leave specifically for that. We're finding more and more of these ever since the ordinance passed. Organizations are running their businesses out in the parks. We just heard of somebody running pickleball lessons and charging out there, utilizing city facilities to operate their businesses.
Yeah, and I don't think that we need to rent out every one of these amenities for commercial operations. And this is the one, right? The shade structure area. How many days a week are you operating?
So honestly, Camp Gladiator has actually been around since way before COVID. It's literally the whole area. We've used a parking space in the past. We've used underneath the awning, right behind the restrooms. Once the shaded area was built, we moved and started using that. But it's not like that's where we have to be and people come out, oh, you can't come here. That's never been the issue. I've literally invited other kids, other families. I'll ask them, hey, how often are you guys out here so we don't conflict with schedules? But it's never been hey, we're here, you guys can't be around. We will even move, hey, if y'all want to use that, we've seen other dance groups and other people practicing, we'll move to this side. So it's not that that area is what we have to use, but to answer your question you were going to ask, we do Monday through Thursday, and I do three times in the morning at 9:30, and then 3 classes in the evening at 6:30. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday morning, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday evening. But again, those are like midday, mid-morning. So I don't feel like the morning is really a big issue because it's midday. There may be some kids from time to time. It's the evening class that I think sometimes there may be people there. But again, we're aware it's first come, first serve. If we get out there and there's a guy doing his thing with the kids and sports, then we move somewhere else. But we're aware that, hey, if we got to pay a fee, we have to do that. This isn't our space. But right now, we're just trying to figure out what is the solution, because I don't know how that would work with the whole Medicare. And my seniors are a big group, and they're just like, we don't know if we're going to continue if we can't, get it through the Medicare or whatever.
Yeah, and that was the call I got.
Okay, yeah, and I was misunderstanding what the flow would be for payment.
So if
Yeah.
you continue to stay in contact with the deputy city manager,
Okay.
you can help them through how that process would work. That how Medicare, how they can process to the city. Okay. Thank you. That work, Candy?
I believe so.
That's all we can do right now.
Yes, sir.
Let it come back to us if you still have any issues with it, okay?
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. But I know staff, they know how to work through things, so. And last but not least, Mr. Jim Gale. Name and address for the record, sir.
Jim Gale, 2970 Tally Ho Trail, and I want to thank you. This has been a fantastic meeting, and I just love the sincerity that I'm experiencing. And I want to say thank you all for being here. I've been obsessed with the question, how do we really change things for 20 years? And that obsession has landed me standing here right now. And I'm happy to say that I have the answers, right? And they're very simple. And it's all based in our natural world, right? This little stick here can produce hundreds of pounds of food within a couple of years. Not only can this produce hundreds of pounds of sweet potatoes, but you can take a chunk off, like I've done here for several people in the audience, and give them sweet potato starts, and now they can start growing sweet potatoes. Why is this so important? Because the food at the grocery store is grown with poisons. Because the food at the grocery store is causing 1 in 3 of our kids to be sick, and 2 out of 3 of adults in our world to be sick. It's causing, how many people see lightning bugs anymore? After a rain, do you see worms on the ground? Why don't we see lightning bugs and worms? Because our environment is being destroyed by poisons. And it's our duty, it's our lawful duty to learn what the results of this action is of poisoning our natural world, and then to stop it. And when we do, when we supplant the poisons that are going into our waterways, our lakes, our rivers, our soil, our air, and our minds and our stomachs with something natural, the results of this is the end of cancer, diabetes, and heart disease trends, the end of suicide trends, the end of depression, and the end of most crime. We literally have the solution to end the majority of crime, and it's very simple. When inmates grow food at prisons, they don't commit crimes as much anymore. When students at schools grow food in schools, guess what? They heal. So by the way, my name is Jim Gale. I'm running for President of the United States, the Republic, and we are going to take the poisons out of our schools, and we're going to grow food. And what will happen when the average high school, which is 850 students in the United States, when 400 students are planting 10 seeds a day, right? After about 90 days of a little bit of love and attention to these plants, 90 days, each plant is worth $10. 400 times 10 is 4,000 times $10 is $40,000 of value per day coming out of every school in the United States, right? So one of the greatest statements a president has ever made is it's not what your country can do for you, it's what you can do for your country that counts. Well, what can we do for St. Cloud, Florida, the most amazing place in this nation? I choose to live here after living in 47 countries and all over the place. I love this place, right? we live completely off the grid. I walk outside my door and there's 300 different types of food producing plants all around my yard, right? This is just one of them, the most productive one, quite frankly. So what can we do in St. Cloud, Florida? When we follow Dr. Martin Luther King's advice, he said, those who love peace must learn to organize as effectively as those who love war. Number one, we take out the poisons, which is the ultimate weapon of the war that we are fighting. And number two, we organize to steward the land again, to be the protectors and caretakers of our land. When we get our organization together, when the group of you and the police and the firefighters and the pastors and the reverends and the imams and the rabbis, when we come together around stewardship and building life back into our system, we create the most ideal place that we can imagine. Now, anybody who says, I don't think that's possible, you should come visit my house. Right? Or you should go to another food forest, because it's not only possible, it's logical, it's data-driven, it's scientific. Everybody wins, except for the corporations on the short term. The corporations don't win, but actually they do on the long term, because the current way is unsustainable and all unsustainable systems fail. And so I invite you, let's meet together. We have the world leaders in bioregen, in soil healing, and in design. Let's meet with the permaculture designers of our world, the best in our world, by the way, and let's design St. Cloud, Florida, and Osceola County to be the example to shine a light on what can be done in the rest of the world.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Jim.
Awesome. Thank
I
you.
look forward to coming out there and visiting. What about hosting a council retreat out there and showing us everything you have to do? So, thank you, Jim. Appreciate you. You gonna leave some of that sweet potato for us?
Yes.
All right. All right, anyone else in the audience like to speak during the citizens forum? Moving on. Thank you all very much. All right, next up we have public hearings. Will the clerk please read public hearing number 1?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-07, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, adopting a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment pursuant to section 163.3184 Florida statutes, assigning a future land use designation approximately plus minus 743.53 acres, identified as Whaley's Plat Project CPA 25-00011, generally located north of Lake Tohopalaga, east of Osceola Road, and south of Kissimmee Park Road, west of Tohopalaga Road, from MXD Mixed Use County to MIX Mixed Use City, providing for amending of the official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, finding on the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, applicability, effect, severability, copies on file, and effective date.
Mr. Mayor, can you also have the clerk read into item number 2? It's a companion rezoning application as well.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-08, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation approximately plus minus 743.53 acres, identified as Whaley's Plat, Project ZMA 25-00014, from MXD Mixed Use County to MIX Mixed Use City, generally located north of Tohopalaga Road, east of South Road, south of Kissimmee Park Road, west of Lake Tohopalaga Road, providing for entry designation, official zoning map, following the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
What lake is that on, Jeff?
Lake Toho, yeah.
Okay.
Lake Toho. Good evening, Jeffrey Ball, Community Development Director, City of St. Cloud. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. This is a companion land use and zoning application for the Whaley Plat Project, CPA 25-00011 and ZMA 25-00014. Again, this is a comprehensive plan amendment and zoning map amendment. So a little background, this was annexed via ordinance number 2026-06, which was done just a couple months ago in May of 14th, 2026. It is approximately 743 acres. The density is approximately between 5 and 25 dwelling units per acre. It is compatible with the surrounding area. The project was transmitted to the State of Department of Commerce for interagency review. Department of Commerce did not provide any comments in response to the transmittal. So what you have tonight is the adoption hearing for the CPA in addition to the ZMA application. The existing future land use is mixed use in the county. The proposed future land use is mixed use with the city. Existing zoning is MXD in the county. The proposed zoning is mixed. There is no adverse impacts on city's facilities. So this is the existing future land use in the county. Existing zoning, it's pretty much all blue. So staff recommendation is approval of ordinance 2026-07 and 2026-8. Planning Commission recommendation was March of this year, and they approved ordinance 2026-07 and 08. That concludes staff presentation. The applicant is here to make their presentation, and I believe representatives from the school districts are here as well.
Thank you, Jeff. Would the applicant like to speak on this item?
Good night. For the record, Logan Opsahl, 215 North Yellow Drive, the Lowndes Law Firm, on behalf of the applicant. Thank you, Jeff, for the time outlining the application. I think this commission is well aware this is not a new project. It's been going on for some time. Tonight, before you, these two ordinances are the implementation of the future land use and zoning of the property following its annexation back in May. Also, along with the annexation is the annexation agreement, which outlines the mixed-use city future land use and mixed-use city zoning. We are aware of a letter sent, I believe, to the council and staff from the school board. Again, we, as we're all well aware, have a approved project through Osceola County, which went through a concept plan approval, preliminary site plan approval, PS approval, site plan approval, and all of which was coordinated with necessary agencies, including the school board. At each stage of those reviews, we had approval from the school board of those as well. The project will contain a charter school to absorb the proposed impact of the development. So all of this is outlined in your staff report and with the application package. I believe there was a request to continue it from the school board. The applicant requests that the council approve the future land use and zoning consistent with the annexation agreement that was passed by the council, as those are the two items before you tonight. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and if I may, reserve some time to respond after public comment.
Deputy Mayor.
This is quasi judicial. This was approved by the county before we annexed, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And first up, we have School Board of Osceola County. Anybody from the school board like to speak on this? What's your name and address for the record, sir?
Good evening. My name is Tom Callan. I'm an attorney, Orlando, Florida. I represent the school district. I'm one of their real estate lawyers, system on land acquisition for school sites. They've asked me to be here today. Mayor Robertson and members of the commission, just a few comments I have. I sent a letter to Dan, the city attorney, this past week, 2 days ago, and there's some comments by the school district. The school district, the letter addresses some concerns that the proposal of this development, which will be many thousands of units along with others around it, has no provision for a public school site. And that's important. The interlocal agreement that exists between the City of St. Cloud and the school district requires that a comprehensive plan that a school site be designated for the school board to purchase from the landowner. The school board purchases the site at fair market value, at a value determined between the landowner and the school board by getting different appraisals to do that. And it's been a process we've had for about 14 years, or since 1999, I believe it is. and it's worked out fairly, 2013, it's worked out fairly well. What's evolved over time throughout the county is that a school site that is needed to serve the impacts of the student generation from these thousands of units that will be here will be a school site under state law, the CEFRAF requirements of a 24-acre site or 20-acre site if we have off-site drainage. And that's been kind of the template. And these are CEFRAF standards that apply to across to all public schools as well as to charter schools that are used for mitigation of impacts. And so the first issue we have with the proposal here, which you've seen, is that the charter school site that they're indicating, let me step back first. Charter schools in Osceola County have historically been volunteer schools. I send my kids to private school in Orlando. I was in Seminole County. I went to a private school undergrad, first, from elementary, and then I went to a public high school. So school choice. The school board is firm in its commitment to school choice. Charter schools are fine. So we'll make that clear. The question is that the school board still has to provide school services to this area. So there's no school site, and you're putting thousands of development out here, and it's tens of thousands of units that are going out here in this area. And so you're building a whole new city of over 100,000 people. And if it's not a school site, a public school site, then rest assured what will happen is if when parents want to send their kids to a public school, they will be on a lengthy bus ride. And so one of the big concerns by the school district, by not having a public school site designated in this site for purchase, is that in the future, 5 to 10 years down the road, you will have the need for excessive busing of children out there to a school site if one's not provided. That's the first question, but that's the first comment by the school board staff. The second issue that comes up with is this, in the past, the charter schools in the county have been voluntary. They have not been used for mitigation of school impacts. So every charter school you see right now in St. Cloud or in this county is not built to mitigate impacts caused by development. They organically happen to have a school choice. The people who buy houses still have to pay impact fees, and the school board still has to go out and purchase school sites to serve the impacts associated with the new homes. So that's what currently exists. So there hasn't been a project yet, and this is the beginning of it here. This is important. This project's important. That's why we're here tonight, is because this will be the first time that a charter school is being proposed as a mitigation of impacts to the school system.
Jeffrey, can you put up the plat again, the layout of the property?
So that's the important part here. And I don't want to get too much into the state law on this because half the state law, if you look at the state law, it's kind of there's some uncertain aspects of it. But the concern we have is that the 8-acre site that's designated here does not meet CEFRAF. CEFRAF requires for a school to meet a development of this size requires a size of 24 acres to 20 acres with off-site storage. Now, our ILA that we have with you, our interlocal agreement, doesn't deal with charter schools. The agreement that we have between St. Cloud or Osceola County and the school board does not deal with charter schools. It only deals with public schools. The school board is not in the business, and nor should it be in the business, of doing the charter schools. So we're under our agreement, we as partners in that agreement are still required to find a school site for the school board to purchase in this area. And this application doesn't have that. So they can do charter schools all they want, but we still have to have a public school site. The other issue I want to get up with, talk about this is, and this does happen from time to time, there's been a couple charter schools that have closed in Osceola County. So what happens when that happens? The school board has to absorb those students in the public system when a charter school closes. We've had a couple of those happen. It was voluntary. And the school board also has to provide a choice for people who don't want to go to charter school to go to the school system, like I talked about. They're concerned about busing if there's not an alternative in the area. So these issues are practical concerns that will deal with this project because based upon the impacts of this development, the number of students that will be generated in this area, you're looking at 5 to 25 units per acre over 743 acres. So that's going to be a minimum of 3,500 units, upwards to a max of much higher. So SFRAF requires a 2420. So the school board's position here is we would request a continuance tonight, which we could meet with the applicant and try to work out an agreement for a purchase or a designation of a 24-acre, 20-acre offsite within their development to be purchased by the school board, so the school board can provide a public school to serve the impacts of development that will be generated out here. And that's what our ILA agreement has, the interlocal agreement between the city of St. Cloud and with this. A couple statements were made that the school board had rejected or did not object to earlier parts approvals by the Osceola County. That's not correct. I was told by the general counsel that's not correct. The school board has always objected to this project not providing a school site, whether in Osceola County or in the city of St. Cloud. It's important we have that.
Let me ask you this real quick, Tom.
Yes, sir. Yes,
When
ma'am.
was this property, when did it get their approvals through the county?
I don't know that. And to me, it's just not really that important because under our ILO agreement, go ahead.
No, well, it's important. So you're telling me that when it got the approvals through the county, the school board stepped up and said, hey, we want a site?
School board said, we don't, the school board at that point in time was involved with it, and the school board did not object. The school board did object to the fact of an 8-acre site back then and made objections about not having a full 24-acre, 20-acre off-site pond site. Yes.
Okay. I'll let you complete your presentation. I
Okay.
wasn't trying to stop you. I'm sorry.
Well, what's
You keep
happening.
pausing, so that's why
I'm
I
sorry.
thought you were done.
I'm almost done. One thing,
I'm sorry, hold on.
as this commission, I think, would be mindful of, is that in the future, with the charter school law changing in the state of Florida significantly, it allows now that the operators of school board, charter schools who build and construct charter schools are eligible for impact fee credits. So the impact fees that would be charged by the city of St. Cloud would be eligible for impact fee credits to them. Unfortunately, that hasn't gone through yet. This would be the first one that you would have to deal with that. Right now, the school board of Osceola County, when we do impact fee credits, it's only for the purchase of the land value. We don't give impact fee credits to the construction of the school because the school board uses public dollars to build a school. And so the impact fee credits become an interesting issue because we issue the impact fee credits when we purchase land as part of the land component, but we build a school. When a charter school gets involved here and builds a school and asks for impact fee credits from the city of St. Cloud, you have no process. There's no process by which you issue impact fee credits, how you issue impact fee credits, when you do. Right now, what's all you do is, what's currently under the ILA, and currently both in the county as well as the city, is that the school board issues impact fee credits when it buys the land. But if we're not in that process, we don't buy charter school property, then the question is, how do you deal with the impact fee credits? And it gets into another issue, too, because the state law mandates for the school board, why it's serious for the school board, and that's why it needs to have further discussions with the applicant about this. State law is very clear. When a charter school closes, the school board has to take it over, or the developer has to repay the impact fees they got credits for. Now, if that happens 30 years down the road, it's problematic. Go trying to chase down someone 30 years later to get the money they should have paid when they got a credit. But when the school board takes over a school site, it has to meet state requirements. And that state requirement on the SRAF is that they have to be 24 acres and 20 acres off-site drainage for the various requirements that exist in SRAF, such as student safety, separation of students from cars, vehicles, those kinds of things. It's more regulation that I really want to talk about tonight. So the choices we see as a school board here, and that's why we think it should be delayed.
Hold on one second, Tom.
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
Tom, you've done a great job, but your acronyms, how do we know them? I use acronyms in my business, but you use different acronyms, and I don't know if the city council here knows acronyms, but you've been using 7 or 8 acronyms, and I get it. Florida League of Cities, we call FLGLISA. You know, if I told you that, you'd probably go, what's going on with that? But you've used so many acronyms, and I don't know if the other council understands them, but I don't. There's ITLA and SITLA, and I apologize for being ignorant for that, but I know acronyms in my business, but I don't know acronyms in yours. So if you can first tell us what those acronyms need, and then afterwards tell us where those
Yeah,
acronyms are.
and typically you get 3 minutes to speak on this item, and, you know, obviously you're not the applicant or the, you know, so what's the key point? What's
The key point is
the
on page
walkaway,
2 of my
the
letter,
takeaway
it
on
goes into this, the state requirement for educational facilities.
Thank you.
As SEFRAF. And it says that all facilities for charter schools shall be built to SEFRAD standard. This says 8 acres is not SEFRAD standard.
Okay.
You need 24 acres. So the choices I think that they present here are this. And the school board is not opposed to charter schools. They just want charter school, if it's going to be built in this development, to be at the SRAF standard, which we believe is 24 acres standalone or 20 acres with joint drainage. Or they could sell that site to the school board, we'll purchase that, have it later on. But just the 8-acre site that's being proposed is not sufficient. And that's where the
That's the
rubber hits the road.
takeaway here.
That's the
The
takeaway.
8 acres is not big enough.
And I think a good
And
30-day.
we're gonna ask you more questions, but I just want to
Sure.
make sure that's what the opposition to this is. Councilmember Fletcher.
And I'm sorry, go ahead, Council.
I just had a quick question, because this has come before us, unless I am misunderstanding this. This came before us on March 12th and May 14th. Did the school board object to this at those hearings?
Well, typically, the point of entry for us to discuss this is at the comp plan amendment level, and this is where we're at here today. When you annex property in there, you're still governed by the county comp plan. This comp plan is a point of entry for us.
I mean,
under
there was
the
a first
HILA
reading and
agreement.
introduction and then a transmittal. I mean, couldn't you guys have brought that to us months ago? Instead of at the last minute?
Yes, ma'am. Name and address.
Ann
for it.
Vandenberg. I'm an attorney also representing the school board, and I'm in Orlando, Florida.
We've got a lot of attorneys in the room tonight.
Yeah, this is a really important issue. As Tom said, this is a matter of first impression, really, for the county. The comments where the school board objected started at the very beginning. It started with the county, and those comments have been carried forward all the way along. And the county approvals were subject to the school board requesting that this school site be made available to them.
Is this now becoming a bigger issue because the site over on the Bellaterra isn't available for a school?
It is part of that because the whole East Toho project that you see out there, it's massive. And I think it's well over 100,000 units combined over there. And the student generation rate is going to be significant, that we need multiple school sites out there, not just one. And right now, we have a shortage for a school site and maybe shortage for 2 school sites. So whether or not Bellaterra is going forward or not, we still need a school site. And that's important. Bellaterra is still in litigation on that issue.
If my mom was watching this meeting, she'd be yelling at me right now, I'm sure, because she was
Well-
on the school board. And,
Oh, was she?
Yeah,
Okay.
she would find school sites all the time while she was on the school board. City attorney.
Okay, and one more thing.
Makes sense? Hold on, let me ask city attorney.
Well, I was going to
Makes
try to
sense
see if I
some
could
of
help
this.
simplify at least where we are tonight for the city council.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand the school district's issue, I understand all the issues that Tom has presented to you. And before I say that, I want to make sure it's something clear that everybody understands. The city does not issue school impact fee credits.
Right.
So that whole discussion, I'm frankly confused by it, because we do not.
I was confused,
We have an
but I let
interlocal
him-
agreement, the same one that Kissimmee has, that says we will be the collection agent for impact fees, for the school impact fees. Our agreement says we take 2 things to pay impact fees. We take money, cash, or we take a credit issued by the school district. Those are the only things that we do. So we're not involved in that process at all, so I'm not sure what that is. But that's not really, so I wanted to see if I can maybe simplify where we are, as I see, for the city council. And I'm not arguing with what's going on and all these issues. I think Tom has pointed out some issues. Him and I talked about it on the phone. I think Ann's comment that this is a issue of first impression here in Osceola County is probably pretty right on. The issue, though, what we have is we have approved an annexation agreement that accepts the entitlements in the county. The city council approved that in May, right? So if there is as was just stated, some provision within that, those entitlements or those plans that were approved in the county that says this project can move forward, but the school issue is going to have to be dealt with, then that's what will carry with that project into the city. Does that make sense? So, because that's all we've done. We've said, we've told the property owner, they came to annex into the city, we were changing jurisdictions. They were pretty far down the road in their entitlement process in the county. They went through all these issues, whether these issues were exhaustively looked at by the school district. Our staff wasn't part of that. We weren't. What that was the same process that is in that interlocal agreement that we talked about, that the county and Kissimmee and St. Cloud and the school district signed years ago, which is we're all going to cooperate to decide where the right school sites are, but the school district is going to have to tell the governments, the county and the municipalities, what schools they need and where the schools should be, because we're not in the school business, right? So.
Yeah, and what's the case for delaying this? I
Well,
mean,
frankly, I think if what was just stated is accurate, and I don't have any reason, that this came from the county with the understanding that the school issue was going to have to be addressed, and secondly, that the state requirements for the standards for the school says that a charter school has to be, as Tom pointed out, 20 to 24 acres, depending on what happens with the stormwater on it.
the public school has to be.
So
No,
they can't,
both.
even if they're entitled to build a charter school, right? But if the state law says to build a charter school, it has to be 20 acres, then that school has to be 20 acres to comply with the state law. But that's not a city issue.
Right.
That's a state enforcement issue related to how that school been, and I think that's what I just heard Tom saying, which is in his letter. So the charter school has to meet the state standards for schools, right? And that means 20 acres.
So the negotiations would take place between the school district and the developer.
Yes, sir, that's the way
Not us.
that's
I
the
mean,
way this
we-
process has always been.
If that site would be sold, offered to be purchased by the school board, our ILA does not contemplate charter schools.
Again.
The interlocal agreement between Osceola County, City of St. Cloud, and the school board, and City of Kissimmee.
Thank you, I apologize. It sounds like my grandma, her name is Ireland.
The existing interlocal agreement never envisioned charter schools being used to mitigate school impacts. That is something, this is the first of its kind, and that came out of state legislation amendments that have happened last couple, 3 years. So now charter schools are eligible for impact fee credits for costs that they may spend, the developer for land or building for a school. That was not part of the ILA agreement we currently have with the city and the school board. And there's no rules in place how to deal with that issue.
So what would be the point of delaying this if the state's going to mandate that it
I would like
they
to.
sell a site anyway?
Well, the important part is to have a meeting. We'd like to meet with a developer to go over a SEFRAF design that would make sense. Either
What's
as a chart-
SEFRAF again?
That's the state requirement for educational facilities.
Okay.
And go over the SEFRAF requirement, whether it's going to be a charter school or being a public school site for purchase by us, either one. And the reason why we want to do that is because, again, under state law, there's a specific provision in the state law that says this: if a charter school fails, the school board has to take it over. But we have to take it over in a site that makes sense, that has SRAF standards to it.
Well, to go along with what Councilmember Fletcher said, how come you're just showing up tonight to ask us to delay it?
Well, there's been a series of requests for meetings with the developer from the school board staff that have not been reached. Okay, requests for meetings to go over this issue.
Okay, what if they continue to delay that?
Well, then I think at that point, we need to have an agreement. The city needs to limit their development approvals to make sure under the ILA agreement that we have with you, that we have a school site from this developer for purchase that addresses the impacts caused by the thousands of students that will be generated by this property and the surrounding properties that are coming forward.
Deputy Mayor.
You said that you've been trying to meet with them, but they haven't complied, right?
Yes.
Have they tried to set meetings up with you and you haven't complied?
I don't believe so.
I do
Okay,
believe so, because
well,
I've understood
yes,
from the
it-
developer. So that has happened. So it's got to be a two-way street here. They've asked for meetings, and you said no, and then you said, hey, let's have a meeting July 3rd. And back to Mr. Fletcher's comment, is why isn't this pre-done? And they've asked for meetings, I know, because I've been documenting that they've asked, and you denied them, and then you asked for meetings for them on July 3rd, and they said it's the 4th of July. So why are we litigating between you two and Osceola? We have a quasi-agreement with them.
We have an agreement with them.
What?
We have an enforceable agreement.
Enforcement agreement with them, and now you're putting us in the middle of something that you two have not communicated, but you're saying, and you're pointing the finger at them, they're pointing the finger at you, but that's just not true. They've asked for meetings with you, you've not adhered to them. Now I have to believe them because Mr. Fletcher said, why haven't you done this 6 months ago? And you said, well, we don't normally do it until everything's been approved. Well, it's planning. We're trying to do our best. And you said there's 10,000 units, and then you said, well, there's 3,500 units, and then you said if the charter school fails, then we have to pick it up. Well, what happens if a public school fails?
Are you allowing me to speak?
Oh, well, I think you have to pick that up too. I'm just
all right.
saying, with all these acronyms, you know, we're doing FSA right now, Florida Society of Anesthesiologists, but I don't understand what we're talking about here. But why are we, the city, in the middle of your negotiations between the developer and the school board at this point, after we have an agreement that we will take whatever the Osceola County says that they have agreed upon, that we're supposed to have this quasi-agreement?
Yeah,
I just don't get it, Mayor.
Let me ask Dan a question really quick before you answer, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Dan, having us be the muscle for that, does that not set us to be
Well,
one to be held liable?
Well,
Yeah.
there is a cooperation requirement in the statute that the city has to do with the school districts, which is where these interlocal agreements came from. So we are obligated to cooperate with the school district as well as Osceola County is, the city of Kissimmee is. Pretty much it applies in every county in the state.
And if I may, this.
Are you done, Dan?
Yeah, I'm done.
I'm sorry. So the understanding that the charter school is being used for mitigation and therefore triggers the SREF, the SREF requirements, the developer did not understand that. That understanding, they pushed back when we told them that. And that's what started the series of requests for meetings. They asked for meetings with us. We needed time to dig into it to find out how exactly SREF would apply to a charter school. This happened, it was around Memorial Day. We went back and forth. We had to reschedule, and then we tried to set up meetings in July. We offered them 2 different meetings. I followed up several times to see if their staff were available, and we never heard back.
Okay.
So we have been trying to meet, but because it is a case of first impression, the developer themselves, they were unaware that SREF was going to apply to them.
All right.
It's important, and this is Sarah Corrin, General Counsel for the school district. It's important to understand that generally SREF does not apply to building charter schools. However, if the charter school is going to be used for mitigation, then a school that is being built for mitigation must adhere to SREF standards. Therefore, the school district is not opposed to having the charter school, but we need to make sure that whatever school is built to mitigate the students that are coming in is built to the state requirement for educational facilities, which is SREF standards. And one of the reasons for that is because if this charter school at any point was to close, the school district cannot take over that charter school, that facility, that building, if it is not built to SREF. So if the school was to close, there would be no school in that area that the school district could run.
Wouldn't you guys oversee that part of it to ensure that it would be built per those standards?
No,
Again.
no, we don't, because of.
Well, we probably don't do that either.
That's another issue we got. The only SREF inspectors you have in Osceola County currently are school board employees certified to it. That's
This
my
is a new
understanding.
interesting one, isn't it?
So this is why we request some kind of a continuance, so we can sit down and see if we can work something out with the applicant on this. This is a case of first impression. It's an important issue, that's why we're.
Okay, Councilmember Fletcher.
I guess my question is whether we approve it tonight or not, you would still have to make sure that it met the SREF or whatever requirements. I mean, we would be delaying their project and kind of holding it over their head, saying, well, we're going to hold you up from doing this because these folks need you to meet these requirements, yet we have no control over schools at all.
We have.
Unless I'm misunderstanding.
There has been, my understanding, there's been contracts going back and forth. Our typical approach to this is you have a land contract between a developer and a school board to purchase a site. You designate general the site is, then you do a legal description, then you do design later on, but you have a binding contract to sell a 24-acre to 20-acre site to the school board. Price is then later determined after that. The location, the improvements are determined, all that stuff afterwards. But there's a contract, and it's relatively easy to get that addressed within a short matter of time. And my understanding, their contract has been going back and forth. Not yet, but we have a standard contract. The school board has a standard contract that's used by most developers, and we've done that. Where purchase price is set with the applicant, and where the location is generally determined, confirmed by later on. So these details won't take long. It's just it's a boilerplate agreement that can be resolved fairly quickly.
City Attorney.
Yeah, and so, as I'm listening more of the discussion, I do think it's an interesting issue, and I hate to oversimplify it, but I don't think it's really that complicated. There seems to be at least an interpretation issue that maybe the developer understands now or didn't understand at one point regarding the size of the potential school site, right? So I guess I really would like to know what their position is on that, because if, it seems to me that if they understand and interpret the law to mean they've got that school site to be mitigation for the students that their development is going to generate, has to be in the 20-acre range. School district is saying, we're willing to buy the 20-something acres from them, and I guess the issue is they can build a charter school there, and they could call it a charter school, however, but it'll be built to the required standards that if we have to take over the charter school, the school district will be able to take it over because it'll be built like a public school, right?
Yeah, the size of the school.
So I guess that's the real issue, is there a disagreement between us? And again, I respectfully understand all the arguments and all the lawyers that are here today, but one of my smart council members over there, I really think the city is being put in the middle of this.
Deputy Mayor, did you want to speak now? Or did you wait?
Just one second. You said we only wait till this time, that the charter school is coming in, and we're at the end of the race. We're at the end of the gig. And now you're saying, okay, you have to follow, the school board will buy these 20 acres. Well, they may have negotiated with the charter school already. So you're saying they can't negotiate with the charter school, you have to negotiate with the school, although you can put a charter school in it. My idea is that it's a school choice now, and you said this is a precedence. Well, it's a precedence of school choice, and I love school choice, a private school, public school, home school, I love it, all that. Why are you putting us in the middle, and why wasn't this done months ago? And you say, well, we wait till the end of the game to jump in and say, you need to do this. We've quasi through the county, and Mr. Fletcher said, this has been months going on, now you're putting this on us?
Well, we have an existing agreement between the city of St. Cloud and the school board at this procedure, at this point, that a public school site shall be made available to the school board. That's a requirement of our agreement, and we don't have that. And and our agreement is outdated in light of what's going on with using charter schools for mitigation. And really, we need to look at our ILO agreement and see if that's in there. But the charter school is not part of the ILO agreement. We're entitled to a school site. If you want to be technical about the ILO agreement, that responsibilities on both parties.
City Attorney.
Well, just so I wanted to, so in reality though, that agreement that he's referring to, the county is also a party to the agreement. So when this process was working through the county,
They approved it.
right, the same things that you just said that apply to the city applied to the county, right? So that's where I came back to the point that if the approvals when they went through the county were from the school district side was we object to this, we're with it, then those are what's incorporated in what was adopted in the city, and those will play itself out, right? So that. I still would like to hear the position of the developer. We've been talking to the
Yeah, let's
school
go ahead.
district.
Just real quickly, so I am Rhonda Blake. I'm the Director of Planning Services for the school district. So from the very first time that this residential development application showed up at Osceola County, our comments have always been that the school district of Osceola County is requesting that the developer set aside 20 plus minus acres with off-site retention. And we have asked at times that the project not continue to move through until this mitigation agreement had been finalized. And so I've looked with Jeffrey and the entitlement letters that moved forward, the county's approval letters state our exact request inside of that, and that they approved it with the understanding we would reach mitigation on that school site. So now, as we've moved forward and these developments has come through your staff, we've continued with the exact statement that we are requesting a 20 plus minus acre school site with off-site stormwater retention, and it's to address the mitigation that will be required from the capacity of the students that will be created with the development. So whether this is a 2-year project, a 4-year project, I think it's a little longer than that, Ann, our statement has stood firm, and we can show you every school capacity report for every time there has been a meeting, and we have held firm on that statement. And then as Mr. Callen was saying, if they would have come to the table back at the county level, it is a very simple school capacity mitigation agreement. We put the name of the project in it. We lay out how many homes they're building, the types of homes. We are able to tell through the impact fee study the number of students that will be generated. That's how we know whether to ask for an elementary, a middle, a high school, a K-8, et cetera. And then that mitigation agreement is a tri-party agreement between us, the developer, and whichever government entity is overseeing the project at that time. But we could show numerous times dating back from the beginning where we have attempted to work with this particular development, and it just has not, unfortunately, been a good relationship. And that is how we have gotten here this evening. Until the new statutes just recently went into effect, where you're now required to like your 120 days approvals and your 180-day approvals if there's public hearings. We used to actually ask your staff, the city of Kissimmee or the county, to stop approvals before SDP if the mitigation agreements were not signed and executed. So it's never been intended for you to play referee for us, but our concern is if this continues to move forward and it takes a while to settle this out, their very first line of defense is going to be, we've planned our whole community. We did it on 8 acres. We didn't do it on 20 acres. And you're not going to cost us millions of dollars to redesign our development to find you 13 more acres. So the sooner we can resolve this, it's less money and cost to them. And then we have what is necessary to have capacity for the students in their community. Earlier, somebody asked about the Bellaterra. So when all of the development east of Lake Toho was approved, 275 acres were set aside for schools. We have one in Cross Prairie. We have a K-8 in Tohoku. We have a high school in Tohoku. We have a K-8 in Edgewater West. We're working on that. We have a high school already secured in Edgewater East. Then we had the Bellaterra, which is in litigation, and then Whaley's Plat was the final piece. So when you took all the developments together, some K-8s will go over to another development's high school, their K-8 kids will come over. So it was all master planned way back in like 2010. And then it has just continued through the years, and we've acquired each school site as it has come along. And the last 2 are the Whaley's Plat school site and the Bellaterra, and they were always part of the master plan.
I think the problem here is, I didn't find out about this until today. Just because I was sitting in the city manager's office by chance and saw it sitting on a desk. And then I happened to go to my office and saw the brown envelope with the letter from Tom. So I think that's why it's probably just as new with the others as well. Councilmember Urban.
I, regardless of what has happened in the past, it doesn't sound like we're going to figure this out. And I don't really have interest in being the middleman, so I would recommend the 2 parties figuring it out together and bringing it back to our next meeting. But that's
All right.
And Mayor, I just reminded, like, you,
We'll
thank
listen
you.
to the developer too.
Yeah, we'll
Do you want to
respond.
wait?
I do want to respond to those, but I
Yes,
just
sir.
want to make sure public comment's over first so that we can properly respond.
Not yet. Hold on.
Okay.
I haven't
Whenever
asked-
you're ready,
I haven't
I'll-
asked
I'll come
anybody
up.
else yet.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else in the audience like to speak on this item? Now it's over. Now, go ahead.
I didn't quite get that. Okay. Thank you for your comments. A lot of concepts being thrown at you, and I want to get grounded back in the applications before you, which is assigning the future land use and the zoning following annexation of this property. That's what's for the council's consideration tonight. I think even the school board outlined well that is all going to be subject to the approvals that we have with the county. Of course, Osceola County properly coordinated with the Osceola County School Board when this project was approved, and I use the acronym A. All of those submittals to the school board, and that goes back to concept plan, that goes to preliminary site plan, PS, and site plan. All of those were coordinated with the school board. Every single one of those were returned with a stamp that said pass. That's public record. And on top of that, this charter school has an active agreement with the school board. And it was recently extended for being put on this specific parcel, on this specific project. Notwithstanding, the really important consideration tonight, and not necessarily has anything to do with zoning and future land use, is the state requirement for educational standards. They do not mention acreage. They do not mention acreage.
Did you say the charter school already has an agreement with the school board?
Yes, Mayor.
The one that's going to plant on this
The
property?
school board executed it and extended it for this parcel. On top of that, we went through all the appropriate channels. Of course, this project is going to pay close to in excess of $29 million in school impact fees. And so any conditions that was raised, or any comment that was raised about acreage, and this is public record, they were advisory notes that the school board may request 20 acres. Certainly, that's not something we can shoehorn into our future land use and zoning designation after we already have an approval, which would require an entire redesign of the project. So the process has worked how it was supposed to with the county, with the Osceola County School Board, and no continuance is necessary to assign us the future land use and zoning that was already contemplated subject to the approved annexation agreement. And that's all that's before the council tonight.
Can I add, Rhonda, can you please come back up? I mean, do we need to wake up the Dr. Chanoff and ask him? No, go ahead, Rhonda. Is there an agreement between the charter school and the school district? The actual charter school is going to plant on this property?
So our Choice and Innovation Department has multiple applications on file from different charter schools, and their approvals are 3 to 5 years. Sarah?
So there is an approval for this charter school, but this charter school approval is not for mitigation. So just because a charter school is approved does not mean that it is intended to be zoned for mitigation. We approve charter schools all over the county, and that is why school choice is incredibly important. But that does not mean that this was approved with the intent for it to mitigate the capacity of the development.
Okay, I understand. So it's because of the Bellaterra, that was going to be the one for mitigation.
No, there was.
Whaley Platte
And
and
because that one
Bellaterra are
didn't
both
happen,
mitigation.
you guys are moved it over.
Charter schools can, no, there's supposed to be mitigation with Bellaterra, there's supposed to be mitigation with Whaley Platte. Approving a charter school is separate and apart from mitigation. Yes, there is a charter school approved, however, that does not mean that the school district intended for that school approval to be used for mitigation. Again, if that charter school is approved, it's approved as a charter school on a site where a charter school can build not to SREF standards. That is separate and apart from the fact that the school district still needs an SREF site for mitigation.
All right, let's say we approve this tonight. What damage does that do? I mean, y'all can still negotiate out a site.
So it would still be the concern. So I can tell you already, they have applications on file with your staff under the name Tranquility Phase 1A. So they're ready to hit the ground for their approvals to start building. So if you start approving everything as it is today, it's only an 8-acre site. So if we reach agreement with them, the next line of defense for them will be, you want us to redesign our entire development, you know, move lots, move roads, move whatever, et cetera, and then they'll talk about the millions of dollars that's going to cost. And we all should have done this sooner. Well, we've been trying to do it since day one with Osceola County. And now here we are, many years later, with a rest. There was a silent time during this, and now it's back again, and you've inherited it through annexation. And we have consistently noted to your staff, we need them to come to the table and complete the agreement to mitigate the site, and they've always held that they wanted to do the charter school instead.
I mean, I just wish we would have heard about it. Hold on a second, Tom. I wish we would have heard about it before today. How come I got a letter from Tom today? And by chance, I mean, it was just sitting on a desk, but the other one was in the mail.
Can you give me 1 minute with her, please?
Oh, go ahead, sure. You want to come back up here? Sure. Give me we're going to go ahead and get the developer back up here.
I'm making a suggestion, trying to get resolved.
All right, yeah, well, we're not in a courtroom right now. Let me go ahead and hear from the developer.
Trying to avoid the back and forth too. I mean, the reason that an agreement like that doesn't exist because it's not required. I mean, we have an approval from the county, and it went through all the appropriate channels, including the provision of payment fees for school impact fees. We're not talking about credits tonight. That hasn't been introduced at all. We're talking about a project that's been approved and reviewed each and every stage by the school board and ultimately approved by the school board, by the county. The fact that an advisory comment existed and the county still approved it each and every time, I think is further indicative that this was properly built with the accommodations of capacity. This is a proper charter school, and there's one with an active contract with a payment of school impact fees. This is exactly how development should operate. It's in accordance with your JPA, which is why we're here on annexation. And what we're asking for is our future land use and zoning by virtue of that annexation agreement. Of course, the statutes speak to if we didn't have a designation of future land use and zoning, we just continue to operate under the county's future land use and zoning, which is what we have to do by the agreement anyway, which is why a continuance is not necessary, and that we need to just approve what's required in the annexation agreement.
All right. We got to figure something out here. Do we have a special council meeting coming up?
Yes, we do.
What date? What's the date?
7th. August 6th. 6th.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion that we continue it to that one. That gives them 3 weeks.
For what?
It's going to give them something. I mean, I'm.
We'll meet with the applicant and discuss solutions.
And I agree.
Yeah, come on.
And we're-
We're trying to find a
Sure,
way to
yeah.
get through
What-
the night.
Well, hang
No
on, Mayor,
no matter
hang on.
what,
Mayor,
Hold on 1 second.
we
Mayor,
have to come
hang
back
on.
for this
Sit-
future land use.
City attorney.
You made a motion.
Yeah.
We get a second on it before we start arguing back and forth.
Okay, yeah. I'll go ahead and make a motion to continue it to August.
Sixth.
6th.
Second.
Second from Councilmember
Now
Urban.
you can have some discussion.
Now we can
Sure.
discuss it again, sorry.
And I just want to be clear, as I just outlined, every scenario ends with us achieving the future land use that's assigned in the annexation agreement. To the extent we don't, state law requires we comply with our existing future land use, which is what the annexation agreement always contemplated anyway of existing entitlements. A continuance, and we're happy to discuss with the school board, but a continuance achieves none of the various concepts that I think would only prove to frustrate the project. We have a designated future land use and zoning per the annexation agreement. That's what's before the council tonight. That's ripe for your review and vote, and we're asking that you do so consistent with your staff's recommendation for approval.
Yeah, and I understand that. We have a great relationship with the school board and the school district, and I think just with respect to that, this is complicated, and I'm frustrated the fact that I just heard about it today. That's the problem I have with this. And even though your argument, I kind of agree with you more on this, I think if we give it a few more weeks, it doesn't hurt anything, but I'm going to go and let Councilmember Fletcher add to what he wants to.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to say, I obviously go along with the continuance. I understand the frustration from your position. The future land use and this application literally has nothing to do with anything that is being spoke about.
Sure. Nothing.
Like, absolutely nothing. And I don't have the information in front of me of when we annexed this property, but it's just been sitting with no future land use and zoning since then, and literally nothing changes regarding that if this was approved. So, but I'm willing to go with the mayor to try to work it out, because we do have a great relationship with the school board. Perhaps
And as a
little bit
note, two phases of this development are currently under review under city standards. So to the extent we need to operate under the county standards, we're going to have to
for those 3
re-review.
weeks.
Yes.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Well, I was just amazed by the school board saying, well, their defense is saying that we already have an agreement. How did you know that? You guys are litigating in front of us that you already have, that the defense is gonna tell you you already have an agreement. We didn't know that, and you flat out told me that the defense, the developers are gonna say, well, they're gonna say we already have an agreement. Well, they did, and they do. So now you're saying that agreement is squashed? It was just said to me. It was just, I'll retract, if we can get Jay to retract that. They said, hey, the developers are gonna say, yeah, they're gonna say we already have an agreement. And that's
Is
what
there an agreement in
developments,
place?
that's what developers think, because you told me that's what they said.
To the extent that we have relied upon our approvals.
Right,
I know.
right.
Yes, there's absolutely.
That's what-
A development pattern in place that's been in motion for close to 5 years.
Yeah, and that is really out of respect, and I don't know any of the others in the room, and Dan knows how much I love attorneys. But we're
I
not,
have one on staff.
right. We're not gonna
Your son
sit
doesn't
here and figure this out and be right on it. So-
Either now or in 3 weeks from now.
But I'm at least extending that privilege to the school district to be able to come up with something. City manager.
I just wanted to clarify that staff's going to continue reviewing your project.
Sure,
We're not going
yeah.
to stop and wait until the special meeting. We can't issue any approvals, obviously, but assuming that you guys come to terms, staff's going to assist as possible to make this happen.
Yeah, and I thought that was well stated by the mayor as well. I'm land use counsel for the applicant. All we can do is advise them to go through the process and avail ourselves to the system. Tonight, that is a sufficient future land use and rezoning application consistent with an annexation agreement we're asking for approval on. The school board matters are not on the agenda tonight. They're not. They don't relate in any way to the comp plan and rezoning. And I guess that's the frustrating part, is when you avail yourself to a process and there's an agreement that decides where it should be, we'd certainly like to have our approval based on our sufficient application that's actually on the agenda tonight.
Yep, and I don't disagree with you on that, obviously. I think that's on its face. I don't think you're wrong. But I do see that every time you make a statement, they're all shaking their heads in disagreement with it. So I think
it's a
3
tick.
weeks from now is, 3 weeks, I don't think it'll hurt anything as long as staff continues moving forward. I think we're gonna reach the end goal and just let cooler heads prevail on this one and, give it a little breather. Dan? go
No,
ahead.
I think you're ready for calling your question.
All right, I made the motion. We have a second from,
Second.
did you second it?
Yeah, he did earlier.
All right. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Sorry. Councilmember Fletcher, did you have something else?
The only thing that I was just gonna follow up and say was, is there any major harm and all of that of waiting the 3 weeks? And I would assume that the answer would be no, except it's just, 3 weeks. So, I mean,
Sure.
3 weeks is 3 weeks.
Yeah, I think at this juncture, we've had applications in since, the first of the year. I think even before that, and we're hoping to continue to just afford ourselves the due process of getting approvals based on a valid application. So thank you for
We'll see
the
you in
question.
3 weeks.
It's just gonna delay the lagoon, right? Isn't this the lagoon one?
Yes.
Maybe.
That's All right, can we call the roll again, please?
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Nay.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Nay.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2.
Thank you for your time.
So just for everybody's information, that special council meeting is not at 6:30, it's earlier. There's a CRA meeting at 3 o'clock, and the council meeting starts after that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you all very much tonight.
What?
The next one.
What was the date of the meeting to continue?
August 6th.
August 6th. It's not at 6:30 though, we'll give you the
Starts
time.
at 2?
2.
Those two items.
It's on the back, it's on the very last page, at the
whatever.
bottom, on the information section.
Well, I'll make sure they know.
Number 3.
Thank you all.
That was the first.
Have all the attorneys now left the room?
No.
We still got one.
There's 2 of them. All right, will the clerk please read item number, are we on 4, because we did 3 already?
We're on 3.
We're still on 3.
Yes, sir.
Number 3.
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-24, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment, a zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation approximately plus minus 7.17 acres identified as Nova Road out parcels, project CMA 25-00022 from CCC Community Center Core County to CCC Community Center Core City, generally located north of East Earl Bronson Memorial Highway, east of Nova Road, south of Wondrous Place, west of Bradley Drive, providing for entering designation, official zoning map, filing the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
Good evening, council members, Mayor. Jeffrey Ball, Community Development Director. I'll make this real quick. This is ZMA 25-0022. This is an encumbrance zoning request. This is the future land uses, community center. The existing zoning is community center core county. The proposed zoning is community center core with the city. The development is compatible with the surrounding area. There's no adverse impacts to city facilities. The density would be anywhere between 18 units to 40 units to the acre. It's approximately 7.17 acres. It was annexed into the city limits via ordinance 25-37 on May 27th, 2025. So this is the land use. This is the existing zoning. And so staff recommendation is approval of ordinance 2026-24. Planning Commission approval, or Planning Commission recommendation was approval of ordinance 2026-24. Staff is requesting approval of City Council of ordinance 2026-24. Happy to answer any questions.
Can you go back to the out parcels and show the map? All right, so the existing is 18 to 20 units, is that what it said?
18 to 25, or
And what's the change to?
it's the
Community
same,
center
it's the
core.
same thing.
Yeah.
This was an encumbrance annexation, and so we're assigning the same land use that, or the same zoning that the county has.
All right, thank you.
In all honesty, Mayor, this is gonna be developed as commercial, because it's right on the intersection on Nova Road and 192.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping. All right, would the applicant like to speak on this item? Another attorney? Our favorite one, though. Our second favorite one, sorry.
I'll take that. I'll definitely take that. Joe Thacker, 17 South Orlando Avenue, Kissimmee. We agree with staff's report. We are here to answer any questions. I'm going to be the easiest thing you do tonight.
No storage units, right? Or dentist office, or what's the? Tire
So
shops.
they are still trying to figure out what they're going to put on there. They would love to have storage units because of the required density, but they understand that the city doesn't like storage units.
Yeah, especially with that Walmart going down that way, we'd love to see more restaurants and
Yeah, give us
more
like
activity.
a Carrabba's or something.
They have already talked about some restaurants there.
Very cool. Thank you. All right, anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? All right, council?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved, Councilmember Fletcher, second from Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Will the clerk please read item number 4?
Public hearing for resolution number 2026-079R, a resolution of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, granting conditional use for alcohol beverage establishment at 4415 13th Street on Highway Business HB District zoning on the plus/minus 13.53 acres land known as Dillon Plaza, allowing for the applicant to serve beer and wine as an accessory to their primary business as barber shop, service as described in the body of this resolution.
Jeffrey Ball, Community Development Director. This is a conditional use for an existing barber shop to serve alcohol for on-premise consumption in conjunction with the primary use of barber shop. So this is a conditional use, it's 26-0001. The staff recommendation is approval with conditions. This is located in an existing public shopping center. It is suite number 006. So the future land use is commercial, zoning is highway business, the primary use is existing barber shop. The proposed conditional use would allow for on-premise consumption of beer and wine accessory to barber shop. The conditional use requests to enhance existing primary use. There's no structural changes to the site that are being proposed. So this is the layout or concept plan, and you can see from that, it might be a little bit hard to see, but it's actually suite number 006. It's between the UPS store and the Buffalo Wild Wings up in that general vicinity. So this is the land use, zoning. Staff recommendation is approval with conditions of resolution 2026-079. Our approval of the requested conditional use does not constitute approval of the provided concept plan. Changes to the site will require approval of a site development plan, and any additional approvals required by the Land Development Code. Just so I put it on record, there are no proposed changes that would require a site development plan at this time. It's just a boilerplate condition that we put on. So special condition number 2 is this approval for the Cut Factory located at 4415 13th Street, Unit 006 only. Upon the business leaving the subject property, the conditional use shall expire. So Planning Commission recommendation was approval. Staff is recommending City Council approval of Resolution 2026-079R with conditions stated in the staff report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. You guys sign up for your haircuts already? No, would the applicant like to speak on this item? All right, counsel?
I just have one comment. It says alcoholic beverage establishments, so these are alcoholics that go to establishment and have.
No.
I'm sorry, did I read that wrong? Did it say alcohol or alcoholic?
Alcoholic. Alcoholic.
So I would disapprove it if alcohol gives you, I would not encourage that, but.
It really does say that.
It does, alcoholic beverage. Yes, Councilman Fletcher.
The only question that I had, in that shopping center, isn't there a liquor store there? Is there any provisions in there for, that they could not bring in any outside beverages in there? Do we have any restrictions on that? It's like nobody could come in with something from the liquor store?
Our code doesn't do that, have that provision. I don't know if the state has any provisions that you can't bring
Just
anything
asking
there,
a
but that
question,
would be part of the state law. So after, if they're successful tonight, they would still have to get their state alcohol license thereafter.
Okay, I was just making sure that if we approve this, that, like, they couldn't go over there and get a bottle of whatever and just come over and hang out in the barber shop.
Would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? All right. Counsel?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Fletcher. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Will the clerk please read item number 5.
Public hearing for resolution number 2026-077R, a resolution of the City Council, City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending resolution number 2025-098R, which adopts its fiscal year 2025-2026 budget for the City of St. Cloud, finding the city manager has certified their prior year fund balances and/or current revenues available in the budget for additional projects and programs in various funds not included in the original budget, requiring the budget to be increased to include said additional funding in the various funds and making supplemental appropriations within the fund.
Good evening, Jeff Cooper, Finance Director. This is Budget Amendment number 4. The city manager's certified funds are available to appropriate for these projects. Let me begin by saying none of these are funded with tax dollars. So the first item is a total of $11,000 in revenue from prior year fund balance and $11,000 in expenditures for Parks and Recreation, Natural Resources, operating supplies to utilize tree bank funding for trees for Peghorn Way. These funds come from developer contributions into the tree bank fund as they are required for the various projects. So this is not utilizing tax dollars, although it is in the general fund. The next item is a total of $278,000 in revenue for interfund transfer and $115,000 in donations from Osceola County for the following project. This is Capital Projects Funds, and this is PR 2604 Hickory Tree Park, $393,000 total. And this is the $278,000 in revenue from prior year fund balance and $278,000 in expenditures for interfund transfer for the same project. And this is Parks impact fees, which as previously mentioned, cannot be used for like ongoing operational costs. It's like new parks, expanded parks, and so forth. The next item is $750,000 in revenue from prior year fund balance and $750,000 in expenditures for buildings for the purchase of a downtown property to expand accessible public restrooms and parks dedicated storage. That is parks impact fees as well. Another $750,000 in revenue from prior year fund balance and $750,000 in expenditures for buildings for the purchase of 1401 New York Avenue for park upgrades. That's adjacent to the Veterans Park. That is also parks impact fees. A total of $347,744 in revenue from prior year fund balance and $316,633 in insurance proceeds for expenditures of $345,500 for a used side loader truck to replace one that was totaled. $200,000 in increased vehicle maintenance costs for our sanitation fleet, and $118,877 for the scale house replacement. This is the sanitation fund. And finally, a total of $300,000 in state grants from the Florida DEP to fund $300,000 for project SW 2602 Stormwater Dam. This is the stormwater fund, and this item will be on your council action following the public hearings. Staff recommendation is approval of resolution 2026-077R, and we're requesting city council approve resolution 2026-077R.
Would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? Council?
Motion to approve.
All right, motion approved. Councilmember Paul. Second, Councilmember Erwin. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Herbert?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Will the clerk please read item number 6?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-17, an ordinance of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending Chapter 3, Article 4, agricultural zoning districts, and Article 5, residential zoning districts for permitted accessory uses and setback requirements, amending Article 14, use regulations, Section 3.14.30, accessory dwelling units, ADU, of the Land Development Code to require impact fee parking requirements for two-family and multifamily dwelling zoning districts, R-2, R-3, and R-4, providing for severability, conflicts, codification, publication, effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeffrey Ball, Community Development Director. This is the ordinance to do the changes that was directed by City Council on accessory dwelling units, ADUs. Went too far. So the background, accessory dwelling unit standards established through ordinance 2023-45 requires 2 additional improved parking spaces. Impact fee payment at single-family rate allows for a garage to accommodate the parking requirements. The City Council requested on January 9th, 2025, an amendment to come forward to remove the parking and impact fee requirements. At the April 9th, 2026 meeting, Council requested to leave the parking and impact fee requirements for 2 and multifamily zoning districts only. The proposed amendments adds accessory dwelling unit language in agricultural and residential zoning districts, remove the parking and impact fee requirements for agricultural and single-family zones only in A, R-1, R1-A, R1B, and R2A. Prohibits garages for detached accessory dwelling units. Staff recommendation is approval of ordinance 2026-17. Planning Commission recommended approval of ordinance 2026-17. Staff is requesting City Council approval of ordinance 2026-17.
All right, thank you. And would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? All right, we received, y'all have the letter from Osceola County Association of Realtors in support of this. And council comments or a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Just in time.
Sorry, 63.
All right, will the clerk please read item number 7?
This is the one, if I may, Mayor, we need to read 12 before we read 7.
All right. Can you
And they can be read
please-
together.
All right. But we got to read number 12 first.
You have to,
Yes, sir.
you have to take action on 12 before you can take action on
All
7.
right, will the clerk please read item number 12?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-32, an ordinance of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning future land use designation approximately plus minus 27.26 acres identified as Stephen Lee Rossine Memorial Park, project CPA-26-0005, generally located north of Brianna Street, east of Missouri Avenue, south of Skylake Drive, and west of South Indiana Avenue, for employment and institutional to park open spaces, providing for amending future land use map of the comprehensive plan, following the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, applicability effect, severability copies on file, and effective date. Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-25, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing zoning designation approximately plus minus 27.26 acres, identified as Stephanie Lee Rossine Memorial Park, additional parcel projects, ZMA 25-00023, from A agricultural to OR open spaces recreational, generally located north of Brianna Street, east of Missouri Avenue, south of Skylake Drive, and west of South Indiana Avenue, providing, entering the designation official zoning map, filing and planning recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
Good evening, Jeffrey Ball, Community Development Director. These 2 applications is for the Stephanie Lee Rossine Memorial Park, CPA and ZMA case, DRC case numbers CPA 26-0005, ZMA 25-0023. This is a comprehensive plan amendment and zoning map amendment. This is a cleanup applications. Staff is recommending approval. The existing future land use is employment and institutional. The proposed future land use is parks and open space. Existing zoning is agricultural. Proposed zoning is OR, which stands for open space and recreational facility. There's no adverse impacts on city facilities. Approximate acreage of the properties is 27.26. The northern parcel is currently developed as the Stephanie Lee and Rossine Memorial Park. Stephanie Lee Rossine Memorial Park was rezoned from agricultural to OR, open space recreation, through ordinance 2025-55 on November 13th, 2025. So this is the existing future land use. You can see the property in the middle. And so this is the existing zoning. So staff recommendation is approval of ordinance 2026-32 and 2026-25. Planning Commission recommendation was approval of ordinance 2026-32 and 2026-25. Staff is requesting City Council approval of ordinance 2026-32 and 2026-25. Staff is happy to answer any questions.
All right, would anyone in the audience like to speak on item number 12? And council?
Motion approved.
Motion approved. Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And will the clerk please read item number 7? I'm sorry, can I get a motion on item number 7?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second from Deputy Mayor Gilbert. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Will the clerk please read item number 8?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-27, ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending Chapter 3 Performance and Citing Standards, and Article 14 Use Regulations, Section 3.14.5 Alcoholic Beverages Establishments, providing for conflict severability, administrative corrections, codification, publication, effective date.
Mayor, this ordinance change
You're good. Keep going, Jeff. You're good.
needs to be continued for a staff error.
We're going to continue number 8?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're asking to be continued to the
Motion to
August.
continue.
We have a motion
Second.
from Deputy Mayor Gilbert to continue. Second from Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And just to clarify, that's continued to the August 20th.
20th?
All right, will the clerk please read item number 9?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-28, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending Chapter 30 Parks and Recreation, Article 1 in general sections 30-9, smoking prohibited, to further define smoking to add the lakefront area where smoking is defined is prohibited, providing for conflict severability, administrative corrections, codification, publication, effective date.
City Attorney.
Yeah, Mayor, before Stephanie gives her presentation on this item, in front of you is a copy of the ordinance that was in your packet with some yellow highlighting on it. We recently found out there, some new research with regard to the definition of smoking here in the state. So we've made some revisions to the definition that's set forth in the ordinance. I think Stephanie's got them in her PowerPoint that she's going to present to you, but the ones highlighted in yellow are the ones that are different from the ordinance that was in your packet. Thank you.
All right, Stephanie.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Stephanie Holcamp, Parks and Recreation Director. Before you tonight is ordinance number 2026-2026. It proposes amendments to Chapter 30 of the City Code regarding smoking in public parks. The primary purpose is to expand the existing smoking prohibition to include the city's lakefront park. Some background information at the May 15th council meeting. Local representatives of students working against tobacco urged the city to ban smoking at the lakefront. So council directed city staff to draft these changes, which is the ordinance in front of you tonight. The updates to the ordinance expand the definition of smoking and extend the prohibition to include lakefront park. The purpose of this, obviously to protect public health and safety, create cleaner public recreational spaces to include, cigarette butts that are left on the ground, clarify what constitutes smoking. It also supports public health, safety, and welfare, and it expands the smoke-free areas to include lakefront park. Our current city code already prohibits smoking in city parks recreational areas and athletic facilities. It just doesn't currently list Lakefront Park, which this one does. The proposed changes, again, it adds Lakefront Parks as a smoke-free area, expands the legal definition of smoking. To Dan's point, it updates prohibited products to include ignited tobacco products and electronic tobacco products, while recognizing that we, the city, may not further restrict the smoking of unfiltered cigars. And it requires us to put appropriate signage, which we would do. Benefits, we'll have cleaner parks in the lakefront area, reduce litter from the cigarette butts, reduce secondhand smoke exposure, better experience for all families and visitors at our lakefront parks and parks in general, and it supports healthy recreational environments. Enforcement, it would be violations are subject to penalties under section 1-15 and article 6 of the city code. The first violation, obviously, we're gonna focus more on education and getting the word out about, not that this has passed, but they would receive a notice and guidance on the corrective action needed to achieve compliance. The second violation would be removal from the park, and any subsequent violations may result in enforcement actions, including trespass from city property. Interesting, we spoke with the city of Kissimmee, and asked them, they have a similar ordinance, and asked them how it was going, if they've had to, trespass people from parks or actually issue citations. And they have, the Parks Department at least, they haven't directly really had to approach anybody. The police department reported that they haven't really had to trust anybody. It was just more of an education, like, hey, you can't smoke in public parks. They put it out, move on. Staff recommends approval of ordinance number 2026-28, and city council requested action is to approve the ordinance as well as 2026-28. And I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. And would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? We have Fiorella Orozco.
She had to leave.
She had to leave, yes,
Yeah, but
that's
we'll
all
bring
right.
her back to the next meeting with a few other SWAT students so that they can speak, because they're going to want to.
Yes, ma'am. Would y'all like to speak on this item? No? Okay. I share my concerns with the police chief. I have concerns about the enforcement of this, of course. If somebody's out there smoking and say somebody reports it to an officer and say that person doesn't want to put it out, what then? Chief, I'd love to.
You want me to get the small one, or you want me
Yeah.
to go over the big one?
No,
yet?
little one's fine.
Obviously, it shows there's a progressive type of action that's going to occur. We will instruct them to put it out. If they refuse to put it out, they risk being ejected from the park. If they refuse to leave the park, they become a trespass issue. Once it's a trespass after warning issue, they could potentially face arrest. So they could be arrested for trespass after warning.
All right, and this is something that we have at other parks as well?
Currently, yeah,
Everything. Nobody's allowed to smoke at any parks
Except the lakefront.
except the lake.
right now, and that's
right
what
now.
this is doing.
Yes.
All right. Council, what are y'all's thoughts on this?
The only thing, I was the July 4th holiday, there's 23,000 people, and
Lighting up a lot of smoke.
besides the fireworks, I didn't see any. Maybe I just oblivious to it because there's so many folks there. And I don't want you to write tickets for littering, nor do I want you to write tickets for smoking. But I like the ordinance, but I don't think we need to really, the enforcement of it, I don't think it's gonna be that difficult. But I don't know, Chief, it's your folks.
It's the no people that try to challenge us is going to be the challenge. But I assure you, they will be grossly mistaken if they don't trust our resolve.
Yeah,
So,
that's the same people you pull over for a ticket, and they don't want to give you a driver's license.
yes, then they get a free ride with us too. They get to get a ride in the back of the car. It's pretty cool. A lot of cool stuff, and they get bracelets and everything. It's really cool. They get a lot of cool stuff.
This isn't stand-up hour. Come on.
At this point, we're going on hour 6, so I figured why not? Let's have some fun. I mean, why not? We're almost there. Well, this is a marathon, so we get out of here at 3 a.m., everything will be good.
Councilmember Fletcher. You'd make a good talk show host, wouldn't you?
I was approached by some of the representatives from this group, actually at Hopkins Park. I believe they provided some information, or the information was provided to me. And I fully support it. I unfortunately do smoke, and support it for the many reasons that are outlined in all the information that was provided, whether it be, the littering aspect or education of our youth, et cetera, et cetera. And by supporting it, I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to come up to me and go, I can't believe you just banned smoking and whatnot, but I fully support it. So,
Switch
thank
to a
you guys.
cigar, you're good.
Yeah, you can smoke your cigar.
It's not my fault. The state preempts you.
Just walk around with cigars. There you
So
go.
it's actually right in the law.
Yes.
The cigar lobby in Tallahassee must be strong.
That's right. All right. Thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you,
I
Chief.
feel like I'm on a game show.
Hey, Stephanie, thanks for hanging out for so long. I know you've been here for as long as we have.
All right, can we get a motion on this item?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul.
And that would include the changes in the version that's in front of you.
That includes the changes because those already applied to the others, right?
Yes.
Okay. Or this applies it to all of them as well?
Applies to all of them.
Did
as
it
well.
already apply to them?
It updates the definition to deal with the recent developments in the law.
Gotcha.
And it would apply to everywhere that smoking is prohibited.
Yes, sir. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. All right, really quick, can we take a 5-minute break? We've got the homeschool kids still here. They want to get to bed, but let's take a quick picture with them real quick. They've been hanging out, so give everybody a few minutes. think you should move fast. Don't let them back up.
Tell him it was denied.
In fact, there's bonus points.
Nay, nay.
All right. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Will the clerk please read item number 10?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-29, an ordinance of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, assigning a future land use designation approximately plus minus 46.11 acres, identified as public safety complex, project CPA 26-00007, generally located north of Nolte Road, east of Buddington Avenue, south of Juliana Court, and west of Canoe Creek Road, for mixed-use institutional, providing for amending official future land use map of the comprehensive plan, filing the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication of applicability effect, severability copies of file and effective date.
Can you read the next item too? Because it's a companion
Yep, will the clerk
application.
please read item number 11?
Final public hearing for ordinance number 2026-30, an ordinance of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, providing a zoning amendment of the zoning map of the Land Development Code of the City of St. Cloud, Florida, specifically changing the zoning designation of approximately plus minus 46.11 acres identified as public safety complex, project CMA 26-00006, from MIX mixed use to P professional, generally located north of Nolte Road, east of Buddington Avenue, south of Juliana Court, and west of Canoe Creek Road, providing for the entering the designation of official zoning map, filing the Planning Commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
Jeffrey Ball, Community Development Director. This is the CPA and ZMA for the Public Safety Facility Complex. CPA 26-0007, ZMA 26-0006, ordinance 2026-29, and 2026-30. This is a comprehensive plan amendment and zoning map amendment. Staff recommendation is approval. Background on this, the existing future land use is mixed use. The proposed future land use is institutional. Existing zoning is mixed use. The proposed zoning is professional. There's no adverse impacts on city facilities. Project acreage is approximately 46.11 acres. This is the future land use. Existing zoning. Staff recommendation is approval of ordinance 2026-29 and 2026-30. Planning Commission recommendation was approval of ordinance 2026-29 and 2026-30. City Council requested action is approval of ordinance 2026-29 and 2026-30. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
You know, I'm not quite sold on this project yet. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? All right, anyone but Chief Gerke. Chief, would you like to say anything?
Oh, stop.
No, sir, this is a long time coming, so please, thank you. If I'm here, if you have any questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
It is a
sir.
long time coming. Alex Rodriguez, would you like to speak on this item?
Alex Rodriguez, 2517 Bull Rush Drive. Very for the complex going up, right, and changing the zoning. As a concerned parent, I just want to bring to your awareness, I don't know if you've ever been down that road, but school buses do stop in the middle of the road. With all the construction of the north side of Stephen Plantation and now the complex coming through, I just want to make aware that the streets there should be brought up into future expansion of the roads just because of all the construction happening there and the school buses not being able to go into those communities that are right off of that complex, and they stop in the middle of the road. That's all I wanted to bring up to your attention. Thank you for your time.
Great concern. I believe, what's the plan on the county widening that road? Do we know the timeline yet?
Kevin, do you know the timeline on that? I think they're in the right-of-way acquisition phase. I think they finished the PD&E.
Good, well, almost good morning. Good evening, Kevin Feldlinger, Public Works Director. Right now, we finished the PD&E for Canoe Creek Road. But like I said, the county has broken it up into a northern phase and a southern phase. Breaking up, like I said, and so from 192 down to Pine Tree, Old Canoe Creek Road. Like I said, they have that in the 2045 plus area for when they look at construction for that. And then south of Pine Tree, they're in the process of trying to start the design from Pine Tree down to Deer Run. So like I said, the stuff between 192 and Old Canoe Creek Road is still a ways off from being completed.
Councilmember Urban.
Did you say they're not even gonna start construction until 2045?
It's in their 2045 plus plan, I believe is what the maps show it as.
I thought it would be completed by then. Okay. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Well, I know one of the places on the road, they're already asking for eminent domain, so I'll follow up with that and give you an update on Metro Plan if I may.
Yeah,
If I may. I know that's part of the plans, but I'll give you some accurate dates next time we speak.
I appreciate that, Deputy Mayor, because that's a road that should have been widened yesterday.
Right.
10 years ago.
Understood.
And, yeah, thank you.
All right. Anyone else in the audience want to speak on this item?
Coop?
Council?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And will the clerk please read, I'm sorry, we got to take 2 votes, right? Which one was that other one? Hold on.
11.
Ordinance 30.
Yes, on number 11. Let's do the vote on number 11. Can I get a
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
My brain shuts off at midnight. All right, now we've got council action. Will the clerk please read council action number 1?
Resolution number 2026-072R, a resolution of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, accepting a grant award from the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection for the sole source purchase of Tiger Dam systems for U.S. Flood Control Corps, authorizing the city manager to execute the documents necessary for the implementation, administration, and execution of the grant on behalf of the City of St. Cloud and providing an effective date.
Good evening, Kevin Feldwinger, Public Works Director. This is the grant that we received for $300,000. We approved it earlier tonight, the funding and the budget amendment from earlier today. Like I said, this is for purchasing Tiger dams. That's kind of a picture right there of what a Tiger dam is. Like I said, so these will be able to be deployed in areas where we're expecting any kind of either before flooding or afterwards, be able to help protect either structures or we also anticipate that we'd be able to use them down where we at one point we used earthen dams to be able to block off certain areas. We'd hope to be able to deploy these. They basically can be filled up with water as opposed to having to be used for earthen dams. Like I said, we are purchasing $300,000 worth of product, and like I said, are getting a $300,000 grant, so there'll be no money out of pocket for the city. So we recommend approval.
Sure takes some time to get that money from the state, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
All right, and anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? Council?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Paul.
So moved.
Second from Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Will the clerk please read item number 2, council action?
Resolution number 2026-078R, a resolution of the City Council of City of St. Cloud approving an agreement for the purchase of approximately 0.9 acres of certain real property and included 1,880 square foot building located at 1222 10th Street, St. Cloud, required for the expansion of public facilities for the purchase price of $731,500 from Barbara Beauchamp, authorizing the mayor to sign the purchase and sale agreement, authorizing the city manager to perform all acts necessary appropriate to close on the property and as provided herein.
Good evening, City Council members, Jabari Walker, Assistant City Manager. So resolution number 2026-078R is to approve the purchase agreement for 1222 10th Street. So this parcel, well, as the city has been looking to make improvements at Centennial Park, the opportunity to purchase this parcel has came up. The goal the city is looking to do with this is to develop it for future amenities for Centennial Park. Like the clerk said, the cost is $731,500. That is park and rec impact fees plus associated closing cost. Staff recommendation approval, and we hope that we are requesting that the city council approve as well.
All right, would anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? Councilmember Fletcher.
What was the appraisal amount on this property?
The appraisal. Let me get my.
I think I emailed it also. 665.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just to remind the city council, we had been looking at purchasing a modular. So when the property owner agreed, we were quite excited. We tried to purchase this property several years ago, and it didn't work out. So we were happy to have this opportunity. There is a tenant in there now, who I did tell him that I do report to five council members that may tell me, to act differently, but that for now, we'd like to give him the opportunity to find another location in St. Cloud or to build another location. So he'll be paying rent in the meantime.
Yeah, and the appraisal's based on other buildings, but the replacement cost of trying to replicate what's there, I think, would be much more to develop a site like that and build what's there. So, Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
I like this spot. It was 1956, is built in. I like the two separate doors. It's already ready for a male and female washroom, restroom. Just the operation of when it's operational, we have to really look at that, because there's sometimes riffraff going on when it's not a city event or things such as that. So I don't know how we do that. I don't know if it's the police or Parks and Rec, but I love it. I love the separation of male and female areas that we can put restrooms in. I think the downtown area needs it. That's what I've had a lot of our citizens ask, where can we go? And then we bring in these portable units, which get kind of costly for it. But I love the idea. I just want to make sure that it's safety, not a place for people to go 24/7, if that makes any sense. And again, I'm not against homeless or people with health, but these are places that they tend to go to wash, and we want to use it as a public restroom facility. But I'm not against anybody with a hand up and a hand out, because I do that a lot. But I like it. The cost is it, but I think downtown area, I think it's perfect. I really do, Mayor and Council. So I like your opinions, but I would like to motion to approve if we could, please.
Plus, it's adjacent to property that the city currently owns there in the parking lot, so. All right, any other council comments? I think I took a public comment. Anyone in the audience like to speak on this? Council? Any motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
No.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
All right, we did number 3 already, correct?
Yes.
All right, will the clerk please read item number 4?
Resolution number 2026-102R, resolution of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, approving agreement for the purchase of approximately 0.241 acres of certain real property, including 3,640 square foot building located at 1401 New York Avenue in St. Cloud, and requiring for the expansion of the park recreation needs for the purchase of $700,000 from William Michael Young, authorizing the mayor to sign the purchase and sale agreement, authorizing the city manager to perform all acts necessary appropriate to close the property as provided herein.
So once again, Jabari Walker, Assistant City Manager, Resolution 102R, excuse me, is another purchase, a purchase agreement approval for 12, excuse me, it's late, 1401 New York Avenue. So the city has been looking to make improvements at Veterans Park. This parcel sits right next to Veterans Park. This parcel will allow the city to develop additional amenities for Veterans Park and the surrounding area in the near future. The cost is $700,000, and it is from Parks and Rec's impact fees paid by the new development, plus closing costs. So the staff recommendation is for approval, and we're requesting approval from the City Council.
All right, anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? And council comments? And can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Urban. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
I'm sorry. was it
He said
yes?
aye.
Okay. Councilmember Fletcher? Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Can't hear well.
Will the clerk please? All right, number 5 is moved to August 6th. On to the first readings.
The truck, they got moved up from.
Oh, yes, we moved the item from consent to be the last council action item.
All right, show me the
Yes.
the
You wanted to
truck.
buy a truck?
Kevin.
Oh, yeah, the truck. I saw that
Yes.
on there. That is item number,
Number 12 from consent agenda.
I see that. Will the clerk please read item number 12?
Resolution number 2026-101R, a resolution of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, authorizing negotiated procurement with RDK Truck Sales for the purchase of one 2023 Mack LR 64-31 yard new way side loader garbage truck and providing an effective date.
Good morning, Kevin Feldblinger, Public Works Director. Like I said, we had an accident in March of 2026. One of our garbage trucks, our side loaders, was coming into the intersection of Budinger Avenue and 192 and was struck by a crane. It flipped it over, so that, like I said, flipped it over and bent the frame. So they actually totaled that. So we just got the check from the insurance last week. And we found a 2023 Mack side loader. It only had a little over 20,000 miles on it. And so, like I said, so we were able to, and it's about $100,000 less than if we bought a brand new side loader. So that's why we're recommending to be able to go with a used side loader as opposed to a new one. But it's the same setup as we would have, and it's just, like I said, it's 3 years old. But it only has 20,000 miles on it. Like I said, the money for this was approved in the budget amendment earlier yesterday, so.
All right, anyone in the audience like to speak on this item? Seeing none, council?
Motion approved.
Motion approved, Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
First readings. The next items on the agenda are ordinances before the council for first reading and introduction for the sole purpose of the council to authorize the publication of the ordinance for a final hearing. The council will not take final action on the item tonight. Full presentations and public input on the ordinances will occur at the final hearing, at which the council will consider final action. Will the clerk please read first reading number 1?
First reading introduction for ordinance number 2026-33, an ordinance of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending a location and multipurpose trail connection to Chisholm Park adopted by ordinance 2024-12 for approximately plus minus 25.59 acres identified as Walker property. Project PUD 26-00004 located on North Oak Trail, west of South Narcousie Road and south of Chisholm Park Trail, providing for the approval of the amended PUD preliminary master plan and proof of publication, severability, and effective date.
All right, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved, Councilmember Paul.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Fletcher. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Paul?
Aye.
Councilmember Urban?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher?
Aye.
Mayor Robertson?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And will the clerk please read first reading number 2?
First reading introduction for ordinance number 2026-34, an ordinance of the City Council of City of St. Cloud, Florida, amending the local acreage and developable acreage number of units, net density, gross density, stormwater area development program, housing types, architectural standards, and development conditions for the PUD plan unit development. Preliminary master plan identified as Avianca Project PUD 25-0004, formerly known as Neptune Village, in ordinance 22 2019-11 as amended, located north of Revolutionary Way, east of Betsy Ross Lane, and south of Neptune Road, and west of Okanoo Creek Road, providing for the approval of the amended PUD preliminary master plan and final master plan, filing of the planning commission's recommendations, proof of publication, severability, conflicts, and effective date.
All right, and can we get a motion on that?
Motion to approve.
Motion approved. Councilmember Urban.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Paul. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Urban.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Fletcher.
Aye.
Councilmember Paul.
Aye.
Mayor Robertson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, City Attorney.
I have one item I'd like to discuss with you if I could. So as you all know, the agreement that the city had with 2020 Media with regard to the bus stop benches and advertising benches that are in the right-of-way expired in December of 2024. Since then, the city manager and myself have been trying to work with the 2020 Media to figure out what they were going to do about the fact that the agreement had expired. In May, we sent them, we sent 2020 Media an email, a letter saying, the agreement's expired. Let's talk about it, and if we're not going to work on an agreement to renegotiate or anything, we want your plan to remove the existing benches. The way the agreement reads, once it's terminated, all those benches that 2020 Media has in the city's right-of-way need to be removed. Right? We did not receive a response. I know that the city manager spoke with Mr. Davis of 2020 Media. However, they never gave us a plan as to what they were going to do about that. Again, in June 18th, we sent them another letter saying, if you don't get your benches out by July 10th, we're going to bring it in front of the council on July 16th for further action. So at this point, I'm asking the council to authorize us to proceed with whatever legal means are necessary to remove those benches from the right-of-way. That will enable the city to negotiate with other potential providers of these bus shelters, and we can get those benches out of the right-of-way since that agreement expired in December of 2024. So I'm really just looking for the direction, if that's okay with the council, and then we'll proceed and try to see if we can get this thing resolved.
Deputy Mayor.
What I'd like to do with this is go to Metro Plan and Links, which on the board, and ask them what their standard operating procedure and how they do bus stops. The bus stops have changed, the routes have changed. I'd really like us to look at an upgrade where they're covered bus routes for our citizens to go on the bus systems, and I'll get the planning agreement that Lynx has with the Metro Plan and how their standards of buses are, and they're all covered now with side covers, back covers, because we do have inclement weather, we do have people traveling. I think we're about time we need to upgrade our bus stops. We have over 31 benches here in the city of St. Cloud, and some of them are obsolete to where our bus routes are. So I'd like to look at upgrading our bus routes and looking at putting out the contract to a company that's going to utilize the standard operations that Lynx has for their bus stops. I just bring that to council because I think that's where we're at today in 2026. Any comment and a pleasure to council, please let me know. I've seen other bus stops, and I've seen them covered. You know what it gets like at 4 or 5 o'clock in July here, and I'd like our citizens to be covered taking the bus system. I yield back to you, Mayor.
All right, and that's the end goal, but I think Dan needs to know.
Right, the first step is to allow us to move forward with basically getting the benches out so that you can find another alternative.
Well, obviously, we don't want to incur expenses with, filing a lawsuit or anything like that. Can code enforcement do anything with this?
Not really, because the
No.
problem is
We love paying you, Dan, don't get me wrong.
The benches are on public property.
Yeah.
So as you know, code enforcement, you'll go against the property owner. So, we could try a code enforcement action. We could maybe be creative and try.
Can we try calling him again?
So I've met with him twice.
Right.
And both times he's expressed that he wants to move forward, but he hasn't provided any agreement terms. I gave him twice now the list of issues that Lynx identified with the existing benches. The first time, he asked me to give him the opportunity to counter what was said, because he said that it wasn't true, that state statutes calls out different regulations, and I said, absolutely, absolutely, you can have the opportunity to counter this. But I never received anything. After one of those letters, I think it was the May letter, I went to lunch with him. We talked about it again, and I said, hey, you still haven't sent me that, and he asked me to resend it. I did. So, but I will say, adding to what Deputy Mayor said, Lynx is, because now we are, so our current agreement does not allow us to put any new benches or bus shelters in, but because this has expired and we'd sent this correspondence, Dan was comfortable with me authorizing, Lynx has put in the building permits for 2 bus shelters in St. Cloud that we couldn't do previously because of this agreement, so.
So we're already moving forward.
With those 2, yes.
Yeah, as long as this isn't holding us up from moving forward, but, you know, we do need a response from Joel.
He says he wants to.
You know, verbal or action. But Lynx wants physical shelters, not just a bench.
So Lynx, each shelter costs $40,000. So we asked Lynx if we could get shelters throughout the city, and they basically said that they have a grant process, and so these 2 that we got are paid by a grant. I don't remember if it was that Lynx applies for the grant. I think that's what it was that they applied for the grant, and we were the lucky recipients of 2. You know, we discussed with them the desire to want to do more bus shelters throughout the city, so we have some right-of-way constraints in certain areas where we would potentially need to get easements from adjacent property owners or buy additional property, which, you know, I think in most of those cases, those property owners would probably appreciate it. One specific location I can say is, I think it's the shopping plaza,
By Old Save-A-Lot.
by Old Save-A-Lot, yes. There's a lot, when I come to work in the morning during the school year, there's a large group of people from the school district wearing maroon shirts, and I've always, you know, felt bad on the bad weather days because I see them all standing there, and there's too many even to be standing there, so there's definitely an opportunity for some
Where do
bus
they live?
shelters. I would
You mean
assume in
from
the
the
grid.
Oh, and
They're in the grid, and they work for the
Taking the
school
bus.
district. You'll see them
Really?
right there, Key Foods right over there.
I don't get up that early, so I don't know.
5:30 for me.
We're almost
I
there.
promise. Just stay awake. Okay, so is that something the city would be advertising, or is there some type of shared revenue on that?
So I did ask Goldman York if there was other businesses that do this, and they said, great question, and they would look into it, because like you and I discussed, there is advertising on these. When I spoke to Mr. Davis and told him that we want bus shelters, he said they were too expensive, and that wasn't a deal.
Okay, Councilmember Fletcher.
Is there any safety issues with the ones that are currently in our right-of-way?
According to Lynx, yes. And that's what he asked to challenge.
All right, thank you.
Or that's what he asked to counter, I'm sorry, not challenge.
All right, if he doesn't remove them, do we remove them?
Well, excuse me, the agreement doesn't provide for that right, so we'd either have to get his consent to remove them, or we'd have to get a court order us to be able to remove them. Remember, these agreements are very old, they've been
Yeah.
going on, so.
Well, and that's why I hate going to those, to that
Well, I agree.
extent. But, I mean, it's everybody knows Joel. I just wish he'd come to the table.
I think he's a great guy, and I'd like
Yeah.
him to bid on that, but we have to get shelters for our citizens. This
Yeah.
isn't 1970, this is 2026, and when that agreement was taken, Dan wasn't even here, and Dan's been here for 28 years. So you look at the standards of bus shelters now that are different, and they're covering for inclement weather that I think, as citizens, that we need to provide those for them. And there are companies that will come up there and do that because there are advertisement opportunities. There really are. I mean, from not just the bench itself, from the surrounding area. So I like Joel. I think he's a great guy, but we have to look at the citizens that take buses here that are sitting there getting rained on when you go to Orlando or you go to Seminole County or Orange County, and they're covered bus stops.
If we were to move forward in this direction, I would like to see if the city could enjoy some of the revenue share on the advertising. I think that's we need to continue to find ways to generate revenue in the city, right?
There's definitely a generating revenue portion of that, and I think we had one with Mr. Davis. But I think in 2024, we got $268, but that's what we've had in the last 3 years.
Yeah, that's. All right.
So
Thank you, city attorney.
What we'll do is
Yeah.
we'll
The answer is
recognize
yeah.
that the city doesn't want to spend a lot of, we don't want to throw good money after bad chasing this stuff. So we'll look at, see if we can find some creative way to do it. Maybe we can figure out a code enforcement method. I'll have to look into that issue. I hadn't really thought about that. And then we'll report back to the council on what we do. I would not be opposed to one of the elected officials reaching out to Mr. Davis and saying, hey, what's up?
I think we have in numerous occasions.
Okay.
But, you know, there's crickets on the other end of the
Okay.
line.
Well, all right, that's all I have, but.
Thanks, sir. City manager.
Hi, thank you. I have 2 items. First is about the Veterans Council. So we are coming up on 1 year of the Veterans Council, and the appointments that the city council made, it's time for new appointments. So at the next meeting, we need to be making new appointments. So if you could please think about who you may want to put on the committee and send me your, or actually, we'll work with the clerk's office and take them through the process so that we can bring it to the next council meeting and you all can ratify each other's choices. Secondly, I'd like to make a recommendation on, secondly, on this item, I still have another one. I'd like to make a recommendation on how we have it set up. We have it set up that each council member is going to alternate every year. And I think the board is too new and has a lot of projects kind of midway that I would recommend that the city council consider allowing the mayor to continue for another year, especially because they're trying to do a parade, and it just seems like if you lose the person right now who's pushing for the parade, a lot of that work is potentially going to go to the wayside. But I also would like to recommend separately that the council member who's chairing the committee doesn't necessarily rotate at the same time as the committee. I think maybe it should be mid-year after the new appointments, so that it's not a new council member and a new committee having to continue the board. So looking for council direction.
So essentially, after December or January, we can rotate the chair of the committee through the council. So it wouldn't be a full year that I'd be.
Right, you could do it, well, it's your choice.
And that will stagger it.
You could do it for another 6 months, or you
Gets
could
us
ask
through
for another
Veterans
year.
Day and those events, and then.
Would anybody entertain an 18-month for the chair in a yearly thing? This gives us a 6 month of new members. So if we go 18 months, that gives us 6 months of the same chair, and then we rotate, and it rotates to the council. Just an idea. This way
Good
we
idea.
have that overlap of 6 months. Just an idea.
Looks like I have consensus, so we will, so you will bring me your items, and we're gonna have the rotation of the chair, and the mayor's gonna stay on for a total of 18 months this round, and then we'll start the next. Okay.
Okay.
That gives
What
it
does
all-
that take us to January? Is that about roughly?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's not my turn to speak yet.
One more item, it's too late to go over this, but, you can have one. I had a list of all of, and this is what happened the last time I brought one of these lists, but it was a really late council meeting, so I'm never gonna bring this again, because it's bad luck. Well, it's a list of, workshops that we needed, topics we needed to review and discuss. Some of them have been on the list for a long time. You know, I learned this week, council members really don't want to have a workshop the same day as a council meeting. It was a really good call, especially with the conflicts that we had. So I was going to ask council just to help me prioritize those items that you think are more important. And then also to look for some additional dates if you would like. So normally in August, we don't have another workshop, because of the budget workshop. We've always just considered that was the August workshop, which brings us to September. We have 2 city council meetings in September because of the budget. And we were going to have a workshop on the 17th, the same day as that city council meeting. Based on, feedback I had this week, I think council doesn't want that to happen. So I was looking for direction. If you want all of these items just to push to October, or if you want us to look at some dates for additional workshops.
Mayor, may I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir, Deputy Mayor.
I would like to make a suggestion to the council that we number the importance level 1 through 10 of what's coming up, and each one of us put a number next to it, and then that would prioritize what we think is necessary through the council. So if we think something's important, we put that in the first 4, and then the next one is 4 through 8. So I don't know, I'm just
Well,
trying to think.
things are gonna
of-
change as time goes on.
Exactly, and we can readjust it.
Let's set the next workshop. I mean, obviously, I think 1401, if we're moving forward on that, if that closes, the zoning on that is pretty important to have the conversation. We don't want to sit on it, right? Although it generates revenue, so.
Well, that should be the consideration of the council, shouldn't it, Mayor? Of the
Yes.
importance of what items we take and which could be moved. I would imagine just.
Where are we at with golf course?
I was gonna say, I would like to prioritize that. I know he's really wanting to get an answer of some kind from the city, and I would like to prioritize that discussion if possible.
So we met with Goldman York this past week, and I'm sorry it's so late. I'm not quite remembering where it ended. Was it with them going back to talk to them? Because we also talked about purchasing it.
Purchasing what?
The golf course, I think you
We don't-
letting the golf
We talked about
course
selling
purchase,
it,
right, letting the golf course purchase the land. That was one of the things the council asked us
That's
at the
a lot of
last
money.
meeting. But that
Not
was,
us.
Oh, I know, no, I mean.
A private equity firm
Yeah.
coming in.
the council asked us to give them the option to buy
We
the
can build a
land.
convention center then.
Yeah, well, when we asked, I think if I remember correctly, Dan said he needed to look at some of the issues with the agreement with
Right.
Total
So they're
Water.
smiling. He's counting the money.
But I don't think Goldman ever gave
That's
us
the biggest smile
swimming
that
in
you
his money
get.
any final direction on where they were with the golf course. We just circle back with them.
Yeah, we can circle back with them. It's on their list, and you are also working with Toho about their bonding issues potentially.
Right.
Because there were some bonding issues associated with
And then,
this.
but we also had the issue of whether Toho needed the golf course to continue to put water on it, and so.
So council could, like Deputy Mayor recommended, you could send me your prioritizations and we can balance it ourselves and put them, but
Okay.
I really need to know if you want to schedule additional dates or if you want to wait till October and come back to these
October's fine with me.
Yeah, we can come back to this.
in
We'll
October.
send you.
Well, I
Oh, you
meant
mean wait
special
till October
dates
for the next?
for the next workshop. I was looking for direction.
Well, we got the budget workshop, August 3rd, right?
Correct.
Yeah, we can't do one in between because we've got, I'll be out.
Can we just send it to you within the week and then you can send it out, see if it works for us?
Yeah, send us your priorities and then also potential dates that you are not available for a workshop, or if you want to wait for October, just give me feedback and I'll balance. And I'll just say, sometimes things come up and staff may have to come discuss it with you. Like I know, the deputy city manager really needs some direction to talk about some of our, agreements with these outside users coming up.
Well, as those agreements start coming online for us, you could also prioritize those and say, okay, it's time, we're ready with golf course agreement or Little League or.
I think we should push them all to another November 19th.
Yeah, not gonna happen.
All right,
Way to be a
thank
team
you.
player there.
Hey, he tried. See, gotta give him credit.
I know it's late, so that's it.
All right, Councilmember Fletcher,
I have nothing at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor.
I'm gonna be brief, but the e-bike a bill got vetoed by the governor, Ron DeSantis, and there's a 57% increase in e-bike fatalities and accidents. So we at Metro Plan decided to have an Osceola, Orange, and Seminole County agreement that we're going to head it up to have an agreement between the three counties and have our own ordinances through that. I think the power of Metro Plan will get it pushed through. Therefore, if you go to any of these counties, we'll have the same ordinances. I don't think we should wait. It's a very dangerous situation. If you looked at the accident numbers, and I'll go into them later, I was going to do it today, but it's a 57% increase in fatalities in e-bikes and e-scooter areas. I don't want to wait till legislation for next year. I think we should do that. So I agreed with the Metro Plan that we're going to move forward, and I just wanted to ask permission from this council if I can be on that committee to make sure we push that through. And and the other stuff can wait because I know it's late. And thank you very much.
Councilmember Paul.
I just want to say, I know this was a long meeting tonight, but it's important that we have these discussions since we can't talk to each other outside of these meetings, but it's well worth it as we fight through the challenges as a council together. So I know sometimes it's not appreciated by the residents who elect us, but just wanted to say thank you. So that's all I have.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Councilmember Urban.
I'm going to filibuster for the next 2 hours on the.
Lindsey Graham.
Read a cookbook.
I think this is my latest meeting ever.
You good? All right, I'll keep it brief, but, so last week I attended the Florida League of Mayors over in Port Canaveral. Probably, I bet there were about 100 mayors / deputy mayors there. What's really cool is Peggy Brown, she is the president of Florida League of Mayors. I met her a year and a half ago in Tallahassee for that first Florida League of Mayors event up there. By chance, I was leaving the Capitol building, saw black SUVs, just said, oh, I bet the governor's about to speak. And I turned around, walked a few blocks, and it was the Holocaust Memorial when they did the ribbon cutting for that. So just started chatting with her, some lady that was standing there. She's the mayor of Weston. And she said, hey, I'm the incoming president of Florida League of Cities. You should get involved even more. And I'm sorry, Florida League of Mayors. So amongst the group, she recognized me, told that story to everybody. So I thought that was really cool. Second, in August, I've got the Florida League of Mayors Conference I'm attending, but also Florida League of Mayors meetings the day prior. I believe that's August 12th. And I recommend that the rest of y'all look into that. I think it's beneficial. That is where all of these cities are going to be together. They're going to be discussing this property tax reform. You know, there's a lot to learn from everybody else. It's great group therapy, I'll tell you, to sit down and talk with these folks, because we can't talk to one another about this kind of stuff. We talk to the city manager and Dan, but, you know, that's a lot of fun.
I can't believe you said that about you.
I mean that.
Or you do.
No, but seriously,
You're
it
the most
is
fun kind of
beneficial. You really do learn a lot from these organizations, and that is where they're going to give us a better roadmap on how to explain all of this to the general public and say, look, and to our constituents, hey, here's what's going to be affected. Here's the flip side of each coin. So with that, I've got nothing else to add. All right, and we now have our information. Oh, also, I do want to say once again, July 4th was amazing. Parks and Rec, great job. I think we told them that earlier. I forget, though. That was 5.5 hours ago, so. Information section and report section, we have the Recreation Advisory Committee minutes, March 18th, 2026, reports, warrant list number 9, fiscal year 26. Friday, July 17th, 2026, Veterans Council meeting, 1 p.m., City Hall. Monday, August 3rd, 2026, City Council Budget Workshop, 1 p.m., City Hall, Council Chambers. Thursday, August 6th, 2026, special City Council meeting immediately following the Community Redevelopment Agency meeting, City Hall, Council Chambers. Thursday, August 13th, 2026, we moved that to August 20th, that meeting. City Council meeting?
It's August 6th.
No, the council meeting is
the
not.
13th.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, because that's when I'll be out of town, we moved it.
Right.
So Thursday, August 20th, 2026, City Council meeting, 6:30 p.m., City Hall, Council Chambers. With that, this meeting is adjourned.